Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 338. The explorer inwardly cursed her for being a lunatic. He then took out his long sword and slashed out. There was a clang as the two weapons collided, and a sharp shockwave cut through the surrounding cabin doors. A crack appeared in the void and tore through the ground. Both Day Knight and the explorer retreated at the same time. The explorer gritted his teeth and raised his long sword again to press down. Day Knight's gaze was cold as her sword chi surged. Countless sounds of collisions rang out throughout the spacecraft. A Lemmeter challenging an explorer was not an ordinary case. It was not like a Sentinel challenging a Melder or a Melder challenging a Lemmeter. Explorers had undergone a qualitative change and their attacks could tear through the void. Their star energy circulation was also different from that of a Lemmeter. If it had been the previous Day Knight, she would have relied on her half-baked battle technique, the White Sky Sword, to display her domain. She definitely would not have been a match for an explorer with a power level of 20,000. But now she had completely comprehended her domain. Even if she could not defeat an explorer with a power level of 20,000, she could still hold on for a while. Furthermore, as time passed, she would be able to rely on the Day-Night clan's battle techniques to damage her spiritual force, which would give her a chance of victory. Unfortunately, her opponent was not an ordinary explorer. Pirates robbed many things including battle techniques. The green remote pirates had been around for a long time, and as the captain, he had naturally obtained many good things. This was especially true for his blade techniques. After 100 years of experimentation, he had finally created a blade technique that was most suitable for himself. It was swift and fierce, but its angles were tricky. Day Knight could not hold on for much longer. There was a flash of white light as his longsword blocked the red longsword. The blade swept past, and the longsword fell with a thump and embedded itself in the wall. The explorer coldly stared at Day Knight. "Leave immediately. I won't kill you out of respect for the Day Knight clan." Day Knight stared back at the explorer, unwilling to give up. The explorer's eyes were filled with fear. His battle with Day Knight had not been easy, and he had felt like he had been suppressed from start to finish. It was as if his attacks had been seen through. The Day Knight clan sword techniques were too powerful, and if not for the huge gap between them, he would not have been able to defeat this woman even if his power level was lower by 5,000. These elites from powerful clans were too abnormal. He was an explorer with a power level of 20,000, but he was actually afraid of a Lemmeter. Day Knight walked to the wall and grabbed the sword's hilt. She then pulled it and pointed it at the explorer. The explorer captain was furious. "Although I'm afraid of the Day Knight clan, I won't just sit around and wait for death. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Day Knight's sword was pointed at the explorer captain, but she did not move. She was thinking about how she should act, as the difference between the two of them was just too great. Only a few Lemmeters in the entire Day Knight clan could challenge this person, and she was not at that level yet. You clearly can't win, yet you still want to fight head-on. You even want to be seriously injured? Day Knight and the explorer's captain turned around at the same time and saw a smiling Lu Yin. Day Knight was shocked. "It's you?" The explorer captain stared blankly at Lu Yin, as he had completely forgotten about this person. This person was the greatest threat to them, and he far surpassed this woman. "Long time no see," Lu Yin greeted. "Seventh brother, you know her?" "Wait a minute, she looks familiar." "Right, isn't she the woman that Night Queen Yanqing used to threaten you?" The monkey suddenly remembered. Day Knight looked at him in shock. "Why are you here?" Lu Yin shrugged. "I was just passing by when I saw something familiar." Day Knight knew that he was talking about a spacecraft. "I'm sorry, but I can't return that spacecraft to you for the time being." "Then let's buy it. How much are you willing to pay?" Lu Yin teased. Day Knight's eyes narrowed, as she actually did not have much money. At this moment, the explorer captain's face turned gloomy. He could tell that these two knew each other, and when he saw that they were about to continue chatting, he suddenly tore through the void to leave. The best way to deal with a Lemmeter, especially one who could challenge a realm breaker, was to hide in outer space. However, Lu Yin kept an eye on him, so how could he let him leave so easily? The moment the explorer tore through the void, Lu Yin stepped forward and caused a powerful vibration to shatter countless metals on the pirate ship. Ripples appeared in the void, and the vibrations forcefully forced the explorer out. He looked at Lu Yin in shock. "Student Lu, there's no enmity between us. Sorry, but you must die." Lu Yin's eyes were cold as he appeared in front of the explorer in a flash. He raised a hand and unleashed a 20 stacks 40-fold shockwave palm. This was his strongest attack in the tournament of the strongest, and this was just a warm-up. Lu Yin's palm had not even been fully unleashed, but it had already caused the void to collapse. This scene shocked everyone, and the explorer captain's face turned pale. He could feel how terrifying this palm was, and even he could not take it head-on. All he could do was retreat. Unfortunately, Lu Yin's palm was not that easy to dodge. At the critical moment, the explorer captain put on his ring armor. An explorer-level ring armor was equivalent to the defense of 2 explorers, and it was able to withstand Lu Yin's palm head-on. Lu Yin's palm viciously slammed into the explorer captain's chest, causing the ring armor to shatter. A majestic force tore through the void and spread out into outer space. A powerful suction force came from the outside, trying to suck everything within the spacecraft into outer space. The explorer captain's eyes turned ashen as Lu Yin's palm directly pierced through the ring armor and crushed his heart. A normal person would not be able to withstand Lu Yin's palm, even an explorer with a power level of 20,000. The difference between them was too great. Back when Lu Yin had participated in the Astral combat tournament, he had already been able to challenge explorers above his realms. He had even forced back Zitai, who had a power level of 40,000 at the border. To Lu Yin, these ordinary explorers were not as much of a threat as the Limiter geniuses. When 20 stacks completely erupted, the explorer captain died, and his body was sucked into outer space. Everything had happened too quickly. Lu Yin had only used a single palm to kill the explorer captain, and Zhuo Day Knight was stunned. Oh no! Lu Yin cried out in alarm as he looked into outer space in annoyance. Zhuo Day Knight was startled awake. What's wrong? Lu Yin was helpless. I forgot to take his cosmic ring. There's definitely a lot of money in there. Zhuo Day Knight was speechless. The monkey was helpless. 7th bro, can you not talk about money? You saved a girl and she's from the Day Knight clan at that. Due to the battle, the pirate ship had suffered too much damage, and it could only hover in outer space. As time passed, there was a chance that the ship would crash if the damaged areas were not repaired. However, this had nothing to do with Lu Yin, so he immediately left. Thank you for before, Lu Yin said to Zhuo Day Knight. She looked into outer space. You did it to save me. It was what I should have done. Lu Yin laughed. I saved you because you were heavily injured by me. Alright, that's all in the past. Now what about my spacecraft? Zhuo Day Knight tossed a cosmic ring to Lu Yin. All of my assets are in here. Lu Yin casually tossed it back to her. I don't want it. Zhuo Day Knight looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Didn't you want money? I can have it, but I don't want yours, Lu Yin replied decisively. Zhuo Day Knight fell silent. You can continue using the spacecraft since it can be considered a means of transportation. However, I have a question that I've always been curious about. Why do you specialize in killing pirates? Zhuo Day Knight's eyes flashed coldly. Because pirates are the ugliest group of people in the universe. Lu Yin's face twitched. Although her words were short, they were filled with hatred. But you can't act recklessly. If I wasn't here, were you really planning to fight to the death with these pirates? Lu Yin was curious. Zhuo Day Knight looked at Lu Yin with a strange expression on her innocent face. Do you think I'm stupid? I don't think so. Lu Yin thought about it. Then that's it. If I really can't beat them, I'll leave. But I have my own trump cards, so there's no harm in trying. The pirates won't dare to kill me. Lu Yin nodded. It's good that you know what you're doing. Zhuo Day Knight looked at Lu Yin seriously. How do you know about the third Night King's whereabouts? Lu Yin knew that Zhuo Day Knight would ask this question. Outside of the Day Knight clan, very few people had heard of the third Night King before, and even if they had, it was an ancient existence. I've already asked Elder Yuanjing about this. Zhuo Day Knight looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. You told me about the third Night King's whereabouts because you wanted to save me. Lu Yin nodded, but he noticed that Zhuo Day Knight's gaze was strange. She didn't seem happy but rather regretful. What's wrong? Zhuo Day Knight shook her head and turned around. You should leave. Don't forget your promise. Lu Yin nodded. This woman was hiding something, but it had nothing to do with him. She had been willing to testify for him, which had moved him greatly. Everything he had done for Zhuo Day Knight had been to repay her kindness, and it had nothing to do with romantic relationships. He didn't have the time to worry about her matters. Then I'll leave. You should leave as soon as possible, Lu Yin said before leaving. Zhuo Day Knight looked up at the sky and closed her eyes in pain. I never thought that I, Zhuo Day Knight, would become a sinner of the Day King bloodline. I'm sorry, father, mother. 7th bro, what's wrong with that woman? She doesn't seem happy that you saved her, the monkey said angrily. Lu Yin's tone was cold. It's none of your business. Dish, I'm on your side. Why do you always vent your anger on me? I have my own dignity. The monkey shrieked. Luin could vaguely guess why Zhuo Dayknight was unhappy. The monkey had told him that the Dayknight clan was divided into the Day King bloodline and the Night King bloodline. The Day King bloodline had been controlled by the sealed cage technique, and they were basically slaves. Now that Luin had revealed the third Night King's whereabouts, the Day King bloodline would never be able to rise again once the third Night King was released. It was normal for her to blame Luin. However, he couldn't tell Zhuo Dayknight the truth that the third Night King had been unable to escape. Who knew if Night King Yuanjing had done anything to her? Ever since he had heard the truth about the Dayknight clan, Luin had no good feelings towards the Night King bloodline. In fact, he even loathed them. Luin didn't spend too much time with the pirates, so he set foot in outer space once more. There were only 6 days left until the wedding, and he had originally planned to reach East Sandios in 5 days. However, the universe was always full of variables. His route had changed again and he was delayed by another day. Luin was a little anxious and he hoped that he wouldn't be too late. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 339. A few days later, in the sky above Sandios, the void began to distort and countless spatial cracks appeared. Then, strange lights of various colors appeared. These were wedding fireworks. A powerhouse had torn open the void and made these fireworks especially for Yen Feng and Jenny Anna. Within a large courtyard, Jenny Anna blissfully looked at herself in the mirror. Many women had gathered around her, some from Fire's Melt planet, while others were maids from Sandios. They were all helping her dress up. On this day she was exceptionally beautiful. Countless women dreamed of marrying Yen Feng, and Jenny Anna attracted many jealous gazes. These gazes only made her happy as she knew that she had not married the wrong person. The man she was about to marry was the most outstanding person in the world. Even if no one from the Anna family appeared to acknowledge this marriage, it did not matter. Jenny Anna held an exquisite fiery red ring in front of her chest. This ring was enough and Yen Feng had personally put it on her. In a few hours she would become Yen Feng's wife, and at that time she would give everything to Yen Feng, including her body. Outside the courtyard, Yen Feng's expression was calm. He did not care about this wedding. The person he wanted to marry was Wendy Yushan, but that was just a dream. This woman was not bad, and even if he could not use her to gain the Anna family's loyalty, he could at least gain the favor of the Dayknight clan. That was enough. As long as he could become a counselor, he would have a chance to interact with the 10 arbiters in the future and become a truly powerful person in the universe. Congratulations, future counselor Yen Feng. An alluring figure walked over from nearby. Her long white hair flowed down to her ankles, and her feet were bare as she walked through the air. Yen Feng's eyes flashed when he saw Mira and he smiled. So it's you, Counselor Mira? Thank you. Mira beamed at Yen Feng. Have you thought about how you'll take care of your beautiful wife in the future? Yen Feng smiled. Jenny is very obedient. Being able to marry her will be the happiest thing in my life. I'll definitely take good care of her. Mira's eyes curved into full moons, making her look very alluring. Is that so? Right, I heard a bad rumor. I heard that your new wife is someone else's fiancée. Yen Feng's expression changed and his tone turned cold. Counselor Mira must have misheard. In this day and age, as long as you're not married, you're still free. There's no such thing as a fiancé. Mira laughed. I'm sorry, future Representative Yen Feng. I was just speaking casually. Please don't be angry. Yen Feng forced a smile. I'm not angry, but Representative Mira, don't listen to the words of a villain. Mira nodded with a smile and turned to leave. Yen Feng's face darkened as he harumphed. He would deal with this woman sooner or later. However, she was indeed very beautiful. Unfortunately, she was not on the same side as him. What did Mila say? A voice rang out from behind Yen Feng, but Yen Feng did not notice it at all. He turned around in shock and saw a familiar face. He immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, Counselor Puyu. Puyu nodded and smiled. There's no need to be so courteous. Today is an important day for you, so make sure to make good use of it. Thank you, Counselor Puyu, Yen Feng said respectfully. It was clear that he was afraid of Puyu. Baser stood beside Puyu and smiled at Yen Feng. What did Mira say? Puyu asked again. Yen Feng repeated what Mira had said and Baser snorted. Don't mind her, brother Yen. I once stayed on Xenu Star, and there's no relationship between Lu Yin and your fiancé. Those are just rumors. Yen Feng naturally knew about the relationship between Jenny Anna and Lu Yin. If not for that relationship, Night Queen Yanqing would not have tried to use him, but he would not say anything. Compared to Night Queen Yanqing, Puyu was a truly ruthless person. Once Yin Feng became a counselor, he would definitely take away some of Puyu's authority. Thus, Yin Feng had to be careful when dealing with Puyu. In the sky, the void split open once again and countless cracks spread out. To the people of this continent, this was a miracle, but to San Dios, this was just the prelude to a wedding. Although Yin Feng's status was low, his wedding attracted a lot of attention. Many important people had appeared, and besides the representatives of the various powers of the inner verse, there were also many influential people from the outer verse. It was a pity that these people had not come for the wedding, but rather for the possibility of someone else appearing. Jenny Anna did not understand this, as she truly believed that these people had come to congratulate them. Only Yin Feng knew that these people were waiting for Lu Yin, and so was he. Although the wedding was important, if he could use this wedding to deal with Lu Yin, then he would be able to obtain the Day-Night clan's support and rise rapidly. In a corner of San Dios, there was a study that had an antique feel to it. When Sansi was quietly sipping tea as he read an ancient scroll, Mira walked over and bowed. Arbiter 1. When Sansi put down his scroll and looked at her. How are the wedding preparations going? Very smoothly, Mira replied. When Sansi nodded and continued reading his scroll, she hesitated for a moment before asking, Arbiter 1, is there a need to make things so complicated? Regardless of whether it's Puyu or Yin Feng, you can destroy them with a flip of your hand. When Sansi continued reading and said, you can't be too ruthless, but you can't be too Zhongyang either. I'm not Jinwu and I'm not Sarati. Scholars are particular about strength of character, and my strength of character will not allow me to bully the weak, especially those who will never be a threat. But Puyu's power has already affected you. The surrounding weaves are clearly under your jurisdiction, but the Day-Night clan contacted Yin Feng. This is a capital offense, Mira said. When Sansi smiled. It's just the rules and there's no capital offense. However, I do want to see how Lu Yin handles this. He then sized up Mira. Do you think he'll come under my wing? Mira's heart skipped a beat and she lowered her head. I'm not sure. When Sansi smiled. You have a good relationship with him. If possible, try to rope him in. He's very talented and he's comparable to us in the past. Mira softly acknowledged his words. Soon a few more hours passed. According to Firesmelt Planet's tradition, the wedding ceremony would begin when a volcano erupted, but there were no volcanoes nearby. Thus, they had chosen to hold the ceremony in the evening, when the 9 planets' silvery light illuminated the entire continent. This was also when San Dios was at its most beautiful. Under the envious gazes of countless girls, Jenny Anna was dressed in a Firesmelt Planet wedding dress that she had meticulously dolled up for her wedding. Not far away, Yin Feng had a smile on his face as he approached Jenny Anna under countless gazes. At the same time, on Xenu Star, the Hua family and the Anna family were all watching this scene. Yin Feng's wedding had been announced to the public, and many people in the outer verse had been able to witness it. At this moment, above the continent, a streak of fiery red descended from the sky and viciously smashed into the ground. Numerous figures soared into the sky to intercept the intruder. This continent had San Dios and no one dared to force their way in. Anyone who did would be punished. There was a loud boom and a huge crater appeared in the ground as dust filled the sky. An explorer and a dozen Lemeters stood next to the crater and stared at the intruder with murderous intent. They wanted to know who was so bold as to force their way into the Prairie Flame continent. Crack. The door to his personal spacecraft opened, and Lu Yin stretched out a hand and shook his head. He rarely smashed his spacecraft into the ground, and he usually just guided it into the space station. However, there was no time to wait this time. One figure after another landed and stared at Lu Yin. Who dares to trespass on the Prairie Flame continent? The Prairie Flame continent was the vast continent where San Dios was located, and it could also be called the Prairie Star. It was a huge planet that far surpassed Xenu Star in size. Lu Yin looked around and then looked up. San Dios was looming in the distance and it looked so high up in the sky. Fortunately, his position was not off. Suddenly, a white light flashed in front of him. The explorer had only asked his question once, and when he saw that Lu Yin did not answer, he immediately attacked with his spear. Lu Yin frowned and grabbed the spear tightly. The explorer was shocked as he could not move at all. This person's strength was beyond his imagination. Attacking without asking clearly? Are these the rules of San Dios? Lu Yin's tone was cold, and his hand that was holding onto the spear unleashed a shockwave that instantly shattered the explorer's spear. He then grabbed the shattered pieces and casually tossed them out, knocking down everyone who had gathered around him. The explorer's thigh was also cut by a fragment, and he fell to one knee. He stared at Luin in horror. This was definitely a freakish genius, and even a Lemeter could crush him. Wait, why does this person look so familiar? You're Luin? The explorer asked in shock. Luin looked at him. How's the wedding going? It's still ongoing, the explorer replied respectfully with his head lowered. Luin had been recognized by Arbiter when to replace Wendy Yushan as a member of the Outerverse Youth Council. The explorer was just an ordinary explorer, and the difference in status was too great. Naturally, he did not dare to slight Luin. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly, and he took a step forward, tearing through the void and vanishing. The explorer's pupils shrank. Tearing through the void was the mark of a space-exploring powerhouse, but this person had done so without any hindrance. This was the power of the strongest student in the Astral Combat Academy. The explorer could not imagine how powerful this person would be when he became an explorer. He would definitely be able to easily enter the top 100 rankings. Above San Dios, within the beautifully decorated wedding courtyard, Yen Feng was less than 10 steps away from Jenny Anna. As he looked at Jenny Anna, Yen Feng's heart skipped a beat. Jenny Anna was actually very beautiful, but he had been thinking about Wendy Yushan all this time and had neglected this girl. Now that they were facing each other, Yen Feng realized that he was starting to like her. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 340. There were 5 arched gates in San Dios, each of which was guarded by a powerhouse. Anyone who wanted to enter San Dios had to pass through one of these gates. Even space-exploring powerhouses couldn't tear through the void to enter, as the guards were not members of the Outerverse Youth Council. Rather, they were hired by the council or directly affiliated with the army. These powerhouses might not necessarily be of the younger generation. San Dios represented the Outerverse Youth Council, as well as the 10 Arbiters Council. It was impossible for anyone to enter as they pleased, as this was a matter of face. Luin tore through the void and charged into San Dios, but the powerhouse guarding Wendy Yushan's gate suddenly opened his eyes and raised a hand to shake the void. Luin was forced out and he cautiously looked down. Who dares to trespass into San Dios? A middle-aged man with a gloomy expression bellowed as he stared at Luin. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. This person was very strong and he was at least a cruiser. He didn't want to waste any time as Yen Feng was still a few steps away from Jenny Anna. Luin activated his gadget and displayed his screen. Take a good look. Do I qualify to enter? The middle-aged man looked at Lu Yin's information on the screen, especially the 2 honor points behind his name. His expression changed and he slowly backed away. Please enter. This was the privilege of having honor points. 2 honor points brought many privileges, and one of them was unconditional access to the Youth Council. With Lu Yin's status he was qualified to enter, but it would take time to prove his identity. He didn't have time to wait, so he could only use his honor points to open the way. Luin put down his gadget and vanished. In a corner of San Dios, when Sansi's lips curled up, the show was about to begin. On the burning carpet, Yen Feng walked over to Jenny Anna and slowly bent down. He reached out wanting to hold her hand. Jenny Anna blushed and a blissful smile appeared on her face as she raised her hand. Suddenly many people's gazes turned cold as a powerful aura appeared. Yen Feng paused and his eyes turned cold. What had to come had finally come. Who allowed you to get married? A voice rang out from behind Jenny Anna, spreading throughout San Dios. Everyone looked over. Some were excited, some were mocking, and some were expectant. When she heard this voice, Jenny Anna's entire body turned cold, and she felt as if she had stepped on air. It was as if she had broken free from a sea of bliss and was reminded of reality, of someone. She turned around in a daze and stared at the man not far away in disbelief. Why are you here? Luin stared coldly at Jenny before shifting his gaze to Yen Feng beside her. He frowned. You're Yen Feng? Before Yen Feng could speak, Baser walked out from nearby and glared at Luin. Student Lu, you're not invited to this wedding. Luin glanced at Baser. I'll deal with you later. For now, scram. Baser was furious, but he sneered. What arrogance! What right do you have to deal with me? Looks like you're the first dog to bite. Since that's the case, I'll let you die with a clear understanding. Lu Yin's tone was icy as he raised a hand and projected a screen. Baser, a subordinate member of the Outerverse Youth Council, is supervising the Great U Empire's Youth Council on behalf of Wendy Yushan. During this period of time he left his post without permission, appointed people based on favoritism, accepted bribes, and disregarded the law. The evidence is conclusive. Many people were in an uproar as they stared blankly at the screen. Baser was furious. Nonsense. I didn't. How dare you accuse me? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Someone will investigate whether or not I'm innocent. You can scram now. The result was the same as before, and Baser was once again at a disadvantage. He stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. He had already used his full strength, and his strength surpassed that of an ordinary cruiser, but he still could not defeat this person. I already said that I'll beat you until you're a dead bear. Lu Yin shouted as he used Flash to appear in front of Baser and kicked out. Baser roared in anger as a shockwave erupted from his body in an attempt to force Lu Yin back. 5-line battle force appeared around Lu Yin's body, and a dark golden radiance appeared above San Dios for the first time. It was like a miracle as it repelled Baser's shockwave. Lu Yin then pressed both hands against Baser's chest. 25 stacks, 40-fold shockwave palm. Baser's pupils shrank. 25 stacks. There was a loud boom, and Baser spat out a mouthful of blood as his entire body was sent flying. At that moment, the sky turned red, and in the distance, Yanfeng's body burned with indescribable flames as he slashed at Lu Yin. Flaming Heart Blade. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 341. Lu Yin's expression changed. This attack had been launched while he was attacking Baser, and it was extremely fast. Lu Yin could not dodge it, but he did not need to either. As the flames approached him, he raised his hand and quickly flipped his right hand. The flames disappeared inch by inch until they were completely gone. Countless people were stunned. What kind of battle technique was that? Puyu's eyes were filled with fear. This was a lock-breaking technique. How could this person's lock-breaking ability be so strong? Mira was shocked as well, as she had not expected Lu Yin's lock-breaking ability to be so powerful. Even when Sansi was astonished. He had come into contact with many genius lock-breakers, but Lu Yin had only recently become a lock-breaker, and yet he was able to neutralize his opponent's battle technique in battle. This kind of lock-breaking talent was quite high. Yan Feng was still too far away from Lu Yin's level. Even though he was a genius from Fire's Melt planet and had cultivated to the point where he could barely reach the top 100 rankings, Lu Yin's current strength had already reached the top 100 rankings. According to Lan Si, 30 stacks was enough to defeat someone at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. The strengthening fruit had strengthened Lu Yin multiple times, and he did not believe that anyone in the Lamita realm could be his match, including the 10 arbiters. With a bang, Yanfeng's longsword was shattered by Lu Yin, and his right shoulder was struck by a palm. Yanfeng was sent flying just like Baser. Whether it was in front of a screen or in San Dios, everyone was stunned. Lu Yin, a Lamiter, had not only challenged someone who was a realm breaker, but he had also defeated 2 genius explorers. This scene was almost impossible in the outer verse, but it had actually happened. The difference between the inner verse and outer verse was obvious, but even in the inner verse, Lu Yin's battle results were still shocking. In the distance, Jenny Anna trembled as she looked at Lu Yin in fear. Why was this happening? Today was supposed to be the happiest day of her life, and she could have been very happy, but that person had appeared to ruin her happiness. No, she could not let him ruin it. Jenny Anna leapt up and suddenly attacked Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes were cold. This woman had gone crazy. He flicked his finger and a blast of energy nailed Jenny Anna to the wall. This wedding is not recognized by the Anna family. Cancel it immediately. Jenny Anna's face went pale. Lu Yin, this is my own business. What right do you have to cancel my wedding? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he activated his gadget, and Shuashan Anna's certificate appeared on his screen. Your father, family head Shuashan Anna, has asked me to take you back. Without the Anna family's approval, you cannot make your own decisions. Bye. Bye. Yan Feng and Baser simultaneously attacked Lu Yin with all their might. Lu Yin turned around, raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. He then released it, causing a powerful force to distort the void. He raised his head and faced San Dios and the countless people in front of their screens. He displayed a terrifying strength. 30 stacks, 40-fold shockwave palm. Everyone in the universe who saw this scene felt their scalps go numb. 30 stacks. Most people had no idea how powerful it was. Only a few knew, such as when Sansi. He immediately stood up in shock. The 10 arbiters were synonymous with invincibility, and anyone who could match the 10 arbiters was invincible. Congratulations, Representative Lu. Mira beamed at Lu Yin. Luin smiled back. If you hadn't helped me block Puyu, then I would have been in danger today. Mira smiled. You should thank Arbiter One. I wouldn't have helped you. She then left with a fragrant gust of wind. Luin muttered to himself. Arbiter One? It seemed like he wanted to rope Luin in. He would have to choose one of the 10 arbiters, but who would he choose? Right now Lan Si and Wen Sansi were on his good side, while his enemy was Night King Jinwu. What a headache. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 342. Jenny Anna was taken away by Lu Yin's men, and she would be sent back to Xenu Star in 2 days. Her future was already set, and she would be locked up in the Anna family like a canary. Lu Yin would never marry her and she would never marry anyone else. Beizer's crimes were irrefutable, and Lu Yin arranged for someone to imprison him. As for Yin Feng, although Lu Yin really wanted to deal with him, he had not committed any crimes. He just had a different standpoint. Lu Yin had no choice but to arrange for someone to treat him and deal with him later. There were still quite a few people from Fire's Melt Planet and San Dios, and they were all locked up together. Lu Yin saw a familiar face among them. Yen Gang, who had crossed paths with him during Earth's trial. Lu Yin remembered that Yen Gang was Yen Feng's servant, and they had a very good relationship. However, Yen Gang did not even have the qualifications to participate in the battle as he was only a melder. Yen Gang sensed Lu Yin's gaze and lowered his head, afraid that Lu Yin would attack him. Lu Yin did not mind, as such a person was not worth his attention. On the other side, Mira returned to Wen Sansi's side. Arbiter One. Wen Sansi smiled. The acting is not bad and the person is even better. Mira looked up with a serious expression. Arbiter When Lu Yin can actually use 30 stacks. In the entire Innerverse, there are only 2 Lemeters who can compare to him. Wen Sansi nodded. That's right. He's a true unequaled Lemeter and a true 10 Arbiters candidate. How interesting. Then he suddenly said, Mira, send Mu Rong's information to Lu Yin. Mira did not understand. Wen Sansi's eyes lit up as he was looking forward to the battle between the two. Once Mu Rong was defeated, he was curious to see if the person behind Mu Rong would be able to hold back. As a member of the Outerverse Youth Council, Wendy Yushan was in charge of 4 weaves: Frostwave Weave, Grand Top Weave, Lars Weave and Wuri Weave. The 4 weaves were connected, and the younger generation was under the Outerverse Youth Council's jurisdiction. The 10 Arbiters Council's network was linked together, and Lu Yin could directly access the Outerverse network that Wendy Yushan was in charge of. At this moment, aside from the Innerverse Northline flow zone, he also had to pay attention to these 4 weaves. Each weave was incredibly large and there were 4 weaves in total. The total size of the 4 weaves was enough to make a normal person's brain explode. Furthermore, each weave had countless academies and there were countless trials, assessments and so on every day. This series of matters gave Lu Yin a headache. He was not suited to be in charge of such matters, so he decided to leave them be for the time being, just like he had with Northline Flow Zone. What Lu Yin wanted was a title and the ability to disperse Puyu's authority. For now he didn't care about anything else. Casually browsing through the internet, he suddenly came across a strange message about a trial. The young tribesmen of Darkstar Gorge will be heading to Wuri Weave to participate in a trial in 10 days. The information itself was nothing special, but the name Darkstar Gorge reminded him of Puyu, who had been born in Darkstar Gorge. He hurriedly turned on the internet to check Bushtree Planet. The more he read, the more excited he became. Bushtree Planet was a strange planet. All of its water resources were hidden underground, and the ground was covered in countless plants. There were no animals, only plants. Some of these plants were aggressive, while others were rare natural treasures. Generally speaking, it was impossible for a planet with all sorts of natural treasures to go unnoticed. Unfortunately, the natural treasures that were born on this planet did not live for more than 10 years. They only had a lifespan of 10 years, and after 10 years they would gradually wither away. Many scholars had tried to find the reason for this, but they had all failed. With a lifespan of only 10 years, even the best natural treasures would be useless. Because of this, Bushtree Planet was gradually abandoned and turned into a training ground. Natural treasures with a lifespan of 10 years were useless to powerful cultivators, but they were still useful to sentinels and even melders. In particular, natural treasures that had long since gone extinct would occasionally appear on this planet. If one was lucky, they could even change one's physique. This was why many powers in the Wuri Weave wanted to train on Bushtree Planet, but Puyu had always controlled it. Lu Yin was speechless when he realized that even when Wendy Yushan was around, Bushtree Planet had been a training ground for Darkstar Gorge. There were only two reasons for this. Either Puyu had complete control over Wendy Yushan, or Wendy Yushan did not care and did not compete with Puyu. Otherwise, this planet would have long since become a training ground for the Great Yu Empire. It was no wonder that Wendy Yushan could not even find out that he was a lockbreaker. This woman's mind was probably filled with nothing but cultivation. It was not unreasonable for Bezer to side with Puyu. Lu Yin decisively deleted this training ground, which meant that from now on Bushtree Planet no longer belonged to Darkstar Gorge. Lu Yin could give it to whoever he wanted. More importantly, this planet was something that he valued. Others could only obtain natural treasures with a lifespan of 10 years, but as long as he had the money, he could obtain natural treasures with a lifespan of 100,000 years. This planet was perfect for him. A day later, Lu Yin received a notification from Mira while he was looking at Bushtree Planet's introduction. Lu Yin opened it and looked at it only to be surprised. What did Mira mean by this? Why was she telling him this person's information? There were many geniuses in the universe who were called 10 Arbiters candidates, but most of them were just praises. For example, Lu Yin had been called a 10 Arbiters candidate when he had grasped 5-line battle force. Back then, his strength had only been about the same as Han Chong and the others, and he had not been Tianho's opponent at all. However, among these 10 Arbiters candidates, there were a few who were truly recognized. Mira told Lu Yin about one of them, Mu Rong, a genius who had been accepted by the 10 Arbiters Council since he was young and possessed a powerful innate gift. Among the younger generation of the 10 Arbiters Council who were below the Explorer realm, this person was undoubtedly the strongest, and he had even been praised by one of the 10 Arbiters as the unequaled leader in the universe. The Astral Combat Tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest had caused Lu Yin's name to spread throughout the universe, which was his glory. Jenny Anna's tears dripped onto the ground and she squatted down. I know that he doesn't want to marry me, but I don't care. I just want to marry him and leave that cage even if it costs me my life. Lu Yin did not know what to say. Men and women had different ways of thinking. One was rational while the other was emotional and the other was conflicted. He could not fulfill her wish. Go back. If possible, I'll ask Shuishan Anna to arrange a better home for you. You can live an ordinary life as a normal woman. Jenny Anna hugged her head and wept silently. Lu Yin turned to leave. Wait, Jenny Anna looked up at Lu Yin's back and whispered, I don't want to hurt you. Lu Yin did not look back and simply left. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 343. At this point there was no point in saying anything. The only thing he could do was try to give Jenny a good ending. She hadn't done anything wrong, but it was her family that had made a mistake. For a woman, marrying the one she loved was the only thing that mattered. Lu Yin thought of Ming Yen. What if she couldn't marry him one day because of her position? His chest tightened at the thought, but he would not let that happen. Ming Yen had to belong to him and no one could object to that. He was in a bad mood, so he went to Bazer's prison to find someone to vent his frustrations on. After a day of treatment, Bazer's injuries had healed, and he had regained consciousness. When he saw Lu Yin enter, he glared at him. Lu Yin, I regret not killing you back then. Lu Yin casually shot out a beam of energy that pierced through Bazer's shoulder. Fresh blood flowed down his shoulder and dyed his clothes red. There's no medicine for regret in this world. Are you trying to force me to kill you? Bazer sneered and endured the pain as he snarled, Kill me? Do you dare? Your so-called evidence is all fake. Lord Puyu has already sent people to the Great Yu Empire to gather information, and your lies will soon be exposed. Do you dare kill me? Lord Puyu won't let you off. Lu Yin rubbed his forehead. You're really stupid. He then placed a hand on Bazer's shoulder. Tell me, if I add more force to your injuries yesterday, will it make it look like you died? Bazer's eyes narrowed. Don't think that you can do whatever you want. You're just a counselor in name and everyone else listens to Lord Puyu. My injuries have already been reported. If you dare to do anything, you'll definitely be discovered. Lu Yin nodded. You're right. However, it shouldn't be a problem to aggravate your injuries. For example, I could completely destroy your meridians. Bazer's expression changed, and he glared at Lu Yin without saying a word. Lu Yin looked at Bazer for a while, then shook his head and laughed. Actually, I'm quite grateful to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been so motivated to cultivate. Look, this is the difference between innate gifts. I surpassed you in less than 3 years, but you've cultivated for decades and even have the innate gift of life. So what? You still lost miserably. What do you want? Bazer asked in a low voice. Lu Yin looked at Bazer. He didn't want to do anything to Bazer, and he just wanted to get some revenge. After all, the grudge that Luin had caused back then had not been light. However, just as Bezer had said, Luin could not hide the truth from the masses. Puyu was watching, and perhaps Puyu was hoping that Luin would do something to Bezer so that Puyu would report Luin to the 10 Arbiters Council and kick Luin out of the picture. Nothing much. You can stay here until the evidence is proven. Luin turned to leave. Bezer heaved a sigh of relief and glared at Luin. One day he would kill him. After leaving the prison, Luin looked up at the sky. He didn't feel the thrill of revenge, as this sort of person no longer piqued his interest. It was no wonder why so many people didn't want to delay their revenge. Too much time had passed and the hatred had already faded away. I thought that you were going to kill Bezer, a cold voice said, causing Lu Yin's hair to stand on end. He abruptly turned around and stared at the person leaning against the wall. It was Puyu. Why are you here? He asked warily. Puyu looked at Lu Yin with a cold glint in his eyes. Why did you cancel Darkstar Gorge's trial on Bushtree Planet? Bushtree Planet is located in the Wuri Weave, and it's under my jurisdiction. I don't need you to tell me what to do, Lu Yin replied coldly. Puyu stared at Lu Yin. You're testing my patience. Lu Yin did not back down. You're also testing the patience of the 10 arbiters. Puyu's expression changed and he looked into the distance. Before he left he said, don't walk too fast. It's easy to fall to your death. It's easy to be trampled to death if you walk too slowly, Lu Yin replied. He definitely would not give up Bushtree Planet to Puyu. That planet was very important to him and he had to find some time to visit it. In the Innerverse there was a place called Kuan's Swamp. Those who entered Kuan's Swamp would be trapped in a place that was known as the deepest prison in the entire universe. Shui Chuanxiao had been imprisoned in Kuan's Swamp and served a sentence of 10,000 years. Outside Kuan's Swamp, Night King Jinwu personally escorted Shui Chuanxiao in, his eyes filled with melancholy and indescribable sorrow. A famous general of his generation, yet he was unable to expand the human race's territory. Instead, he was imprisoned in this Kuan's Swamp that never sees the light of day. How sad. A man walked out from behind Night King Jinwu and slowly bowed. He asked for it. He betrayed humanity and no one can save him. Night King Jinwu looked at his gadget, and his gaze turned cold. He muttered to himself for a moment before looking at the man behind him. You were born on Earth as well. Are you confident that you can deal with Lu Yin? The man was Lu Xiaoga, and at this moment he was following Night King Jinwu. I'm confident. Night King Jinwu's lips curled up. You have quite a grudge with him. I hope that he won't play you to death. Lu Xiaoga looked up and his eyes lit up. I will definitely win. Night King Jinwu nodded. Prepare yourself. I will fuse my power with yours, allowing you to temporarily wield my strength. It should be enough to rival an expert at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. It should be enough to deal with Lu Yin. Yes, Lu Xiaoga answered and a strange light flashed through his eyes. Over the next 2 days, Lu Yin strolled around San Dios and gained a better understanding of the Prairie Flame continent. This continent was vast, and it had given birth to many experts in the past. However, ever since the Outerverse Youth Council's headquarters had been established here, the entire continent had been enslaved. The experts who had resisted had all been slaughtered, and the remaining people could only revere San Dios as if they were a god. This continent was like San Dios's gatekeeper. In San Dios there were no restrictions on the arched door, and anyone could request an audience. However, only the younger generation could enter through the arched door. This was also the reason why no experts from Firesmelt Planet had appeared at Yanfeng's wedding. San Dios guaranteed the status of the younger generation, and there were no restrictions. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why the 10 Arbiters Council was so popular in the universe. All of the youths were united, and they had fought for a certain status in the universe. This gave them a stable ladder to climb up. Currently, there were only 5 members of the Outerverse Youth Council. The 10 Arbiters Council was able to run amok in the universe not only because of the 10 Arbiters' terrifying power, but also because of the support of these youths with powerful backgrounds. Moving against the 10 Arbiters Council was the same as moving against the interests of countless people, and the powers behind these youths would not just stand by and watch. Lu Yin increasingly felt that the 10 Arbiters Council was another platform for the power struggle of the universe. Here one could gain much more than one could imagine. These people in name were all in name so that they could fight for power within the 10 Arbiters Council in the future. They were quite far-sighted, and this showed just how important the council was. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 344. Representative Liu, there are actually many nominals. There was already a youth council before the 10 arbiters appeared, but it didn't have much influence back then. Still, there were some nominals. Those people have already left the younger generation, right? Luin asked. Barley answered, yes, but there are also some who sealed themselves in ice and haven't left the younger generation. Luin didn't mind as he didn't know many people. Even on this list he only recognized a few. After thinking for a while he looked at Barley. Let me ask you, is there a way to transfer all the nominals to my name? Barley stared blankly at Luin. Representative Liu, you're just acting on behalf of Wendy. That's not possible. Luin felt helpless as he had forgotten that he was just a substitute. How about this? Think of a way to transfer all the nominals to Wendy. Can you do that? Barley thought about it. Yes, Counselor Puyu doesn't care about such things. I mean including the nominals from West San Dios, Luin said in a low voice. Barley's face twitched. I'll try. Luin nodded. Don't let anyone find out. Yes, Barley replied and was about to leave, but then he thought about it and looked at Luin with some hesitation. Luin was puzzled. Is there something else? Barry thought for a moment and said in a low voice, I found something that I should report to Mr. Liu. Speak. Luin looked at Barley. Barley's eyes flashed. I discovered that Yen Feng was in contact with someone from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's Blaze Realm. He also mentioned that Fire's Melt Planet would be added to the Blaze Realm. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. How did you hear that? My battle technique is rather unique. I can sense the vibrations in the air and hear certain things. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he sized up Barley. At this moment he had a new understanding of this person. He had originally thought that these subordinates were all mediocre people, but now he realized that they weren't mediocre at all. They were just too good at protecting themselves. Barley's motive for telling him this was obvious. I understand, Barley. Thank you for telling me. Luin smiled. Barley hurriedly bowed. It's my honor to share your burden. Luin raised a hand and placed it on Barley's shoulder. Barley's heart trembled as the tragic scene of Yen Feng and Bezer suddenly appeared in his mind. He subconsciously wanted to avoid Lu Yin's touch, but he forcefully resisted the urge. Luin smiled and patted Barley's shoulder. I'll remember those who treat me well. Barley, would you be willing to help me out? Barry was overjoyed. I'm willing to share your burdens. Within the Outerverse Youth Council, Barley believed that he had reached the end of his road. His innate gift was not outstanding, and he had barely managed to join the council and become one of Wendy Yushan's subordinate counselors. It was a pity that Wendy Yushan did not care about the council's affairs and left everything to Bezer, who was stronger than her. Barley did not dare to join Puyu either. If things continued like this, then he would forever be an ordinary subordinate counselor. Although he seemed to be in a good position, he actually did not have much power. He even had to look at Bezer's face. Before Luin had arrived, Barley had already investigated Luin in great detail. The fact that Luin had reached this point in less than 3 years had shocked Barley, and it had also given him the idea of joining Luin. Before Yen Feng's wedding, Barley had already decided that if Luin could safely survive this crisis, then he would join Luin and fight for a future. Lu Yin's performance had far exceeded Barley's expectations, which made him even more determined to join Luin. This person was new to the Outerverse and Barley did not have anyone he could use. All he had to do was show some goodwill and he would succeed. However, the only problem was that this person was too arrogant, and he had offended Puyu the moment he had arrived. Barley thought about it and decided to join Luin. He did not want to continue being mediocre, and this person might be able to give him a way out. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he watched Barley leave. This person could be used for the time being. Although he was a little weak as an explorer, it did not matter. With the council's name, even seekers would not dare to provoke him. Luin activated his gadget, and Hua Qingshan's image appeared on his screen. Uncle Hua, I want to know about His Majesty's plan to attack Fire's Melt Planet. Luin went straight to the point. A few days later, on Fire's Melt Planet, Yen Wujio's expression was gloomy. Behind him, flames swept out as the cruiser Yen Chong walked out. Sir, the young master sent word that the Blaze Realm is very interested in us. They should agree to let us join. Yen Wujio sighed and said bitterly, I never thought that there would be a day when Fire's Melt Planet would have to rely on someone else. Sir, it's all because of that Luin. Without him, Fire's Melt Planet would not have reached this point. Once we gain a foothold in the Blaze Realm, we will definitely take revenge. Yen Wujio's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Luin, the Great Yu Empire. We will definitely take revenge. At that moment, another figure appeared. Sir, Crimson Planet, Zhongan Planet and Sure, Planet have been suddenly sealed off by the Outerverse Youth Council. What? Why are they sealed off? Yen Chong was furious. Apparently, the Outerverse Youth Council discovered traces of the Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse King hiding on the surrounding planets, so they immediately sealed off the planet. Yen Wujio's eyelids twitched and he frowned as he raised his gadget. Order the troops of Crimson Planet, Zhongan Planet and Sure, Planet to assemble and withdraw from the planets. However, Yen Wujio's orders were rejected, and the 3 planets were completely sealed off. Sir, Firesmelt Planet's strongest troops and warships are stationed on these 3 planets. Once they're sealed off, our power level will drop by at least half, Yen Chong said uneasily. Yen Wujio's eyes flickered, and he activated his gadget once more. He wanted to contact Yen Feng and ask him to join the Blaze Realm unconditionally as soon as possible. He felt that something was amiss, and at that moment Yen Chong's gadget beeped. He glanced at it and his expression changed. Sir, all the military and defense planets are in chaos. None of the warships can be activated. Yen Wujio ignored him and stared at his gadget, but it couldn't send any messages. Firesmelt Planet had been sealed off. The next moment, all of the flames on Firesmelt Planet roared as a black flame descended and rushed towards Yen Wujio. Yen Wujio looked up with a fierce gaze. Hua Qingshan, it's you. Outside Firesmelt Planet, Hua Qingshan's gaze turned cold. Even if the Great Yu Empire had weakened significantly from its previous battle with the Ross Empire, it was still terrifying because the Great Yu Empire could stop the Ross Empire. This was something that no one could imagine. Lu Yin calmly looked at the screen with Barley standing behind him. "7th bro, a single sentence from you triggered a war," the monkey said with a complicated expression. Lu Yin also had a complicated expression. War brought about pain, disaster, death and the loss of emotions. These were the ugliest words in the universe, but Lu Yin had brought them out today. This battle was considered over for Firesmelt Planet. Undying Yushan's plan had been flawless, and Firesmelt Planet could only use 30% of its full strength. They would definitely be defeated, and the blind monk and Peach had not even participated in the battle. Firesmelt Planet's defeat had caused countless people to become homeless, and their families had been destroyed. Lu Yin could not bear to see this happen, but so what? War was unavoidable. If he did not act, then once Firesmelt Planet joined the Blaze Realm, they would be able to use the Blaze Realm to suppress the Great Yu Empire. At that time, the people of the Great Yu Empire would be the ones to suffer. There was no right or wrong in this war, only who was strong and who was weak. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 345. The screen was filled with blood, but it was quickly incinerated by the sea of flames. All of the grief would soon disappear, and this was only the first step. Frostwave weave had to be unified, and after that, the next step would be to unify the other weaves. Lu Yin did not want to be sacrificed like an ant again. He would never forget the life and death calamity that had befallen Drift Charge Planet. Zhua Day Knight had been sent away without a single injury, while he had been treated like a piece of white meat. This was power, and this was the reality of the universe. That kind of experience would never happen again. Lu Yin clenched his fists and his heart gradually hardened. Barley glanced at Lu Yin and clearly saw the change in his eyes. He relaxed. He wasn't afraid that Lu Yin would be ruthless, but rather that he would be soft-hearted. Wars were all too common in the universe and organizations were destroyed every day. Countless people died every day. If one was soft-hearted, they would not be able to accomplish anything in the future. Lu Yin was just a student, and Barley had been afraid that he would make a mistake. But now it seemed that everything was fine. This war was not only a reshuffling of the Frostwave Weave's power structure, but it was also a baptism for Lu Yin. His future accomplishments would be unimaginable. On the other side of San Dios, Puyu's face was gloomy. Lu Yin had used the Outerverse Youth Council's authority to seal off 3 of Firesmelt Planet's main military planets. This matter was neither major nor minor, and Puyu immediately ordered someone to draft a report and report it to the 10 Arbiters Council. Elsewhere, when Sansi and Mira were watching a screen that was also showing the war on Firesmelt Planet. "This kid is ruthless and decisive." "Not bad," when Sansi praised. Mira frowned. "Arbiter, when Lu Yin privately used the Outerverse Youth Council's authority, won't that have a negative impact?" When Sansi's lips curled up. "If we don't even have that much authority, how can the 10 Arbiters Council attract so many people?" Myra's eyes flashed. "Got it. In space not far from Firesmelt Planet's main planet, black and red flames collided and tore through space. Hua Qingshan's power level was tens of thousands lower than Yan Wujiu's, and he should have been slightly weaker, but the two were evenly matched. Every attack burned the void into nothingness. Flaming heart, flaming sword. Yan Wujiu pointed his flaming sword at the sky and slashed out, destroying the void and splitting space into two. A boundless sea of fire burned, causing the surrounding planets to crack. Hua Qingshan waved his hand, and the dark flames swept out with an indescribably powerful aura. They clashed with the flame sword and the space around them churned like waves. Hua Qingshan scram. My Firesmelt planet has decided to withdraw from Frostwave Weave. From now on, we won't interfere with Frostwave Weave's affairs. Yan Wujiu shouted. Hua Qingshan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. You want to join the Blaze Realm? Yan Wujiu's pupils shrank. How did you know? Suddenly Yan Wujiu felt a chill run down his spine, as if his entire body had been frozen solid. Snowflakes danced in front of him, and his expression changed drastically. Shueshan Ana. With a bang, Yan Wujiu spat out a mouthful of blood as his entire body was frozen solid. Behind him, Shueshan Ana walked out of the void. Hua Qingshan narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected Shueshan Ana to show up. Yan Wujiu was even more surprised. He glared at Shueshan Ana with hatred. Despicable. Shueshan Ana calmly looked at Yan Wujiu. You used my daughter to split the Great Yu Empire. Yan Wujiu, you're no less despicable than anyone else. Ah. The winner takes all, and there's no point in saying anything more. But if you two want to kill me, that's impossible. Yan Wujiu roared. He waved his hand, causing flames to burn the void as he flew towards Firesmelt Planet. The next moment, the planet's light grew even brighter, and the flames grew even hotter. On Firesmelt Planet, Yan Chong, who was fighting with Luing Zishan, was aghast. My lord, you can't. All of our people will be burned to death. Luing Zishan immediately retreated from Firesmelt Planet. Hua Qingshan and Shueshan Ana exchanged glances. Both of them attacked at the same time, but they were repelled by an even more powerful flame. Not good. Yan Wujiu is absorbing the flames that have burned on Firesmelt Planet for countless years. He wants to destroy the planet to increase his power level. Hua Qingshan's expression turned ugly. Stop him immediately. Shueshan Ana was anxious. Unfortunately, it was too late. Firesmelt Planet had already turned into a sea of flames. Yan Chong roared as he was burned to death. Countless Firesmelt Planet's people were reduced to ashes, and they didn't even have time to scream. Countless people had died tragically on a planet, and it was a scene of despair and sorrow. Yan Wujiu soared into the sky, the flames on his body growing increasingly hot. The void continuously crumbled, unable to withstand his heat. You forced me to do this. Today all of you will die. I, Yan Wujiu, swear that I will have my revenge. He then slashed at Hua Qingshan and Shueshan Ana. Back in San Dios, Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. This Yan Wujiu was too ruthless, and he had personally incinerated an entire family just to create an opportunity for Lu Yin to escape. If Lu Yin didn't kill this person, he would definitely become a huge threat. Yan Wujiu's ruthlessness shocked even Wen Sansi. This kind of person isn't suited for survival in the human domain. He's most valuable at the border or perhaps at Kuenzei. Arbiter Wen, can the Great Yu Empire stop Yan Wujiu? Mira asked. Wen Sansi shook his head. With their strength they can't stop him. Mira frowned. This Yan Wujiu was too ruthless, to the point that it made her shudder. Within a room in San Dios, Yan Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at a screen. Father, escape. Escape. We'll definitely have our revenge. Boom. Outer space was filled with a sea of flames as Yan Wujiu forced Hua Qingshan and Shueshan Ana back with a single slash. He reluctantly turned around and left. He wasn't going to continue fighting, and the power that Firesmelt Planet gave him wouldn't last much longer. In the end, it was just a single planet, and it was far from enough to deal with two powerful experts. However, escaping wasn't a problem. Suddenly, a sword light flashed through the void at extreme speed. Even with Yan Wujiu's abilities, he couldn't avoid it. The sword light pierced through his abdomen, and his flaming sword shattered and scattered into outer space. This sudden turn of events stunned many people. Yan Wujiu howled in pain as the terrifying flames that had been added to his body by Firesmelt Planet quickly dissipated. He stared ahead viciously as a young girl walked out of the void and coldly stared at him. Countless people were shocked when they saw her. She was Wendy Yushan. In San Dios, Puyu's pupils shrank. Wendy Yushan had returned. When Sansi was shocked that she had returned at such a time. Lu Yin was shocked as well, but he was soon overjoyed. She had returned just in time, but could Wendy Yushan stop Yan Wujiu? The difference between them was too great, but she should be able to work with Hua Qingshan and Shueshan Anna. Yan Wujiu glared venomously at Wendy Yushan in the burning space. It's you, you brat. You're courting death. Wendy Yushan's gaze was cold. Your strength is already fading. Yan Wujiu, your era is over. Even so, I'll drag you down with me. Yan Wujiu roared as he raised the broken hilt of his sword and viciously stabbed at Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan's power level was not enough to fight against Yan Wujiu, as he was a powerhouse with a power level of over 150,000. However, Hua Qingshan and Shueshan Anna would not let him off so easily. When Wendy Yushan's sudden attack broke through Yan Wujiu's flames, the two immediately attacked. At this moment, Yan Wujiu was even weaker than he had been at the start of the battle, and he was quickly forced into a disadvantageous position. Soon after, he was tragically injured, and his blood dyed space red. No one sympathized with him, as even though the Great Yu Empire had waged war against Fire's Melt planet, it would never massacre its citizens. However, Yan Wujiu had destroyed the entire planet for his own selfish reasons, and countless people had died. The damage he had caused far exceeded the Great Yu Empire's. With the combined attack of fire and ice, as well as Wendy Yushan's 10,000 swords as one, Yan Wujiu's blood splattered across space as he died. A hunter with a power level of over 150,000 had died in front of countless people. To the inner verse, the death of a hunter was not too rare, but it was different in the outer verse. There were very few hunters in any weave in the outer verse, especially one with a power level of over 150,000. Yan Wujiu's death meant that there was no longer any power in Frostwave Weave that could contend with the Great Yu Empire. The Great Yu Empire's unification of Frostwave Weave was now inevitable. In East Sandios, Lu Yin exhaled and relaxed his grip. There was no longer any opponent in Frostwave Weave. Seventh bro, now that the Great Yu Empire has unified Frostwave Weave, you'll be the uncrowned king of Frostwave Weave. Congratulations. The monkey shouted excitedly. Lu Yin's lips curled up. The uncrowned king was right. On the surface, Wendy Yushan was definitely the one in charge, but with her personality she would never take power. The true ruler was Lu Yin himself. Behind him Barley bowed. Congratulations, Representative Lu. Lu Yin waved a hand. Representative Barley, I'll need your help in dealing with the aftermath. You know what we need to investigate the 3 military planets that have been sealed off from Fire's Melt planet? Barley hurriedly replied, I understand. Even if Fire's Melt planet did not collude with the Neo-Human Alliance, they were still researching weapons that were banned by the human domain. Their destruction is only natural. Lu Yin nodded in satisfaction. On the other side, when Sansi turned off his screen and smiled. Good show after good show. This Lu Yin did not disappoint. He's now in control of Frostwave Weave, which isn't good news for many people. He then looked at Mira. Do you think he'll try to encroach on the other weaves? Mira thought about it and then answered seriously, yes. When Sansi burst into laughter. What an ambitious kid. At that moment his gadget beeped. When Sansi glanced at it and smiled. Puyu is looking for me. He's accusing Lu Yin of using the Outerverse Youth Council's authority to interfere in the Weave's internal conflict and to control the benefits of the war. Arbiter, when this Puyu is even more ambitious than Lu Yin. When Wendy Yushan was still alive, almost all of East Sandios' authority was in his hands. Even though there's no evidence, the deaths of the other representatives from East Sandios might have something to do with him, Mira said. When Sansi nodded. This person needs to be restrained, but Lu Yin needs to be taught a lesson as well. He can be ambitious, but he can't be too arrogant. If he's too arrogant, he'll easily lose control. He tapped his fingers on the table and after a while he turned to Mira. Leave this matter to Puyu. You can supervise him. Make Lu Yin suffer a bit, but don't let Puyu succeed. Mira respectfully acknowledged the order and then left. Those in power needed to maintain a balance. They could not blindly favor someone, but they could not ignore them either. When Sansi was wary of Puyu's excessive authority, and he wanted to use Lu Yin to check the balance. However, he also did not want Lu Yin to lose control. It wasn't that he couldn't solve the problem, but rather that it would be troublesome. To When Sansi, once he lost control of these two people, they would only bring him trouble, and he did not like trouble. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 346. In the Innerverse, Night Queen Yanqing quickly found out about the battle in Frostwave Weave and the results. She was furious as she had used Yen Feng to humiliate Lu Yin and even set up the wedding to kill him. She had wanted to destroy him, but she had never thought that she would actually help him instead. He had single-handedly defeated 2 elite explorers working together. How had he achieved 30 stacks? It had only been a short time since the Astral Combat Tournament, but he had already increased his 9 stacks to 30 stacks. Just thinking about it made her shudder. As a member of the Night King clan and Night King Jinwu's sister, she knew what 30 stacks meant. Lu Yin had truly stepped into the top circle of the universe's younger generation, and he could be described as an unequaled leader. He was on the same level as those freaks and she wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible, but she was stopped by the elders. As long as this person was not eliminated, she would not be able to rest easy. The battle in Frostwave Weave was no small matter to the Outerverse, but it did not affect the Innerverse at all. Even the Ross Empire did not react. Regardless of whether or not the Great Yu Empire had unified Frostwave Weave, it was still an ant that the Innerverse's various powers could destroy with a flip of their hand. At this moment, Hua Qingshan and the others discovered something strange. Yen Wujiu had absorbed all of Firesmelt planet's flames to increase his strength, and everything on the planet should have been incinerated. However, there was one person who remained unscathed and was even sealed in ice by an extremely powerful chill. This person was Yen Yen, an ordinary explorer on Firesmelt planet. It was this person who had managed to survive Yen Wujiu's flames, which had a power level of over 150,000, and even release a chill. This is someone from the Royal Frost Continent. Shuashan Ana exclaimed in shock as he stared at the ice covering Yen Yan's body. There was a very conspicuous symbol on the ice. There were 5 interlocking snowflakes, and this symbol shocked Shuashan Ana. Hua Qingshan was puzzled. The Royal Frost Continent? Beside him, Wendy Yushan was also confused, and she looked at Shuashan Ana. Shuashan Ana was shocked. You probably don't know this, but the Royal Frost Continent is a very secretive power in the blazing mist flow zone of the Innerverse. The entire continent is hidden in a different space and very few people can go there. However, its strength is extremely terrifying, and it's no weaker than the Ross Empire, Blaze Realm, or the Sylvan Dragons. Wendy Yushan frowned. There's no way I wouldn't know about such a power. Shuashan Ana replied, Princess Wendy, it's normal that you don't know about it. This continent doesn't allow outsiders to enter, and once they do they'll be killed without mercy. Back then, this old subject accidentally read about it in a book of records of experts. The records clearly state that the Royal Frost Continent has almighty experts, and there's more than one of them. It's the Holy Land of Ice, and anyone who cultivates on the Royal Frost Continent will have a 5-ringed snowflake on their body after they achieve something. This is the unique symbol of the Royal Frost Continent. As he spoke, Shuashan Ana raised his hand, and the wind from his palm danced, bringing with it cold chi and snowflakes. This old subject's family has passed down the snow wind palm, so I've always wanted to find the entrance to the Royal Frost Continent to cultivate. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find it. Wendy Yushan did not ask further, as she was not interested in the Royal Frost Continent. She wasn't interested, but Lu Yin was. The Royal Frost Continent reminded him of the Shinwu Continent, which was comparable to the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's top 3 powers. This continent's strength was even greater than the Shinwu continent's. Lu Yin searched the network for a bit, but he couldn't find any information about the Royal Frost Continent. After thinking about it, he used his honor points to search, and he finally found an introduction to the Royal Frost Continent. However, it was very vague and it was the same as what Shuashan Ana had told him. The Royal Frost Continent was hidden in a different space, and the Blaze Realm and other powers had once attacked it, but they had all failed. Unlike the Shinwu Continent's tragic fate, the Royal Frost Continent's numerous almighty powerhouses had taken action and forcefully repelled the Blaze Realm and the other powers. This had solidified the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's hidden title as the 4th power. However, because they had not interacted with the outside world, they had been forgotten for thousands of years. If even the Blaze Realm could not do anything to the Royal Frost Continent, then this continent was definitely not simple. Lu Yin thought about it and then ordered Shuashan Ana and the others to bring Yen Yen back to the Great Yu Empire. Dealing with the aftermath of Firesmelt Planet was very complicated, but Lu Yin did not need to pay attention to it. At this moment he was officially meeting Wendy Yushan through a screen. This was the first time that the two of them had officially met. Lu Yin had never thought that his first meeting with Wendy Yushan would be under such circumstances. When he had first arrived at the Great Yu Empire, before he had even reached the Great Yu Empire, someone had already brought up the issue of his marriage with Wendy Yushan. When he had arrived at the Great Yu Empire, he had learned about the fifth princess and her extraordinary innate talent and absolute power. He had also learned about her status, vision, and heroism. At the same time, he had also learned that she was likely to be his fiancée. It was rare for the Outerverse to give birth to such geniuses. At that time, he had heard that Wendy Yushan was unreachable, and even the Great Yu Empire could not accommodate her. Her status had even surpassed Undying Yushan's, and she was a true pinnacle figure. One could only imagine the pressure of being engaged to such a person. It was precisely because of his engagement with Wendy Yushan that Lu Yin had tasted humiliation. It was not a pleasant feeling. Bezer had been the initiator, but Wendy Yushan had also been involved. Her disregard and indifference had been the source of Lu Yin's humiliation. Sometimes, disregard was the greatest form of harm, and Wendy Yushan was a perfect example of this saying. Even she herself did not know how much harm she had caused Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not want to admit it, but deep down he had always wanted to overturn this disregard. He wanted to meet her face to face and personally ask her, "What right do you have to break the engagement?" Now that they were face to face, Lu Yin could not bring himself to say anything as he looked at the cold girl in front of the screen. The two were silent for a few minutes before Lu Yin finally spoke. "My condolences." Wendy Yushan's expression was cold, but a trace of sorrow flashed through the depths of her eyes. The entire Yushan family had been wiped out, and not even their corpses had been left behind. How sorrowful was that? However, she did not show it. "It doesn't matter." Lu Yin nodded. He had originally wanted to console her, but it seemed that there was no need for that. This woman had been able to reach this point because of her strong will. "You were too impulsive." Wendy Yushan's eyes narrowed. "It has nothing to do with you." Lu Yin frowned. "I'm the royal regent of the Great Yu Empire. As long as you're still a citizen of the Great Yu Empire, it has something to do with me." Wendy Yushan stared at Lu Yin, and after a while she said indifferently, "You're pretty strong, but it won't be that easy to catch up to me." Lu Yin was especially displeased when he saw her cold expression. "It won't be long." Wendy Yushan's eyes flashed and she looked at Lu Yin seriously. She could not refute his words. He had reached this point in less than 3 years, which was unimaginable to most people. His innate talent even surpassed her own, and she did not know how far he would go in 3 more years. The top 100 rankings? Top 50? Top 20? Or top 10? She could not be sure. "You're the lockbreaker 7th bro?" Wendy Yushan changed the topic. Lu Yin nodded. He did not feel awkward because he had tricked Wendy Yushan. After all, they stood on different sides. "Your lock-breaking talent is very high," Wendy Yushan commented. "Of course," Lu Yin replied. "I'll be returning to East Sandios soon." "Be careful of Puyu," Wendy Yushan said before disconnecting the call. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. This woman was not stupid, she was just a little weak. However, once she returned, he would become a subordinate counselor, the same as Barley's. There was a ding and Lu Yin looked at his gadget. His eyes flashed and he looked back at Barley. "Take care of the matters on Fire's Melt planet." "Yes, Counselor Lu," Barley hurriedly replied. Lu Yin left the courtyard and headed towards the council's headquarters, which was the tallest tower in Sandios. That was where the council's meetings took place, and where they held the highest authority. Mira was waiting for him there. Puyu would definitely not let go of an excuse to use the council's authority to interfere in the war. This was probably why Mira was looking for him so seriously. However, Lu Yin was not worried. When Sansi had come here to keep Puyu in check, but he could not stay in Sandios forever. The only person who could keep Puyu in check was Lu Yin, and when Sansi would not let anything happen to Lu Yin. For the sake of unifying Frostwave Weave, Lu Yin was willing to take this risk. Not long after, Lu Yin entered the council's tower and looked up. This should be the highest point on the Prairie Flame continent, and it represented the pinnacle of authority. The view from above should be quite nice. Mira was at the top of the tower with her back to Lu Yin. She looked at the distant sky, where the clouds were still below Sandios. All she saw was a vast expanse of white and the 7 satellites in the sky. "Arbiter One has already ordered Puyu to investigate your use of the council to interfere in Frostwave Weave's war. Do you have anything to say?" Mira asked. Lu Yin was not used to her being like this. Subordinate Counselor Barley has been investigating Fire's Melt planet for a long time, and he discovered that they were manufacturing weapons that were banned by the human domain. Thus, he used the excuse of investigating the Neo-Human Alliance to seal off 3 military planets. Mira turned around and beamed at Lu Yin. "I'm not stupid, and neither is Arbiter One." Your reason is too old-fashioned. Lu Yin did not respond. However, the universe's power is the truth and no one really cares about reasons. You should enjoy the rights that you have, Mira said. Lu Yin raised a brow. Is this Arbiter Wen's intention? Mira smiled and walked to Lu Yin's side. Arbiter Wen's intention is very simple. You've gone overboard, so you'll be stripped of your position as an acting counselor while Puyu investigates. Lu Yin shrugged. Thank you for not pursuing the matter. Mira giggled. You've been stripped of your position, but you're still a subordinate counselor of Wendy Yushan. She'll be back soon, so you need to maintain your position. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Mira. I've always maintained my position. After all, being a member of the Council of Astral Academy isn't bad. Mira was stunned as she had forgotten that Lu Yin had such a status. She had originally wanted to follow Arbiter Wen's instructions and have Lu Yin temporarily leave the circle of authority to give him a warning. However, his status as a member of the Council of Astral Academy meant that his status was higher than that of the other counselors, and he could even speak to Wendy Yushan as an equal. How could he leave the circle of authority? Even without his status as an acting counselor, Lu Yin's value and his status as a member of the Council of Astral Academy were enough for people to listen to his orders. Yes, Your Highness, Hua Qingshan replied. Seventh bro, did you purposely walk here to give Yen Feng an opportunity to assassinate you? The monkey asked. Lu Yin blinked. Who knows? He's already gone mad and he's already dead. How terrifying, the monkey muttered. The only person who could threaten Lu Yin in Sandios was Puyu, but he could not deal with him for the time being. Lu Yin was not in a hurry to deal with him either. If Puyu was finished, then so was Lu Yin. Over the next few days, Lu Yin calmly stayed in Sandios, and no one came looking for trouble. Puyu had been investigating the situation on Fire's Melt planet, but strangely enough, he had not come looking for trouble. This could only mean that there were bigger storms waiting to happen. The other counselors who were Wendy Yushan's subordinates did not take the initiative to curry favor with Lu Yin, but he did not mind. When Puyu had tried to rope them in, they had only pretended to agree. These people's desire to survive was greater than their desire to fight for power. During this time, Lu Yin felt a little awkward. Michelle had contacted him. He had promised Michelle that he would help her comprehend battle force, but he had delayed it again and again. This was already the third time and Lu Yin felt a little embarrassed. The Great Yu Empire's battle plan to unify Frostwave Weave had already been formulated, and it was progressing at an unimaginable speed. Lu Yin did not need to guess to know that this plan had already been formulated when Undying Yushan had been in power. However, due to various reasons it had not been realized and now was the best time to execute it. He had wanted to use this plan to keep Wendy Yushan in the Great Yu Empire, but unfortunately that woman's ambitions did not lie there. She planned to enter seclusion for a few days before coming to Sandios. Jenny Anna had already been sent back to Xenu Star and handed over to the Anna family. Shuashan Anna was extremely grateful to Lu Yin for this. No matter how much he wanted to use Jenny Anna, she was still his daughter. Lu Yin had not killed her, which was a huge favor to Shuashan Anna. Over the past 2 days, Lu Yin had been searching for information on Bushtree Planet. He planned to go harvest some natural treasures in a few days, but earning money was troublesome. Without money, natural treasures would be useless. The fastest way to earn money was to lock break. It seemed like it was time to earn some money. Wait, Lu Yin suddenly thought of something. There should have been a lot of spoils from attacking Fire's Melt planet, so why hadn't he gotten any? He immediately contacted Hua Qingshan, who had a strange expression. Your Highness, all the spoils from attacking Fire's Melt planet must be handed over to the treasury. I don't get any? Lu Yin was unhappy. Hua Qingshan thought about it. Your Highness, the Empire's reconstruction requires too many resources, and the plan to unify the Frostwave Weave has just been formulated. The greatest difficulty in implementing it is the lack of resources. Fine, I understand. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 348. Furthermore, these two were only the first batch. There would definitely be others who would want to follow him. Ultimately, following him depended on one's strength. The stronger he was, the more people would want to follow him. Money? That was too easy for the Interverse powers. Those powers could not wait for Lu Yin to have some problems so that they could deal with him easily. A perfect powerhouse was the most frightening. In the Interverse in Astral 7, Yu Xianzi was in a bad mood after hearing Barley's report. She had expected Lu Yin to make all sorts of requests that might even implicate the entire Frost Moon sect, but she had not expected his request to be so simple. Lack of money? What was this? Yu Xianzi's eyes flickered. Impossible. It was definitely not a simple request for money. She immediately contacted the seniors of her sect and relayed the information to them. Several elders appeared on a screen in front of Yu Xianzi. They were all seniors of the Frost Moon sect, and they all had solemn expressions as they pondered the matter seriously. At present, there are only 4 Lemeters in the entire universe who are qualified to become 10 Arbiters candidates. As for the explorers, they are all in the top 10 of the top 100 rankings. However, among the top 10, only the top 5 are truly qualified to challenge the position of 10 Arbiters. In other words, there are 9 people who are at the top of their generation, and any one of these 9 has the potential to become one of the 10 Arbiters. Our Frost Moon sect has already expressed goodwill to 3 of them, and any one of these 3 can become one of the 10 Arbiters, which would be beneficial to our sect. Lu Yin is the 4th. That may be the case, but Lu Yin's chances are the lowest among the 9. He has no background, and a mere Great Yu Empire would not be able to support him. Even if the entire Frostwave Weave was united, so what? The Blazing Mist Flow Zone's Ross Empire would be able to take care of him. However, this kid's progress is too fast. According to our investigation, he has cultivated for less than 3 years. In just 3 years, his cultivation speed is several times faster than the others, and his strength is definitely at the top of his generation. 30 stacks was Arbiter Land's record when he was in the Astral Combat Academy, and no one besides Lu Yin has been able to reach it. Don't forget that this kid hasn't even reached the peak of the Lemeter realm yet. He has a very high chance of breaking Arbiter Land's record. Don't forget that this kid has a deep grudge with the Day-Night clan. That's the strange part. This kid has the status and background of an ant, but he managed to shake the Day-Night clan's decision and save the Day-Night woman who testified for him. His methods are terrifying, and aside from the elders of the Day-Night clan, no one else knows how he did it. He has a strange ability and he's ruthless. Yu Xianzi stood in front of the light screen and watched as the Frost Moon sect elders discussed. After a while, the Frosty Moon sect's discussion finally ended. Young mistress, let's stick to the plan. You'll join Lu Yin and become a subordinate counselor, an old woman said to Yu Xianzi on the screen. Yu Xianzi felt helpless. Lu Yin's conditions are very strange. What do the elders think? On the other side of the screen, the old women felt a headache coming on. They didn't know what Lu Yin was trying to do either. On the surface, it really did seem like he was in need of money, but that was impossible. Even a normal person wouldn't brazenly mention it when they were in need of money, let alone a young genius like Lu Yin. Bring us a map of Frostwave Weave, one of the old women said. Not long after, the old women gathered around the map of Frostwave Weave and looked at it. One of the old women's eyes lit up. Everyone, I understand now. Lu Yin's request for funds isn't because he lacks money, but because he's worried about the powers surrounding Frostwave Weave, such as Grandtop Weave's 9-stack sect. He's actually worried that the 9-stack sect will take advantage of the chaos to invade Frostwave Weave, which will cause the Great Yu Empire to split its forces. Not bad, not bad. That's right. This kid is very scheming and most people wouldn't be able to guess his intentions. As expected of Elder Lin, you've participated in border wars and are more experienced than any of us, one of the old women praised. Elder Lin was pleased. Haha, it's nothing. This kid is quite scheming. How about this? Send a few experts to warn the 9-stack sect. Alright, and warn the powers surrounding Frostwave Weave as well. That's right. Yu Xianzi pursed her lips and wanted to say something. She felt that Lu Yin really did want money, and when she thought about his repulsive face, she felt that he really did want money. But that didn't make sense. Forget it, Elder Lin's guess must be correct. On the other side, and Xiaohua of Watermoon Villa was also considering the situation. However, the seniors of Watermoon Villa were thinking even deeper than the Frostmoon sect. The Great Yu Empire's funds are tight. Could it be that the previous war caused the economy to decline? Or did the Mavis Bank withdraw? Could the Ross Empire have intervened? That's very likely. In the end, Watermoon Villa decided to send a caravan to the Great Yu Empire to help restore its economy. As for Lu Yin's lack of money, that was a joke. Of course, it didn't exist as no one would blatantly ask for money. In San Dios, Barley found Lu Yin. Counselor Yu Xianzi and in Xiaohua have replied. They understand your intentions and will make preparations. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Preparations? A lot? As expected of a large organization, Lu Yin was rather excited. More money meant faster cultivation, and it also meant that he could roll his die. It also meant that he could go to Bushtree Planet and harvest natural treasures. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Monkey, your 7th bro's about to improve greatly. The monkey was confused. What do you mean? Nothing. 7th bro is about to break Arbiter Land's record. Lu Yin was anxiously waiting in San Dios for Yu Xianzi and in Xiaohua to deliver the money. On Xenu Star, a large spacecraft docked at the space station. A group of youths looked out excitedly. They were from Earth and were the first batch of elites to receive Yu Academy's teachings. They were elites, but that was only relative to Earth. Any random student in the Great Yu Empire could surpass them. Earth was too weak, and the strongest person on Earth, Zhou Shan, was only a melder. And that was only because he had received help from the Great Yu Empire. Within the space station, Tianming stood quietly as he watched the spacecraft come to a stop. Behind him, a Yu Academy member looked unhappy. Hallmaster, this is just a border planet. Huan Sha scanned her surroundings, but what she saw was different from the others. She was analyzing the space station, and no matter how she analyzed it, the station's defenses were impenetrable against attacks of the same level. This was the Great Yu Empire's Xenu Star. Zhao Yu looked up. She had come to Xenu Star to search for Bai Shui, shouldering the hopes of countless brothers and sisters in the blue camp. They couldn't let her go missing for no reason. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 349. Not too far away from Zhao Yu, a beautiful girl was curiously looking around her with excitement. She had finally left Earth. Back then she had watched so many powerhouses compete against each other on a screen. Those fascinating battles, strange innate gifts, and terrifying battle techniques had all fascinated her. It was precisely because she had watched the Astral Combat Tournament that Zhen Tong had decided to come to Xenu Star. She wanted to leave Earth so that she could be like Lu Yin and broadcast her image to the entire universe one day. Most of the people here had the same thoughts as Zhen Tong. On the other side, Fu Xiaoshu's expression was calm, but there was a burning passion deep in his eyes. His family had undergone a huge change and he no longer had the motivation to survive on Earth. He had spent his days eating and waiting for death like a beggar. He would never forget the image on the screen that day. The moment the words Earth had appeared on the screen, he had understood the meaning of his life. When he had seen Lu Yin's elegance in battle, he knew what he should pursue. Amongst the crowd, there was an exceptionally boorish young man. He was Song Shi, and he had also witnessed the Astral Combat Tournament. At that time he had been in the forest trying to sense the flow of the wind. He had also seen the battles in the Astral Combat Tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest. That had made him certain that he would follow Lu Yin for the rest of his life. This person was the pinnacle of his life. Many cultivators from Earth waited nervously and expectantly for the following arrangements. They had stood out from the millions of cultivators on Earth, and they would definitely return in glory in the future. Clap, 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 clap. Tianming approached the crowd with a smile. Everyone looked at Tianming. Greetings, cultivators from Earth. My name is Tianming, and I am the Hall Master of Yu Academy. From now on you will join Yu Academy and receive the Great Yu Empire's harshest training. A few days later, in East San Dios, Lu Yin frowned at Barley. Did you really relay what I said to Yu Xianzi and in Xiaohua? Barley was terrified. Yes, word for word. Lu Yin was puzzled. What did they say? They said that they needed to prepare. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Prepare? They didn't say what they needed to prepare? Barley shook his head. Lu Yin did not understand. Why did they need so long to prepare some money? The Frost Moon Sect and Water Moon Villa shouldn't be that poor, right? Or had they given him too much money to prepare? Impossible, these forces would not place their bets on a single person. It was impossible for them to give him too many resources. That was strange. Could it be that they were lying to him? Inform Yu Xianzi and in Xiaohua to report to San Dios immediately. Barry hurriedly agreed. The monkey cackled. 7th bro, they're ignoring you. I told you that you were wrong. You're just a Limiter, so even if the 10 arbiters abdicate, it won't have much to do with you. There will be explorers fighting amongst the younger generation just like the top 10 of the top 100 rankings. You want to get involved? What a joke. Lu Yin casually blocked off the monkey as he was too talkative. 2 more days passed, and on this day, Lu Yin received a message from the Great Yu Empire's finance minister, Gavin. Water Moon Villa had sent a merchant group to the Great Yu Empire, saying that they wanted to help the country recover from the war. Lu Yin was speechless and he face-bombed. He had the urge to curse out loud. Water Moon Villa had misunderstood his intentions, and he had been too reserved. Now he could only rely on the Frost Moon sect, but he had a bad premonition about this. Myra's expression suddenly changed at Lu Yin's words and she stood up to leave. Lu Yin looked at her back and smiled faintly. Puyu had made a mistake this time. If he had joined forces with several organizations to resist Lu Yin, then Arbiter One might have punished him for the sake of balance. Unfortunately, Puyu had joined forces with more than 100 organizations, which fully exposed his authority in the Outerverse Youth Council. This authority should have belonged to the 10 arbiters, but Puyu had used it. More than 100 Outerverse organizations were equivalent to a few chess pieces out of 1,000. It would be strange if Arbiter One was happy that his own chess pieces had been used by someone else. Puyu had been too anxious. Perhaps he had been driven mad by Lu Yin and wanted to get rid of Lu Yin in one go, but he had gone too far. When Mira saw Wen Sansi again, her heart skipped a beat. Wen Sansi's expression did not look too good. Arbiter One, Mira said. Wen Sansi grunted and looked at the allied organizations on the screen. His eyes flashed coldly. This Puyu was truly capable. He had managed to unite so many organizations in just a few days. What benefits had these organizations obtained from him? Was he trying to force one to punish Lu Yin? That was a little too much. Arbiter One, Puyu isn't easy to control. Rumor has it that he's been trying to challenge the top 10 of the top 100 rankings in hopes of becoming one of the 10 arbiters, Mira said. When Sansi laughed. 10 arbiters? What 10 arbiters? The 10 of us aren't dead yet. Mira opened her mouth to say something, but when Sansi raised a hand to stop her. The 10 arbiters are all backed by huge benefits and countless powerhouses. Abdicate? Who can force you? Age is just a joke. So what if you're in the top 10? There's a huge gap between us. When Sansi then stood up. Get ready to return to the Innerverse. Then what about Puyu and Lu Yin? Don't worry about them. Let them deal with it themselves. That Jinwu fellow sent someone over as well. This place is getting more and more chaotic, but it's not bad. When Sansi then vanished. Mira looked at where Wen Sansi had disappeared and her eyes lit up. No wonder Lu Yin had been smiling so happily. Puyu had gone too far and he had actually helped Lu Yin. Puyu had been waiting for Wen Sansi to punish Lu Yin the entire time, but the result was too much nonsense. Puyu stared blankly at Wen Sansi's punishment, and an indescribable feeling of humiliation welled up within him. He had put in so much effort and even used Darkstar Gorge's power to unite the various powers. Even if he couldn't defeat Lu Yin, he still wanted to humiliate him. After all, Lu Yin was a member of the Council of Astral Academy, and he had to be a little more ruthless in order to defeat him. However, this was the result that he had received. Puyu smashed his gadget and roared in anger. He was a member of the Outerverse Youth Council, and he was only one step away from becoming one of the 10 arbiters. However, this step was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The 10 arbiters could humiliate him at will, but he was not satisfied. He would definitely become one of the 10 arbiters, and then he would deal with both Lu Yin and Wen Sansi. At that moment, a pale-faced man walked over. It was Vulture, the Corpse King from the Neo-Human Alliance who had fought with Lu Yin on the giant planet. Puyu did not know his identity and Lu Yin did not expose him. This person was a spy that Lu Yin had placed by Puyu's side. Lord Puyu, something strange just happened, Vulture reported coldly. Puyu was extremely angry and his tone was unpleasant. What happened? Many pirates suddenly appeared in Grantop Weave, Lars Weave and Wuri Weave. They attacked the various power space stations and caused huge losses, Vulture replied. Puyu frowned. What does that have to do with us? The powers that were attacked by the pirates are all the powers that joined together to resist Lu Yin. Puyu suddenly stood up and his expression changed. What did you say? All of them? Most of them, Vulture replied. Puyu's gaze turned cold. Speak clearly. Are all of them or most of them? Most of them, Vulture replied. Puyu frowned. This situation was indeed very strange. Pirates normally would not take the initiative to attack the various power space stations for fear of being surrounded. So why had this suddenly happened? Furthermore, most of the powers that were attacked had joined together to resist Lu Yin. Could it be that Lu Yin was backed by pirates? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 350. Puyu suddenly recalled that Lu Yin had been able to join the Council of Astral Academy because of his results in the Astral Combat Tournament, but he had been falsely accused by Night Queen Yanqing of being a pirate. In the end, it had been a girl from the Day-Night clan who had testified to clear his name. It was because of this that a series of events had followed. Could it be that Night Queen Yanqing had not falsely accused him? Was Luyin a pirate? Otherwise, why would so many pirates help him? It wasn't just Puyu, when Sansi had also received the news. Just like Puyu, Luyin had the support of pirates. Many people were speculating. Luyin was dumbfounded, and he felt as if he had eaten a fly. So many pirates had attacked the space stations of the various powers, but most of those powers had been against him. The timing had also been so coincidental that no one would believe that he had no connection to the pirates. Who was trying to frame him? Barley looked at Luyin strangely. Was this person a pirate? Seventh bro, are you a pirate? The monkey asked curiously. Luyin was speechless. At this moment, his gadget received a communication request from an unknown number. Luyin's expression changed and he dismissed Barley. At the same time, he blocked the monkey and opened the call. A screen appeared and Uncle Reuben was on it. Long time no see, little Een, Uncle Reuben greeted Luyin. Luyin was puzzled by Uncle Reuben's strange tone. Uncle Reuben's tone had always been cold, but now, there was a forceful gentleness to him. Luyin was not used to it. What is it, Uncle? Uncle Reuben coughed twice. Nothing, I just wanted to show some concern for you. Luyin's expression grew more and more strange. He suddenly thought of something and his expression turned ugly. Uncle, what's your relationship with the pirates? Uncle Reuben looked embarrassed. Luyin was speechless. So it was you guys. I knew you were acting weird today. Tell me, what's your family's relationship with the pirates? Ahem, little Een, my family has always treated you well. You know that, right? Uncle Reuben laughed dryly. Luyin felt a chill run down his spine. Uncle, stop laughing. It's too creepy. Uncle Reuben's expression changed. Actually, little Een, you should know about Big Sis Wish. Luyin nodded. I've heard that she wants to return to a certain place. I'll tell you now. Wait, Uncle, aren't you afraid of being monitored? Luyin was surprised. Uncle Reuben shook his head and held it high. There's no need to be afraid because we have already returned to that place. From now on, it's not just us, little Een, you don't have to be afraid of anyone. Remember, Uncle's referring to anyone. Luyin's eyes flashed. I have a background now? Uncle Reuben's lips curled up. Not bad. You now have a backer and you're no longer a wanderer. From now on you, Luyin, are a member of the Cosmic Seas Leon's Armada. Luyin's Uncle Reuben. One? Uncle Reuben nodded. That's right. We're one of the 4 pirate lords and we're publicly recognized as the strongest of the 4 pirate lords. Leon's Armada is a power that's strong enough to strike fear into the innerverse and outerverse. Uncle Reuben, Reuben's Reuben? Reuben? Uncle Reuben pursed his lips and nodded. Pirate King Hyzage Reuben. Luyin was speechless. He was actually one of the Pirate King's people? His family had never mentioned anything about him being related to the Pirate King. Uncle, is Big Sis also part of Leon's Armada? Nonsense. Let me tell you, it wasn't Big Sister who saved you back then. When you fell into the Cosmic Sea, it was Boss who saved you. Big Sister was the one who took care of you. Luyin sucked in a breath of cold air. The fact that Luyin had ventured into the technocracy alone was enough to explain everything. Every once in a while, there would be a super powerhouse who ventured into the technocracy alone. These people usually met with miserable fates, but those who were qualified to venture into the technocracy were all super powerhouses. Even now, Luyin had never met a powerhouse of that level, and Hyzage Leon was one of them. Now you know who your backer is. Uncle Reuben exhaled and his face was filled with pride. Although he was still cold, his dejected expression had changed. Now that he had returned to Leon's Armada, he felt much more confident. Luyin nodded, but his expression quickly turned ugly. Even if that's the case, you guys didn't have to scam me. Uncle Reuben coughed awkwardly. We didn't scam you. It's just that the boss was unhappy with the actions of those powers, so he taught them a lesson. Luyin rolled his eyes. That's what you scammed me for. Uncle Reuben looked at Luyin seriously. Little Een, the boss asked me to pass on a message to you. Luyin's eyes lit up. What is it? Uncle Reuben thought for a moment. The boss asked me to tell you, little brat, don't be afraid. Play as much as you want. If anyone bullies you, I'll help you get back at them. Remember, you have my support. That's all. Luyin was stunned. This sounded like a curse, but it made him feel warm and protected. Little Een, the boss's words are simple. In this universe, no one can bully you. It doesn't matter if you lose a battle at the same level, since no one will help you. However, if someone sends an elder to bully you, then the boss will take action. You don't understand, but the Day-Night Clan and the other powers know what it means to have the Pirate King take action. The boss's power is unimaginable, so play as much as you want. You have a backer now, Uncle Reuben said solemnly. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. These words did not sound like they were meant for him, but more like Heizage Leon wanted to play. For example, if Lu Yin did not handle this situation well, then he would be in trouble in the future. His reputation for colluding with pirates would be enough to cut him off from certain positions, such as being one of the 10 arbiters. Uncle, isn't the Pirate King unreliable? Lu Yin probed. Uncle Reuben was furious. Don't spout nonsense. The boss is very reliable, and his tyrant's blade is enough to deal with everything. Lu Yin's face twitched. So you're saying that he can only use force to deal with everything? Uncle Reuben opened his mouth, but then his expression turned awkward. Lu Yin despaired. Fine, he was now sure that the Pirate King was a muscleman who relied on force to deal with everything. He was very reliable as a backer, but it would be a miracle if he did not help. Alright, I've said what I needed to say. In any case, you can do things boldly. However, the boss also reminded us not to help you on our own. You have to make your own way, and you're still a member of Leon's armada. Right, the boss has a gift for you. Uncle Reuben ended the call. Lu Yin hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was too late. He was speechless as he had actually wanted some money. Forget it, he would think about it later. However, if the Pirate King had given him a gift, could it be money? At this moment, Mira contacted him. Arbiter One wanted to see him. Lu Yin sighed as he knew that Arbiter One would definitely want to see him. Not long after, in a corner of San Dios, when Sansi stood outside a study with a book in his hands. Lu Yin walked over and respectfully greeted, Arbiter One. When Sansi put down his book and gestured for Lu Yin to sit down. Lu Yin sat down. Arbiter One, do you have any instructions for me? When Sansi smiled. Nothing much. Puyu just accused you of abusing your authority, and over 100 organizations have joined forces to boycott you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 351. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Yes, this isn't the first time I've crossed paths with Counselor Puyu. Back then, I accepted a mission from my mentor and headed to the giant planet in the umbral butterfly weave to complete it. I just so happened to run into someone sent by Counselor Puyu. I fought with that person and I casually mentioned that that person looked like a corpse king from the Neo-Human Alliance. Perhaps that's why Counselor Puyu has a lot of opinions about me. When Sansi's gaze turned cold. The Neo-Human Alliance? Who is it? Lu Yin replied, it's just a joke. The universe is vast and there are many different techniques. There should be quite a few that are similar to the Neo-Human Alliances. Which one? When Sansi asked, his eyes filled with endless coldness. Lu Yin thought about it for a moment. Someone called Vulture. When Sansi nodded and retracted his gaze. So that's how it is. He really does have a strong opinion of you. After all, anyone who gets involved with the Neo-Human Alliance has committed a serious crime. Lu Yin, don't say such things in the future. Lu Yin nodded in understanding. By the way, the Outerverse pirates have been rampant recently. Pay attention to them and if possible, cooperate with the various powers to eliminate them, when Sansi said. Lu Yin nodded and quickly left. When Sansi's eyes widened as an indescribable pressure engulfed the entirety of San Dios. He was like the ruler of the heavens, overlooking all of San Dios. He saw Lu Yin, Mira, Puyu and many others. He also saw Vulture. No one noticed this pressure. Even Puyu only felt his heart tighten, but he didn't think too much about it. When Sansi stared fixedly at Vulture. His eyes flickered, but he quickly retracted his gaze. His expression was gloomy. It was indeed a corpse king from the Neo-Human Alliance. When Sansi had not paid much attention to this person at first since his disguise was quite brilliant. He'd thought that Lu Yin was just spouting nonsense, and he'd rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go. He hadn't expected that he'd actually found something. Why did the Neo-Human Alliance's corpse king follow Puyu? How was Puyu related to this person? When Sansi pondered but did not immediately make a move. After thinking for a while, he got up and left San Dios. Puyu's status was not to be trifled with. Even if Vulture was a corpse king of the Neo-Human Alliance, there was no evidence to prove that the Neo-Human Alliance was working together. Puyu could claim that he did not know anything about the Neo-Human Alliance. At most, he would be charged with the crime of failing to supervise the Neo-Human Alliance. In the end, he would only be able to capture Vulture. Lu Yin wanted to investigate Darkstar Gorge and see if Puyu had been deceived as well, or if the entire Darkstar Gorge was a stronghold of the Neo-Human Alliance. If it was proven that Puyu was in cahoots with the Neo-Human Alliance, when Sansi's eyes would turn cold. There would be no need for evidence, he would simply kill him. In order to divert Sansi's attention, he had no choice but to use the method that he had used to deal with Puyu. This nail had been nailed into the ground for a long time, but it was a pity that he had used it too early. It should not have been able to topple Puyu, but it should have been enough to allow Lu Yin to escape. Nothing was more important than the Neo-Human Alliance, and when Sansi's attention should have been focused on Puyu and Vulture. He just didn't know how Puyu would deal with this situation. If he were in Puyu's shoes, he definitely would not have made this matter public. At the very least, he wouldn't have done so before investigating whether or not Puyu knew anything about this. However, Puyu would not have an easy time in the coming days, as he had already been targeted by the 10 arbiters. What a pity, a good nail was gone. He unblocked the monkey, but the monkey did not make a sound. It was already used to this. Monkey, have you heard of the cosmic sea? Nonsense. The monkey's tone wasn't very pleasant. Tell me, Lu Yin said. The monkey snorted. I'm not in the mood. Alright, then I'll ask and you'll answer. After a pause, Lu Yin asked, who's the strongest power in the cosmic sea? The 4 pirate lords. Who's the strongest of the 4 pirate lords? Each of them has their own merits, but the one with the strongest individual power should be Hyzage Leon. He's a freak, the monkey said. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. If I were Hyzage Leon's subordinate, what do you think would happen? The monkey sneered. You? 7th bro, it's not that I want to discourage you, but Leon's armada almost never accepts Lemeters unless their innate gifts are incomparably high. Even then, it's very difficult to enter Hyzage Leon's eyes. He doesn't care about geniuses. Even if Lu Xiaoqiu, Star Sibyl, and the others wanted to join, he would reject them without hesitation. You know so much about Hyzage Leon? Lu Yin was puzzled. The monkey solemnly replied, if you know about the cosmic sea, then you must know about the pirate king Hyzage Leon. His strength is unparalleled, and his name is known throughout the universe. Even our astral beast domain is wary of him. His influence is no less than that of the Day-Night clan's 3rd Night King. You can imagine how terrifying he is. Otherwise, how could he become the pirate king of the entire universe and slap the faces of countless powers? Has he slapped many people's faces? Lu Yin was curious. The monkey snickered. Haven't you heard of it? There's a saying in the universe, whatever the pirate king wants, you have to give it to him. If you don't have it, you have to give it to him. Whatever he wants, you have to give it to him. It has nothing to do with whether you have it or not. Lu Yin's heart surged and he was fascinated. How domineering, how shameless, but he liked it. By the way, why are you suddenly asking about this? The monkey was puzzled. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'm from Leon's armada. The monkey disdainfully replied, keep bragging? Leon's armada doesn't care about geniuses. Have you forgotten about Yi Xingqian? Rumor has it that Leon's armada wants to recruit him personally, Lu Yin said. The monkey sneered, 7th bro, don't blame me for putting you down. Although you sound like you're on the same level as Yi Xingqian in the eyes of others, you can't compare to him. He's someone who made a name for himself in the cosmic sea and he's much stronger than you. Let me put it this way, if the sword sect wants to rope you in, they'll give you the same status as Lu Xiaoqiu. But if they want to rope in Yi Xingqian, they'll give him the status of an elder instead of a disciple, even if he's just a Lemeter. Do you understand now? Some things can't be measured by battle prowess. This is the influence of the cosmic sea. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. The cosmic sea was a place that only true powerhouses dared to explore. One day he would go there and meet Hyzage Leon, his boss. In the outerverse Adonis Weave, there was a dark area with countless stars hanging from it. It looked like a canyon. This was Darkstar Gorge, and it was also the strongest power in Adonis Weave. Puyu had been born here. Darkstar Gorge was tyrannical in its conduct, and it had unified Adonis Weave. Not only that, but it had also borrowed Puyu's authority to control many resource planets in other weaves. For example, the Wuri Weave's Bushtree planet had always been a training ground for Darkstar Gorge. On this day, a figure appeared in Darkstar Gorge. He raised a long blade and directly cut through Darkstar Gorge's famous Adonis Weave's blockade line. That one slash had cut through the stars, and it was as if the entire universe had been split in two. Multiple fleets had been destroyed, and that indescribably powerful slash had instantly killed explorers without even giving them a chance to resist. Even a cruiser and a hunter had been killed. That one slash had shocked the heavens, and it had shaken Adonis Weave and even the Outerverse. Darkstar Gorge had been scared witless by that one slash. News of the slash that had cut through Darkstar Gorge quickly spread, and Puyu also heard about it. He couldn't help but tremble. Who could be so terrifying as to possess such indescribable strength? Darkstar Gorge was one of the strongest powers in the Outerverse 72 Weaves, and it even had an almighty powerhouse with a power level of over 200,000. Even so, it had still been unable to prevent this tragedy. It had only been one slash and it had been a warning. Lu Yin also heard the news, and he immediately knew that this was a gift from Heizage Leon. However, this gift was too great, and it was so great that he almost couldn't bear it. Just one slash had been enough to split the universe apart. This power level was truly shocking. Lu Yin did not have a clear idea of what this was. Lu Yin had no idea, but when Sansi was different. Ever since he had discovered Vulture's identity, he had immediately headed to Darkstar Gorge. Unfortunately, he had been a step too late, and he had not encountered the powerhouse who had cut through Darkstar Gorge with a single slash. However, when he had arrived, he had still sensed that power as well as the strength of that slash. When Sansi's face turned solemn. A single slash with a power level of over 200,000? Who could possess such power level? Was this a warning to Darkstar Gorge? Darkstar Gorge also had an almighty powerhouse with a power level of over 200,000, but that was only one aspect. When Sansi felt that this slash definitely surpassed that of the almighty powerhouse from Darkstar Gorge. Dare I ask, is Arbiter One here? An aged voice sounded from afar, and an elder walked out of the void and looked at Wen Sansi with a kind expression. Wen Sansi's face turned solemn. So it's Elder Wu. Please forgive me for entering Darkstar Gorge without permission. Elder Wu was an almighty enlighter from Darkstar Gorge with a power level of over 200,000. He was also a well-known powerhouse in the Outerverse, and Puyu had been taught by him. Even the 10 Arbiters had to treat an almighty powerhouse with a power level of over 200,000 seriously. Elder Wu smiled at Wen Sansi. Arbiter One is too serious. It's Darkstar Gorge's fortune to welcome Arbiter One. When Sansi exchanged a few more pleasantries with Elder Wu before looking at the broken universe. Elder Wu looked over as well, and his face turned solemn. I admit that I can't do such a thing. When did such a powerhouse appear in the Outerverse? This is a warning to Darkstar Gorge. When Sansi nodded. Elder Wu, has Darkstar Gorge offended anyone recently? Elder Wu shook his head. Darkstar Gorge has always stood aloof from worldly affairs. We shouldn't have offended such a powerhouse. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 352. When Sansi waved a hand. Counselor Puyu was born in Darkstar Gorge, and Darkstar Gorge is a friend of the 10 Arbiters Council. If a friend is in trouble, it's my duty to help. When Sansi then changed the topic. Elder Wu, can you show me around Darkstar Gorge? Elder Wu immediately gestured for them to enter, and the two entered. The events in the Outerverse weren't that big, but the impact was significant. After all, it was related to the 10 Arbiters Council. Guesses about Lu Yin's identity quickly spread, and the Day-Night clan added fuel to the fire by mentioning that Lu Yin was a pirate. This caused quite a few people to become angry. It was true that pirates had attacked the organizations that had joined together to resist Lu Yin, but Lu Yin had no way to explain this. Fortunately, there was no concrete evidence, so everything was just speculation. When Sansi stayed in Darkstar Gorge for 2 whole days before leaving, he had a strange expression on his face, as he hadn't found anything related to the Neo-Human Alliance in Darkstar Gorge. Was Puyu's alliance with the Neo-Human Alliance his own decision? If that was the case, then Puyu was too bold. Mira, use the Council's power to suppress the speculation that Lu Yin is a pirate. Don't let anyone harm Lu Yin, Wen Sansi ordered. Mira was puzzled. Arbiter Wen, we need to investigate whether Lu Yin is a pirate or not. What if he really is a pirate? Don't worry about it. Suppress it immediately, Wen Sansi ordered decisively. Mira immediately acknowledged the order. When Sansi cut off the call and his eyes flashed. Although he hadn't found any evidence of Darkstar Gorge colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance, that didn't mean that Puyu didn't have other organizations backing him. He didn't want to alert the enemy just yet, so he needed to use Lu Yin to keep Puyu in check. He couldn't stay in the Outerverse forever. So what if Lu Yin was a pirate? Nothing was more important than the Neo-Human Alliance. However, Lu Yin wasn't simple either, and he definitely had other organizations backing him. When Sansi needed someone to keep him in check as well. When Sansi thought of the person Night King Jinwu had arranged for, he had originally wanted to transfer that person away, but after some thought he felt that a tripartite balance of power wasn't a bad idea. In the Outerverse, on a giant planet belonging to the Nalan family, Madame Nalan, Lu Fushue, was staring at a screen in shock. Lu Yin's introduction was displayed on the screen. Ever since the Astral Combat Tournament, Lu Fushue had made use of the Nalan family's influence to investigate Lu Yin. She had only managed to find out the results today, and the results were unbelievable. On the surface, Lu Yin was King Zishan of the Frostwave Weave's Great Yu Empire, and he had the bloodline of the Zishan family. He had come from Earth, and although he looked ordinary, his surname was not. It was a primeval surname. More importantly, the Nalan family had managed to uncover more information about Lu Yin that not even the Great Yu Empire knew. Lu Yin had once been tried by the 10 Arbiters Council. For some reason, the universe started to view certain people as enemies. These people all had one thing in common, and that was their unique surnames. For example, Lu, Xia and Lu. These surnames were known as primeval surnames. The entire universe viewed the primeval surnames with hostility, and those with primeval surnames had either been recognized and given legal status over the long years, such as on Earth in the Great Yu Empire, where there were many people with primeval surnames. Or they had resisted the hostility of others, such as the Sword Sect's Lu family. However, most of them had disappeared over the course of time. Lu Fushue had always been interested in Lu Yin's surname, and the Nalan family's investigation had shifted from Lu Yin's appearance in the Great Yu Empire to the primeval surnames. Because of this, she had managed to find out about Lu Yin and a tragedy that had occurred 5 years ago. 5 years ago, someone had reported that a certain group had taken in someone with primeval surnames. The 10 Arbiters Council had tried the group and sent them to the Outerverse. 72 people had died during that time, but this incident did not have much of an impact and did not attract much attention. It should have been over, but now Lu Fushue had brought it up again. If Lu Yin had been an ordinary person, this incident would not have attracted much attention since only a few dozen people had died. However, Lu Yin was different now. He had multiple identities and had even become a true 10 Arbiters candidate. This incident had a huge impact since he had a grudge against the 10 Arbiters. Lu Fushue immediately turned off her screen and looked at outer space with a complicated expression. Lu Yin had a grudge against the 10 Arbiters, and he was slowly climbing up the ladder. This young man had ambition, methods, and even opportunities. His background was complicated, and he might even be related to pirates. Was everything he was doing now to seek justice for what had happened all those years ago? Lu Fushue gripped her wine glass. She really wanted to know which arbiter had proposed the trial of the Lu surname. That person would be Lu Yin's greatest enemy. Lu Fushue now had two choices. She could either give up on Lu Yin and not rope him in. After all, this young man had a great enemy in the 10 Arbiters, and his future was filled with danger. Every single arbiter represented more than just themselves, and there were also countless powers that supported them. Otherwise they would not have such a high status. The other choice was to watch from the sidelines and occasionally help him, but she would not involve herself too much in order to prevent herself from being implicated in the future. Lu Fushue looked at the wine in her glass. At this moment even she did not know what to choose. The second choice was not to support Lu Yin, but rather to help him occasionally. She was at a loss as the 10 Arbiters were too terrifying. Even the Sword Sect would not dare to make an enemy out of them. Everyone believed that the 10 Arbiters had absolute martial strength and powerful backgrounds, but Lu Fushue knew much more than that. The 10 Arbiters had more than that. They had a foundation that even old freaks with power levels in the hundreds of thousands feared. Lu Fushue had only heard of such a foundation by chance and she was terrified. To help or not to help? Lu Fushue was truly at a loss. 10 days passed by in a flash, and Lu Yin spent these 10 days very peacefully. Puyu did not cause any trouble for him, and the rumors about him being a pirate gradually disappeared. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. When Sansi had also left San Dios a few days ago and returned to the Innerverse. In other words, the true rulers of San Dios were now Puyu and Lu Yin. Even though Lu Yin had been stripped of his status as an acting counselor, his status was still the highest among all of Wendy Yushan's subordinates. He was even on the same level as Wendy Yushan, so her former subordinates still listened to him, especially Barley. 2 days ago, Lu Yin and Puyu had taken care of some matters at the San Dios Tower. Puyu ignored Lu Yin. If when Sansi could guess that the warning to the people of Darkstar Gorge was related to Lu Yin, then Puyu could as well. Puyu now looked at Lu Yin with a gaze full of fear. Lu Yin did not take the initiative to cause trouble for Puyu, as he knew that Puyu would not live for long. Vulture's existence had already kicked Puyu into the abyss. When Sansi had not acted yet because he was checking to see if there was anyone else backing Puyu. Once he was sure Puyu would be finished. But if Puyu was finished, then who would be in charge of Sandios? 10 arbiters would definitely not hand Sandios over to Lu Yin or Wendy Yushan. It seemed that a new counselor would be arriving soon. On this day, Sandios welcomed Wendy Yushan's new subordinates, Yu Xinzi and An Xiaohua. The two arrived at almost the same time and reported to Lu Yin. Barley led the two into Lu Yin's courtyard and respectfully asked for instructions. "Let brother in," Lu Yin replied. Barley nodded and gestured for An Xiaohua to enter. Yu Xinzi's expression turned ugly. "What about me?" Barley replied apologetically, "Please wait a moment, Yu Xinzi. Counselor Lu will definitely see you one by one." Yu Xinzi snorted and unhappily stood to the side. And Xiaohua knew about the old grudge between her and Lu Yin, as Lu Yin had even cheated her at Shenwu Continent Space Station. He smiled nonchalantly and entered the courtyard. His goal in coming here was simple: to get close to Lu Yin. If this person really did have a chance to compete for the position of 10 arbiters in the future, then An Xiaohua would have a ladder to climb up. After all, the two of them were about the same age and the current 10 arbiters were much older than them. They would eventually have to wait until those 10 arbiters abdicated. As long as nothing unexpected happened, Lu Yin would have a chance to compete for the position one day. Watermoon Villa did not want to fall behind. When he saw An Xiaohua, Lu Yin was unhappy that he had not been paid, but he still put on a good front. "Brother, it's been a few months since we last met. How have you been?" As he spoke, Lu Yin invited An Xiaohua to sit down and poured him a cup of water. An Xiaohua replied politely and sighed. "It's been a few months since we last met. I never thought that Brother Lu would not only become the champion of the Tournament of the Strongest, but also an acting counselor of the Outerverse Youth Council. Your accomplishments are truly astonishing." Lu Yin laughed. "Forget about being an acting counselor. Someone else removed me from that position, ha." And Xiaohua smiled. "Even if you're not an acting counselor, Brother Lu's status as a member of the Council of Astral Academy isn't too bad. In the Outerverse East and West Sandios, Brother Lu's status is definitely within the top 5. Lu Yin took a sip of tea. "Brother, I'm very curious. How did you pass the trial back then? Your particle camera seems to have been destroyed as well." And Xiaohua replied, "I'm not like Brother Lu who dared to ask the 10 arbiters to judge. I asked a space-exploring powerhouse to judge and provide some information. That was how I passed the trial." Lu Yin understood. As expected of a large organization, as long as one could leave Shenwu Continent alive, they would be able to pass the trial. Lu Yin guessed that the information had been discovered long ago, but they had not mentioned it. Instead, they had given it to their disciples. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 353. Lu Yin sighed in admiration as he looked at An Xiaohua's back. Many people misunderstood the disciples of influential families, believing that they were all trash who only knew how to eat and wait for death. In reality, these people had received an extraordinary education since they were young, and they had a mindset and self-restraint that ordinary people could not comprehend. And Xiaohua was clearly the successor of Watermoon Villa, but he was still respectful to someone from a fringe outerverse weave like Lu Yin, and he even dared to humble himself. This was something that most people could not do. And Xiaohua's perseverance and tenacity to achieve his goals were the result of his upbringing, and this kind of character made it easier for him to succeed. At the very least, Lu Yin admired An Xiaohua, and he did not mind bringing him along in the future. However, there was one thing that Lu Yin hated: these people were overthinking things. He had clearly stated that he was lacking money, but these people had actually linked it to the economy. How troublesome. Yu Xinzi quickly walked over. Lu Yin was not as courteous to her. The Frost Moon Sect and Watermoon Villa were similar in strength, but the Frost Moon Sect was located in the day-night flow zone. Lu Yin was not stupid, and he did not believe that the Frost Moon Sect would abandon the day-night clan for him. Yu Xinzi had only come to express goodwill, but it was impossible for them to help him. "Long time no see, Yu Xinzi. How have you been?" Lu Yin asked casually. Yu Xinzi pursed her lips. "Congratulations, Brother Lu." "What are you congratulating me for?" Lu Yin was puzzled. Yu Xinzi forced a smile. "Congratulations on taking control of the Outerverse Youth Council." Lu Yin quickly raised a hand to stop her. "Yu Xinzi, are you trying to trick me?" I'm not in control and I'm just helping Counselor Wendy handle some matters. When she returns I'll abdicate. Yu Xianzi sat across from Lu Yin and looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Brother Lu, there's something that I've been curious about. Can you enlighten me? Lu Yin nodded. Go ahead. Yu Xianzi's eyes narrowed. Back on the Xinwu continent, Bei Qing's behavior was very strange. Do you know why? Lu Yin almost spat out the tea in his mouth and he coughed. That's between you two. How would I know? Is that so? But I saw that Bei Qing was often with you and every time you met, his behavior became even stranger. Do you really not know? Yu Xianzi probingly looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin put down his teacup, feeling rather awkward. I don't know. By the way, Yu Xianzi, I remember that you have a pair of twin junior sisters. Why didn't you bring them along? Yu Xianzi's eyes flickered. She had only figured out what had happened to Bei Qing after returning to the Astral Combat Academy. Bei Qing's behavior was too strange and his words were strange as well. It would be strange if it had nothing to do with Lu Yin, but this guy had tricked her again. Brother Lu is talking about Can Shui and Can Mei, right? What? Does Brother Lu like them? If you like them, I'll give them to Brother Lu to warm your bed. Lu Yin was speechless. Okay, I'll warm your bed. Seventh bro, hurry up and agree. They're twins and they're cold on the outside but warm on the inside. The monkey shrieked. Lu Yin's head was numb from all the noise, and he immediately blocked it off. He rejected Yu Xianzi's kind intentions and had someone escort her out. From now on, Yu Xianzi and Zhuang Xiaohua would officially stay in San Dios to help Wendy Yushan manage the matters of the younger generation. Lu Yin also learned that Wendy Yushan was about to arrive at San Dios, so he didn't have much time left. He had originally wanted to come to San Dios for 2 reasons. It was also a radiant-grade spacecraft, and its speed was almost the same. After ending his call with Yu Xianzi, Lu Yin contacted another person, Meng Yu, the vast Earth Sect's young master. Lu Yin wasn't familiar with Meng Yu, but since they were both students of Astral 10, he still wanted to know more about the savage ape planet. Lu Yin. Meng Yu was surprised that Lu Yin would contact him. The two hadn't spoken much, and the only time they had interacted was during Astral 10's entrance exam, where Meng Yu had been defeated by Lu Yin. Brother Meng, there's something I need to ask you. You're the young master of the Vast Earth Weave's Vast Earth sect, right? Lu Yin asked. Meng Yu grunted. That's right. What is it? Have you heard of the Savage Ape Planet? Meng Yu was surprised. The Savage Ape Planet? How do you know about it? A source box has been born there and many lockbreakers have gone there to unlock it. I'm going there to try, Lu Yin said without hiding anything. Meng Yu fell silent for a moment. You should be careful. Many of our Vast Earth sect's experts were lost there. What's the reason? Lu Yin was curious. I'm not sure about the specifics, but the apes on that planet are very ferocious. They don't have the methods or intelligence of space-exploring powerhouses, but they have comparable offensive and defensive power. There have even been apes with power levels of over 100,000. If not for their lack of intelligence, that planet would be quite powerful. You can think of it as the Frostwave Weave's Fires Melt planet, Meng Yu said solemnly. I see. Thank you, Brother Meng, Lu Yin said. Meng Yu grunted and then cut off the call. Lu Yin put down his gadget. The universe was very mysterious. Intelligent life forms could cultivate and explore space, and non-intelligent life forms could cultivate as well. The power levels they displayed were all different. The apes definitely couldn't tear through the void to move around, and they didn't have the desire to explore space. However, their attack power wasn't weak. It seemed that this trip would be quite dangerous. It would take about 7 days to travel from San Dios to Vast Earth Weave with a radiant-grade spacecraft, but it would take more than 2 months with a normal spacecraft. The distance was still quite far. Along the way, Lu Yin and Yu Xianzi constantly planned their route. By the time they reached Vast Earth Weave, 9 days had already passed. Fortunately, the source box hadn't been unlocked during these 9 days. With the abilities of Outerverse Lockbreakers, it wasn't easy for them to unlock a source box that was recognized by the Lockbreaker Society. Most of the successful Lockbreakers were Lockbreakers from the Innerverse. Brother Lu, you're just a 2-star discerning elementary Lockbreaker. You won't be of much use, right? Yu Xianzi asked. Her tone was polite, but Lu Yin could still tell that she was gloating over Lu Yin's misfortune. It took me almost 3 years to cultivate from an ordinary person to my current level. What do you think? Lu Yin asked. Yu Xianzi was rendered speechless. This cultivation speed was something that even the top geniuses of terrifying clans like the Day-Night clan couldn't achieve, let alone her. This was also why the Frost Moon sect had allowed her to get close to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was just too mysterious. Cultivation is different from lock-breaking, Yu Xianzi replied. Lu Yin's lips curled up. It only took me about a year to become a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker from an ordinary cultivator. What do you think? Yu Xianzi rolled her eyes. I was just lucky. Ever since I've started lock-breaking, I've never failed to unlock a source box. What do you think? Lu Yin asked. Yu Xianzi suddenly realized that she really hated the words, "What do you think?" They sounded like mockery coming from Lu Yin's mouth, but she couldn't refute them. It was truly disgusting. 7th bro, even I'm amazed by your accomplishments. Are you proud of yourself? The monkey asked exaggeratedly. Lu Yin laughed. Of course I'm proud of myself. I should be proud if I do well. Alright, feel free to be proud of yourself. But don't forget that your accomplishments have allowed you to climb higher on the Celestial Vanquishers list, especially when you used 30 stacks to ruin the wedding. Your position on the Celestial Vanquishers list should be quite high among the younger generation of the human domain, the monkey cackled. Lu Yin was speechless. The monkey's words had completely ruined his mood. The Celestial Vanquishers list was still a hidden danger. There was a loud boom as the spacecraft trembled, and the friction with the atmosphere caused it to turn into a fireball that smashed into the ground. Not long after, there was a loud crash as the spacecraft smashed into the primitive ground, creating a huge conical crater. Crack. The hatch opened and hot air billowed out. Lu Yin slowly walked out and looked up at the azure sky. Flocks of strange birds were flying away, and waves of scorching heat rippled through the void, causing the air to distort. She looked up and found that the violent ape was gone. A man appeared in front of her and looked at her strangely. How could there be a normal person here? He stared at the woman hiding under the tree. No matter how he looked at her, she was just a normal person. He could use the invisible aura technique to conceal his star energy aura and prevent others from sensing his cultivation, but it was impossible for him to hide his physical strength. He couldn't sense any strength from this woman, so she really was just a normal person. On this primitive planet, where lockbreakers were about to gather, a normal person had appeared. No matter how he looked at it, it was strange. Who are you? Who are you? Both of them spoke at the same time, but then they froze. The woman pursed her lips. I am Zhao Ran. What about you? I'm Lu Yin, Lu Yin replied. At this moment, Yu Xianzi arrived and looked at Zhao Ran in surprise. A normal person? Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Zhao Ran had probably been frightened by the violent ape, and she was still in a daze. When she saw Yu Xianzi staring at her, she subconsciously backed away with fear in her eyes. Yu Xianzi looked at Lu Yin and then at the woman. She squatted down and gently asked, "What's your name? Why are you here on the Savage Ape planet?" The woman glanced at Lu Yin and whispered, "I'm Zhao Ran and I'm looking for someone." "How did you get here?" Lu Yin was puzzled. Zhao Ran licked her lips and her stomach growled. She was hungry. Yu Xianzi took out some food from her cosmic ring and passed it to her. Zhao Ran hurriedly took it and started eating without caring about anything else. Lu Yin looked around. Savage Ape Planet really had a lot of violent apes. He had only just arrived, but he had already encountered 2 of them. Suddenly, the sky rumbled and many black dots streaked past, creating ripples in the air. Someone wants to seal off this planet. It should be a local power, Yu Xianzi said. The Vast Earth Sect? Lu Yin guessed. It's a pity that not only is this useless, but they'll also offend the Lockbreaker Society. This place has already been designated as an internal exchange, and these powers are trying to prevent the exchange from taking place. Who would be so stupid as to give such an order? Yu Xianzi was puzzled. Well, thank you. Zhao Ran stood up and wiped her mouth before forcing a smile. Her appearance was ordinary, but her smile gave off an amiable feeling that made others feel comfortable. How did you get to this planet? Lu Yin asked. Zhao Ran felt wronged. I don't know. I woke up here. Didn't you say that you were looking for someone? Yu Xianzi asked. Zhao Ran nodded. Yes. When I woke up, I saw a fortune teller. He read my fortune and he was very accurate. I wanted to pay him, but he left. He's really a good person, but I don't want to owe him anything. That's why I wanted to find him and pay him back. Lu Yin was puzzled. A fortune teller? Was he accurate? Zhao Ran nodded with certainty. Very accurate. How did he do it? Lu Yin asked. After the tournament of the strongest, he had become very curious about Starsabil's strength. Her divination attacks had been terrifying, and if it had not been for the venue restrictions during the tournament, the outcome of her battle with Tian Ho would have been unknown. Zhao Ran looked up and thought for a moment. He said that I'm defective. Lu Yin was stunned and Yu Xinzi was clearly stunned as well. Sorry, I didn't hear you clearly. Can you repeat yourself? That kind fortune teller said that I'm defective. Zhao Ran blinked with a serious expression. Lu Yin turned around. What a lunatic. She didn't even know that she'd been scolded. Zhao Ran patted her head in distress. I don't know why, but I often lose my memories. Most of the time, I don't even know where I am or why I'm there. That fortune teller was very accurate. I'm defective, so I want to find him again to help me recover my memories. Lu Yin turned around and frowned at Zhao Ran. There was an indescribable look in his eyes that was rather complicated. You lost your memories? Zhao Ran nodded and pursed her lips. She looked very uncomfortable. Lu Yin's gaze dimmed. This woman was just like him, and he had also lost his memories. It was a terrible feeling to have no memories, as it felt like an incomplete life. What's wrong? Yu Xinzi asked. Lu Yin sighed. It's nothing. He then looked at Zhao Ran. Let's go. A normal person like you can't survive here. I'll take you away. Zhao Ran was delighted. Really? That's great. You're really a good person. I'm so lucky that you and the fortune teller are both good people. Right, this big sister is also a good person. She gave me food. Yu Xinzi looked at Lu Yin strangely, but she did not ask any questions. Lu Yin sympathized with Zhao Ran's situation, as they were both in the same boat. The Lockbreaker Society had only announced that there would be a meeting on the Savage Ape planet, but they had not specified the exact location of the tree-shaped source box. It was just like a trial. No one would tell them everything and they would have to find it on their own. Lu Yin brought Zhao Ran and Yu Xinzi into the sky and headed in the direction of the spacecraft that had sealed off the planet. Those people definitely knew the location of the tree-shaped source box. The Savage Ape planet was very large, even larger than Xenu Star. The void was also very sturdy, and Lu Yin's speed was greatly reduced. He had noticed this when he had first come to save Zhao Ran. With the speed of a Lemmeter, it would still take some time to search for the entire planet. The next day, Lu Yin's group found the spacecraft that had sealed off the planet. Unfortunately, the spacecraft had already been reduced to a wreckage, and the ripples that had sealed off the planet had also been dispersed. Idiots. How could these outerverse organizations possibly stop Lockbreakers? They're all seeking death, Yu Xinzi said. Lu Yin looked at the insignia on the spacecraft, and it did not belong to the Vast Earth sect. It should have come from another weave. Since he could not find anyone to ask, he could only continue searching for more planets. The Savage Ape planet lived up to its name, as the entire planet was occupied by savage apes. Savage apes would appear at regular intervals, and some were strong while others were weak. The strongest ape that Lu Yin had encountered so far had the destructive power of an explorer. A red streak streaked across the sky as another spacecraft descended. Not long after, the entire planet was sealed off once more and then destroyed again. The cycle repeated itself. For 3 days, Lu Yin's group did not find anyone else. The Savage Ape planet was too large, and Lu Yin's domain could not cover a large enough area. Even his gadget's range was limited. On the 4th day, a small spacecraft landed on the Savage Ape planet far away from Lu Yin's group. The hatch opened and a man and woman walked out. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 355. Of course, he was not arrogant, as there were still people who surpassed him in the same realm. Lu Yin was a genius and his lock-breaking abilities were unfathomable. He had only been on the path of lock-breaking for a short period of time, but he had achieved great results. Furthermore, he had seen a video of Lu Yin's battle at the wedding in San Dios, where he had single-handedly neutralized an explorer's attack. Such lock-breaking abilities were extraordinary, and Lu Yin had hidden himself well. Nobody knew if he would come, as San Dios was not far from here. Elsewhere, a young girl was flying through the air. She seemed normal at first, but there was a fish floating above her head which was not normal at all. Furthermore, that fish was constantly nagging at her. Hurry up. What are we going to do if the other two-legged beasts unlock their lock breakers? I'm so worried. How did you find me in the first place? I don't even have breasts or a butt. What did you eat growing up? I told you to drink more papaya milk, but you didn't believe me. The veins on the girl's forehead throbbed, and she was on the verge of exploding. In outer space, on a large spacecraft, more than 100 fully armed mercenaries were waiting solemnly. In the command room, a cold woman was watching a screen. How long until we arrive? One day. As soon as possible. Understood. Outside Savage Ape Planet, a fleet appeared with the insignia of the Vast Earth sect. However, the fleet did not seal off Savage Ape Planet. Instead, they simply chased away all passing spacecraft and isolated the planet. The Vast Earth sect did not interfere with the sealing of the Savage Ape Planet's ships. On Savage Ape Planet, Luin sent a Savage Ape flying with a kick. Zhao Ran was dazzled. So cool. Yu Xinzi rolled her eyes. This girl was too naive. Luin was in a good mood, and there was a very comfortable girl beside him who was constantly praising him. Any man would be happy. What a pity. Her looks are average, but her temperament is quite good. Seventh bro, do you like her? The monkey asked. Luin ignored him. Not long after, more than 10 figures flew past in the sky. They were all wearing the same uniform, and it was obvious that they were from the same organization. Yu Xinzi raised a hand and a chill froze the void. Frozen Mountain Plum Palm. These people were only melders and they were easily frozen by Yu Xinzi. They crashed to the ground like ice cubes. Where's the tree-shaped source box? Luin asked. The frozen people looked at Luin in fear, and they pointed to the northwest with trembling fingers. 9 Peaks Mountain. Yu Xinzi removed one of the gadgets and checked it before nodding at Luin. That's right. Luin grunted in acknowledgement, but he did not attack them. The three of them then headed towards 9 Peaks Mountain. 9 Peaks Mountain was very easy to identify. 9 mountains that resembled the heads of violent apes were connected together to form 9 Peaks Mountain. Rather than calling it 9 Peaks Mountain, it was more appropriate to call it 9 Ape Mountain. Beep beep beep. Lu Yin's gadget beeped and he accepted the call. He was surprised to find that it was Master Wuxing. Hello Master Wuxing, Luin greeted. Luin, you know about the Vast Earth Weave's Savage Ape Planet Lockbreaker Exchange, right? Did you go? Master Wuxing asked directly. I'm on the Savage Ape Planet. Alright, I was worried that you wouldn't dare to participate. It'll be good for you to gain some experience. It'll be helpful for you to see other lock-breaking techniques up close, Master Wuxing said. Lu Yin's heart warmed. Thank you, Master. This exchange has already been approved by the Society, and it's only open to the younger generation. The older generation is not allowed to participate, so do your best to seize the opportunity. However, do not be impulsive. With your current abilities, it'll be impossible for you to succeed in lock breaking. If an accident happens, it'll be very difficult to salvage the situation. Remember, Master Wuxing warned. Luin grunted. I understand and I'll keep that in mind. That's good. There should be some very interesting people on the Savage Ape Planet. Watch and think, Master Wuxing reminded him once more before ending the call. Luin was speechless. Why did everyone stop halfway through their sentences? Interesting people? Who were they? Master Wuxing did not elaborate. Half a day later, they were still several hours away from 9 Peaks Mountain. Lu Yin's group was still hurrying along when a spacecraft streaked past them. Suddenly, Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he looked up. A huge shadow had covered the ground at some point, and a violent ape that was several hundred meters tall had soared into the sky and viciously swatted at the spacecraft. The spacecraft immediately tried to escape, but it was unable to do so. It was smashed to pieces by the ape's palm, and even the void was scattered. Zhao Ran was so frightened that her face paled. Yu Xinzi's eyes narrowed as well, and her gadget displayed a power level of 52,000. This was a violent ape with a cruiser's power level. Lu Yin's group immediately landed and stared at the ape warily. Violent apes were savage by nature, and they would kill each other even if they were of the same species. Thus, violent apes had a strong sense of territory, and they could easily sense unfamiliar auras entering their territory. The violent ape with the power level of a cruiser stomped on the shattered spacecraft, and fresh blood flowed from the bottom of its foot, dyeing the ground red. This scene frightened Zhao Ran once more. Yu Xinzi's face paled. Even without intelligence, a cruiser's power level was not something that she could resist. She looked at Luin. Luin narrowed his eyes and looked at the ape's scarlet eyes. He felt his scalp go numb. He had no choice but to face a cruiser head-on. Fortunately, the ape did not have any battle techniques, or else he might not have been its match. 30 stacks might have been enough. Thump, thump, thump. The ape approached them step by step, and its huge shadow enveloped the trio. Zhao Ran trembled in fear, and Yu Xinzi narrowed her eyes. The ape raised its foot, intending to stomp the three to death. Just as Luin was about to attack, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the sky. He had a ruddy complexion, an outstanding temperament, and a dignified demeanor. He appeared right in front of the ape and barked, "Evil creature, you're courting death." The ape roared and viciously swatted at the man. The man dodged and his body flickered as he appeared above the ape's head. He pressed down and a scene that caused Lu Yin's group's scalps to go numb occurred. The ape, which was hundreds of meters tall, was directly disintegrated. Regardless of whether it was its flesh or its organs, everything vanished into nothingness. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. This was a lock-breaking technique that had directly disintegrated the ape. Damn, he's at least a perceptive intermediate lock-breaker. How cruel. The monkey shrieked. Zhao Ran looked at the man in fear. In her eyes, this man was even more terrifying than the ape. A violent ape with the power level of a cruiser had been disintegrated by a lock-breaking technique, and not even its corpse was left behind. The man stood tall in the sky and glanced at Lu Yin's group. His eyes lit up, and his gaze paused on Lu Yin's face for a moment before he nodded in a friendly manner and left. Lu Yin watched the man disappear into the sky and fell into deep thought. This person had recognized him, and he did not harbor any hostility towards him. Lu Yin, look. Yu Shenzi pointed at her gadget. Lu Yin looked over, and his expression changed when he saw that it displayed a power level of unfathomable. What do you mean? My gadget can detect power levels up to 100,000, which means that that person's power level exceeded 100,000. He's a hunter, Yu Shenzi said solemnly. Lu Yin nodded. Without that level of power he wouldn't have been able to do what he just did. This person is very strong. What had just happened was just an interlude, and the three of them headed towards Nine Peaks Mountain once more. However, Zhao Ran was much quieter this time, perhaps because she had been frightened to death. A few hours later, the three of them could vaguely see Nine Peaks Mountain, and they couldn't help but increase their speed. The three of them were already extremely fast and they almost tore through the void. Now that they had sped up, they surpassed all the other cultivators they encountered along the way, and the spatial tears that they left behind were shocking. Just as the three of them reached Nine Peaks Mountain, they suddenly stopped. Lu Yin raised a hand and saw that the path ahead had been blocked by an invisible ripple. He frowned as another power had sealed off their path. The path ahead has been sealed off. Go back. A loud voice boomed through Nine Peaks Mountain, followed by a spatial tear crashing down. This was an explorer. Before Lu Yin could reply, Yu Shenzi stepped forward. You dare block a member of the Outerverse Youth Council? Two explorers walked out of the void in front of them and looked at Yu Shenzi in shock. You're from the Outerverse Youth Council? Yu Shenzi raised a hand, revealing a black ring with a gray-silver border. The ring had a pair of wings and a sword carved into it, and there were 10 shadows around it. This was the Outerverse Youth Council's ring, and the only difference between it and Myra's 10 Arbiters Council ring was its color. This one was gray-silver while the 10 Arbiters Council ring was silver. When they saw the ring, the two explorers immediately let them pass, as they did not dare to block a member of the Outerverse Youth Council. Lu Yin also had an Outerverse Youth Council ring, and he also had a 10 Arbiters Council ring. The members of the Council of Astral Academy wore the 10 Arbiters Council silver rings. Lu Yin's group of 3 had just entered Nine Peaks Mountain when there was a loud explosion in the sky. The two explorers' expressions changed and they immediately rushed into the sky. Not long after, the ripples that sealed off the savage ape planet were destroyed, and a large spacecraft landed on Nine Peaks Mountain with a symbol carved into it. It's the Daystar Shipping Company, Yu Shenzi said in surprise. Lu Yin was curious. Daystar Shipping Company? Yu Shenzi nodded. They're a huge corporation that connects the innerverse and outerverse. They're very popular, and their businesses include mechanical breakdown, transportation, manufacturing, and so on. They're one of the giants in the technology industry. Are they very rich? Lu Yin's eyes gleamed. Yu Shenzi nodded. Of course. Some of the rewards for the Astral Combat Tournament are provided by the Daystar Shipping Company, and they're very rich, just like the Nalan family. Lu Yin looked at the large spacecraft enviously. If only he had been born into a corporation like that, he would not have to worry about money. Not long after the Daystar Shipping Company appeared, another spacecraft appeared. Lu Yin immediately recognized the symbol on it, Shamrock Enterprises. More and more powerhouses are gathering here. Every lockbreaker exchange attracts quite a few people, Yu Shenzi exclaimed. Lu Yin fervently looked into the distance. Everyone who had come was rich, and if he succeeded in unlocking his source box, he could sell it for an astronomical price on the spot. With that in mind, he immediately rushed towards Nine Peaks Mountain. The tree-shaped source box was right in front of him. At this moment, many people had already gathered on Nine Peaks Mountain. There were more than 30 lock breakers, and there were also nearly 10 lock breakers with contributions. All of them were nervously looking at the tree-shaped source box in the distance. Aside from a few corpses, the area within a kilometer of the tree-shaped source box was completely empty. There wasn't even a single blade of grass. Although this old man had been expelled, his relationship with the Starsabil sect was still very good. At the very least, he had claimed to be the Grandpa Gio of all Starsabil for so many years, and he had not been beaten up by the Starsabil sect. This relationship was worth noting. TCH the Shantian mirror? Rumor has it that your fortune-telling is the opposite. Whoever believes you will die, someone mocked. Shan Gio was enraged and he waved his wooden flag. Who dares to slander Grandpa Gio? If you have the ability, then come out and compete with me. You're all trash. The crowd rolled their eyes, but they did not argue with him. Ah, kind old fortune-teller, it's you. I finally found you. Elsewhere, Lu Yin's group of 3 had just arrived. Zhao Ran happily looked at Shen Jiao and waved her arms. Kind old fortune-teller, I'm the trash. It's me, it's me. Many people were stunned. What was going on? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 357. Lu Yin and Yu Xinzi subconsciously moved a few steps behind Zhao Ran, afraid that they would be recognized. Shen Jiao was stunned when he saw Zhao Ran, and his expression turned bitter. Little brat, can you stop pestering me? But I haven't paid yet, Zhao Ran said matter-of-factly. She then patted herself and turned around to look at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, can I borrow some money? I want to pay the bill. Only then did the crowd notice Lu Yin and Yu Xinzi, causing many to gasp in surprise. Yu Xinzi was relatively well known in the innerverse but not in the outerverse. Lu Yin, on the other hand, had represented the outerverse and won the tournament of the strongest. He was also known as a 10 Arbiters candidate, and it was rare for such a genius to appear in the outerverse, so many people recognized him. Dao Bo's eyes flashed. He had indeed come. Lu Ji looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. She was reminded of the scene at Astral 10 space station. This person had an absolute innate gift. In the sky, Mr. Jun looked at Lu Yin with admiration. This young man had a bright future ahead of him. Not only was he talented in cultivation, but he also had great potential in lock breaking. Lu Yin didn't mind being surrounded by so many onlookers, but now that he was with Zhao Ran, it was a little awkward. She was a good-for-nothing. He quickly handed her some money. Go pay the bill. Zhao Ran was delighted. Brother Lu, you're such a good person. Don't worry, I'll definitely pay you back. There's no need for that. Go on, Lu Yin urged. Yu Xinzi pursed her lips and giggled. Zhao Ran immediately ran over to Shen Jiao, who was currently frowning and staring at Lu Yin as if he was thinking about something. Lu Yin sensed it and met Shen Jiao's gaze. For a moment he felt like he saw a dark space, a familiar scene, but he couldn't recall it. Zhao Ran ran over to Shen Jiao and handed him the money. Shen Jiao took it in a daze and stared at Lu Yin for a while before solemnly saying, Kid, you met the gaze of the dead. Lu Yin blinked in confusion. The king? Someone nearby said, Brother Lu, don't mind him. This old man likes to play tricks. He actually tried to trick a normal person into lock breaking. He's too immoral. You're the wicked one. Your whole family is wicked. You're a good-for-nothing. Hearing that person's words, Shen Jiao jumped up and scolded him like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He then turned around and ran away. Lu Yin was speechless. He hadn't noticed the words on the Shen 9 would flag, or else he would be even more speechless. Seventh bro, you've been cursed to look at the dead, ha. The monkey cackled. Lu Yin frowned. The king. Wrong, it's the dead, hee. Brother Lu, don't mind him. He's just a blabbermouth, Dao Bo said as he walked over with Lu Ji. Lu Yin had not expected to see Dao Bo here, and he nodded in a friendly manner. Senior Dao Bo, do you know that person? He's famous. He's an abandoned disciple of the Starsabil sect, Dao Bo replied. The Starsabil sect? Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Is that person's predictions very accurate? It's the exact opposite. His predictions are very inaccurate, so no one asks him to read their fortunes, Dao Bo said with a smile. Lu Yin smiled and didn't mind. He looked at Lu Ji. Long time no see. Long time no see, Lu Ji replied. The two of them had not been on friendly terms when they had first met, but as time passed, their small conflicts had gradually disappeared. This was especially true now that Lu Yin's status had changed, and Lu Ji was no longer as impudent towards him. Master Wuxing just contacted me and told me to come and broaden my horizons, Lu Yin said. Lu Ji was shocked. Master Wuxing contacted you? Lu Yin nodded. Master is so biased. He only thinks about you and not me. Lu Ji pouted. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 358. Tongmi coldly glanced at the crowd. Those who haven't reached 4 stars are not qualified to participate. Everyone felt awkward when they heard this. It was not easy to reach 4 stars, especially for the younger generation. Otherwise, Tongmi would not have been known as a genius lockbreaker. Of all the young lockbreakers present, only Dao Bo and Shi Qi had reached 4 stars. The rest of them did not even have a single 4 stars lockbreaker, and Lu Ji was only 3 stars. In the outerverse, although Tong Mier's reputation could not compare to Karen's, who was a genius 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, he was not far behind. This was because many people automatically categorized the students of the Astral Combat Academy as being from the innerverse. 7th bro, this kid is pretty arrogant. With your lock-breaking ability aside from Dao Bo, no one here can compare to you, especially when it comes to comprehending the secret sidestep. No one in the innerverse can compare to you, the monkey grumbled. Lu Yin silenced the monkey and quietly watched as Tongmi entered the 1,000-meter radius of the tree-shaped source box. He then activated his serious art and summoned the giant emperor's third eye. When Lu Yin used his domain to support his serious art and the giant emperor's third eye to look at the tree-shaped source box, the originally ordinary land began to undergo many strange changes. The star energy seemed to have a life of its own as it expanded outwards at a rather slow speed. Within that area, a strange flow of energy would occasionally sweep past. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. What was that? The flow of energy seemed to have a life of its own, like a giant python that lived within the star energy. Out of everyone present, Lu Yin knew that he was the only one who could see this scene. However, every lockbreaker had their own methods, and while they might not be able to see as clearly as Lu Yin, with their control of star energy, they could easily sense the existence of the flow of energy. Tongmi was one such lockbreaker. He could not see the flow of energy, but he had his domain, which allowed him to narrowly avoid it multiple times. However, in Lu Yin's eyes, the closer he got to the tree-shaped source box, the more dangerous it became. The closer he got to the source box, the faster the flow became. It's dangerous, Lu Yin muttered. To the side, Lu Ji, Yuxinzi, Zhao Ran, and the rest all looked at him in astonishment. All they saw was Tongmi steadily approaching the tree-shaped source box, but there was no danger. Only Dao Bo furrowed his brows. Within his domain he could feel the changes in the star energy and they were becoming more frequent. Suddenly Tongmi was flipped over by a powerful force. This force came from above and it came from Master Jun. Before Tongmi could react, the changes in the surrounding star energy intensified, and the external force caused a tremor. Master Jun casually tossed Tongmi out of the lock-breaking range. Fortunately, I made it in time. Tongmi was confused. Dao Bo said calmly, "Thank Mr. Jun. If it wasn't for him, you would have ended up like those people on the ground." Tongmi looked at the dried corpse on the ground. He still did not understand, but he was not stupid. He quickly got up and thanked Mr. Jun. Master Jun didn't seem to mind as he continued to look at the tree-shaped source box. None of the younger Lemeters would be able to unlock it unless one of those people came. "Brother Lu, are you sure you don't want to try?" Dao Bo asked. Lu Yin shrugged. "I can't unlock it. If you and I work together we can give it a try," said Dao Bo. "Senior, why are you so sure that I have the ability to join forces with you? I'm only a 2-star discerning elementary student, and the difference between me and your 5-star discerning elementary student is too great." Dao Bo smiled. "Junior's ability can't be judged by a normal person's standards. I've seen your domain before, and you were able to fuse it with the murderous aura of the battlefield to resist Tianho's power. You're not bad at using your domain. Besides..." His gaze then landed on Lu Yin's hand. "If I'm not wrong, that's a lock-breaking tool." Lu Ji looked at Lu Yin in shock. "He has a lock-breaking tool?" Yuxinzi was just as shocked. Even if she wasn't a lock-breaker, she had heard of lock-breaking tools before. They were very important and precious items. Lu Yin nodded and put away the giant emperor's third eye. Let's wait a little longer. The two of us aren't that confident. Dao Bo nodded. That's true. There should be more experts coming. I hope they'll come. Them? Luin was curious. Dao Bo's gaze trembled. The Lockbreaker Society's Distinguished Five. Distinguished Five. Luin was confused. Lu Ji explained, the Lockbreaker Society's 5 most outstanding young lockbreakers. They're known as the Distinguished Five, and they're all perceptive intermediate lockbreakers. Luin nodded. It was indeed impressive for someone of the younger generation to reach the perceptive intermediate level. If he didn't have the serious art, he definitely wouldn't have been able to reach his current level. Karen's talent was still very far from reaching the perceptive intermediate level, and it wasn't as simple as reaching the 1-star level. The perceptive intermediate level represented the cultivation realm of an explorer, and the Distinguished Five meant that they were all explorers of the younger generation. With their lock-breaking abilities, they should all be in the top 100 rankings. Over the next 2 days, a few more people attempted to break through, and one of them was only a step away from the perceptive intermediate level. According to Dao Bo, this person's lock-breaking abilities were even more proficient than theirs. However, that person still failed. Fortunately, Mr. Jun had saved him in time. Of course, that person was much older than Dao Bo, Luin, and the rest and was almost out of the younger generation. More and more experts from the Vast Earth sect and other powers from the surrounding weaves gathered here. Logically speaking, the Savage Ape planet belonged to the Vast Earth weave, and the items on it should belong to the Vast Earth sect. However, no one in the universe acknowledged this fact, and even the Vast Earth sect didn't dare to do so. To the Lockbreaker Society, destroying the Vast Earth sect wasn't difficult. They didn't gather here to do anything, and they just wanted to buy as many items as they could, even if the chances of doing so were slim. Luin, Yuxinzi, Zhao Ran, and a few others sat in a depression on Nine Peaks Mountain. Over the past few days, Luin had seen many lockbreakers, but they were all very ordinary and relied on their perception of star energy. He really wanted to see how Dao Bo would lockbreak, but unfortunately that person didn't make a move. Shi Chi stayed far away, not daring to approach the group. That fish's mouth was too venomous, and the moment it appeared, it would taunt everyone. Even Mr. Jun couldn't avoid it. That sister is so pitiful, Zhao Ran whispered as she looked at Shi Chi, who was all alone in the distance. Yuxinzi looked over. There's nothing she can do. That fish is destined to make her lonely. Seventh bro, let me give you a suggestion, the monkey suddenly spoke up. Luin lay down on the mountain wall and casually asked, Go ahead. Stew that fish. It should taste pretty good, the monkey said fiercely. Lu Yin's eyes suddenly opened and his gaze flickered. Monkey, you don't seem to like that fish very much. Of course, seventh bro. It scolded you and scolding you is scolding me. I'm definitely going to stew it. Lu Yin frowned as he recalled that the fish had mentioned that there was a familiar aura on his body. He hadn't paid much attention to it at first, but after some thought, could it be the monkey? Besides the monkey, Lu Yin didn't have anything else on him. Perhaps it was because of his cultivation technique, but that fish had been lock-broken in the Outerverse, which was too far away from the Sirius sect, so that shouldn't be the case. Furthermore, the monkey's attitude towards the fish had been very poor, so it couldn't be that they actually knew each other. That shouldn't be possible, as that fish had been lock-broken, which meant that it had been alive for countless years. The monkey was still very young. Lu Yin thought about this as he casually looked at the ground. He had unknowingly become sleepy, and the sky had already turned completely dark. He didn't think that anyone would make a move today. Just as Lu Yin was silently reciting the Stonewall scriptures, he sensed an unfamiliar aura in his domain that seemed to have suddenly appeared. He suddenly opened his eyes and slammed a palm towards Yuxinzi. No one had expected Lu Yin to suddenly attack Yuxinzi. His actions were too sudden, and Yuxinzi couldn't even react in time. She could only watch as Lu Yin's palm approached her, and she could even see the lines on his palm. However, this palm wasn't aimed at Yuxinzi, but rather behind her. At the same time, a shockwave rippled through the air, causing the void to tremble. Nine Peaks Mountain trembled imperceptibly, and countless people were startled awake as they looked in Lu Yin's direction. Yuxinzi was pushed back by the unstoppable shockwave, and she retreated more than 10 steps. When she looked over, she saw that a man had appeared behind her at some point, and his elbow had blocked Lu Yin's palm. He was astonished. What a fierce palm. The man clenched his fist, causing the veins on his elbow to bulge as he viciously swung it at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and he immediately countered with 20 stacks. There was a loud boom as the ground split open, and the two of them crashed into the crater at the same time. In just an instant, an arc-shaped shockwave swept through the entire Nine Peaks mountain, and even Mr. Jun Lu Yin's right palm hurt, and he borrowed the man's strength to retreat while remaining vigilant. The man retracted his elbow and stared at Lu Yin in shock. He then leapt up and appeared outside the crater. Lu Yin leapt out at the same time and the two stood facing each other. Many people on Nine Peaks Mountain looked at this scene, not understanding what had just happened. "Who are you?" Lu Yin asked in a low voice. If not for his domain, he wouldn't have been able to sense that this person was so close to Yu Xianzi. The man rubbed his elbow. "Little brother, your palm strength is quite fierce. How old are you to be able to display such a berserk overlaying stacks?" Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "No matter how fierce my palm strength is, it won't harm you at all." Casanova's lips curled up. Of course, the person I choose is definitely confident. He then scanned the crowd. Tong Mier was the first to step forward, and he looked at Casanova fervently. However, Casanova ignored him and fixed his gaze on Dao Bo. "Come out and stop pretending. I know how strong your lock-breaking ability is. Once you become an explorer, you shouldn't be any weaker than the rest of us." Dao Bo smiled and walked out. "I'll have to trouble Brother Casanova to take care of me." Casanova sneered. "Once you become an explorer, the society won't just have the 5 prodigies. You won't need me to take care of you." He then looked up and pointed. "Shichi, come over here." No one was surprised, as many of them were aware of Shichi's lock-breaking ability. She was a 5-star discerning elementary lock-breaker, which meant that she was on the same level as Dao Bo. Although that fish was extremely despicable, no one could deny its strength. "Brother Casanova, long time no see." Shichi walked over and greeted Casanova. Lu Yin's brows rose and he subconsciously looked at the fish. It wasn't just him, as many of the others were looking at the fish as well. If nothing unexpected happened, then Casanova was about to run out of luck. Sure enough, the fish spoke up and slowly raised its pectoral fin to point at Casanova. "Two-legged beast, you're ugly." That one sentence caused everyone to fall silent. Many people looked at Casanova as he was not ugly. In fact, he was rather handsome. Casanova's face darkened, as this was not the first time he had met that fish. Because of his name, the fish had called him ugly the moment they met, which was quite despicable. When he saw Shichi's apologetic expression, Casanova resisted the urge to speak and merely snorted. Shichi hurriedly apologized. The fish's small eyes looked up. "Ugly is ugly. You're just an animal that can't hide it." Casanova's mouth twitched and he became furious. "You despicable fish, you're the ugly one. I, Casanova, am publicly recognized as handsome." The fish cried out in an exaggerated manner, "The word handsome will never be associated with you in your next life. Wake up, you're ugly. Really, you're ugly when you put it together." Casanova stepped forward, wanting to say something, but he was stopped by Dao Bo, who advised, "Brother Casanova, lock-breaking is more important. Ignore that fish." Casanova's chest heaved with anger, and he snorted again before looking back at the tree-shaped source box. "Let's go. Lock break." "Brother Casanova, are 3 people enough?" Shichi asked. Casanova's tone was unpleasant. "We can try." "Brother Casanova, can you count me in?" Tong Mi-er stepped forward with fervent anticipation. Casanova shook his head. "You won't be able to. Although you've comprehended a domain, you're only at the entry level. You can't even protect yourself, let alone help." "Then what about me?" Lu Yin stepped forward and looked at Casanova. Many were astonished. Although many were amazed by Lu Yin's cultivation strength, they did not understand his lock-breaking ability. Tong Mi-er sneered. "Brother, you're just a 2-star discerning elementary lock-breaker. The difference is too great. Just watch from the side." Casanova looked at Lu Yin with interest. 2-star discerning elementary? You're not qualified." Lu Yin stepped forward. "Ability doesn't depend on information registration, but rather on ability. You can try me." Casanova shook his head. "There's no need. You've only just comprehended your domain. If it was Dao Bo, I wouldn't have been able to approach that beautiful girl so stealthily. In terms of domain, you're about the same as that person who wanted to join us." Lu Yin raised a hand, and the giant emperor's third eye appeared. "What if I add this?" Many were shocked by this lock-breaking tool, and Casanova was stunned. "You actually have a lock-breaking tool?" Lu Yin nodded. "With a lock-breaking tool in a domain, I can see many things that others cannot." Dalbo looked at Casanova. I trust Lu Yin's ability. Casanova nodded. All right, you can participate, but don't drag us down. I'm warning you, I won't be responsible for saving you if you die. It's best if you flatter Mr. June and ask him to keep an eye on you. Lu Yin smiled. Although he did not have much lock-breaking experience, he was confident that he would not lose out to Casanova. This was because he could see things more clearly. With Sirius's domain and a lock-breaking tool, Lu Yin was confident that he could see things more clearly than Casanova. Even Mr. June would not have a problem staying alive. If not for the fact that he did not understand the tree-shaped source box, he would have taken action himself. Tong Mi-er was not satisfied, and he glared hatefully at Lu Yin. He wanted to see how this person was more qualified than him. A lock-breaking tool was indeed important, but it also depended on who had it. Hold on, two-legged beast. Lord Fish just reacted. You want to deal with that thing? The fish on Shichi's head shouted as it pointed at the tree-shaped source box. Casanova ignored it. Shichi hurriedly said, Yes, help us take a look. What are you looking at? It's useless. You can't lock-break it. Hurry up and leave. Why? Shichi asked. The others looked at the fish as well. The fish's eyes turned and it answered seriously, because this source box contains the power of an ancient predecessor. Once it's unlocked, there will be a calamity. Many were shocked. Casanova frowned. The power of an ancient predecessor was not something that an ordinary person could come into contact with. Only a boundless advanced lockbreaker could take action. High up in the sky, Mr. June frowned. This should not be the case. If there really was an ancient power behind this source box, then the society would not have used this source box as a training target for the youths. However, he had heard of this fish before, and it could see things that ordinary people could not. Seventh bro, it's fake. I'm sure that this fish is spouting nonsense. It's definitely waiting for us to leave so that it can unlock the source box itself, the monkey said confidently. Lu Yin looked at the fish and saw the serious expressions on everyone's faces. He calmly said, There shouldn't be an ancient power behind this source box, or else the society would not have agreed to let us lock-break it. There must be a boundless advanced lock-breaker within the society who has seen this source box. Many people agreed with his words. The fish was furious. You two-legged beast, don't spout nonsense if you don't know anything. Would Lord Fish harm you? Let me tell you, that tree was planted by an ancient predecessor, so it naturally contains the power of an ancient predecessor. What do you know? Idiot. Lu Yin ignored it and looked at Casanova. You can contact the seniors within the society and ask them. Casanova nodded and was about to move. The fish was unhappy. If you want to die, then go ahead. A bunch of stupid two-legged beasts. Go, go, go. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 360. Dao Bo circled around from time to time, but he was clearly inferior to Casanova. He had only sensed the flow when it was 3 meters away from him, but Casanova had adjusted his rhythm when it was 5 meters away. Lu Yin was more concerned about Shichi, as she seemed to be able to sense the flow even earlier than Dao Bo. She was almost at the same level as Casanova, which was probably due to that fish. Casanova looked back at Lu Yin, but Lu Yin did not wait any longer and continued forward. Tong Mi-er stared at Lu Yin, as he rather hoped that Lu Yin would turn into a dried corpse. This was the result of overestimating one's own abilities. It was not just Tong Mi-er, as many others were staring at Lu Yin as well. He was the only 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker in the group, and the difference between them was too great. Fortunately, Lu Yin's performance was normal, but this did not mean anything. Many other lockbreakers had done the same thing and some were much faster than Lu Yin. However, accidents had also occurred when they were within 100 meters of the tree-shaped source box, and that was the most dangerous part. The group approached the tree-shaped source box step by step, and as they got closer, the flow increased and became faster. Lu Yin could faintly see these flow speeds, but he was not worried. With his strength, he could easily avoid them. The only thing that could make him serious was within 10 meters of the source box. A bright light appeared in the east as the sun rose and illuminated the earth. At this moment, Casanova was already within 100 meters of the tree-shaped source box. The 2 dried corpses in front of him were very conspicuous and horrifying. Even Casanova had to be serious at this moment, as even a moment of carelessness would result in death. There was no absolute safety in the path of lock-breaking, and even boundless advanced lock-breakers could die. This was the price of lock-breaking. The rest will depend on your abilities. If you're not confident, you can withdraw. The closer you get, the greater the danger. Be careful, Casanova reminded them once more before continuing forward. Dao Bo, Shi-Chi and Lu Yin did not hesitate and stepped into the 100-meter range. At this moment, the flow speeds had increased significantly, and they looked like giant pythons coiling around Lu Yin. He dodged from time to time and Dao Bo and Shi-Chi did the same. To the onlookers, the group looked as if they had seen a ghost as they constantly moved around. It was a strange sight, but no one was surprised. This was lock-breaking, and it was no different from seeing a ghost. That two-legged beast isn't bad. It's not simple to follow us here. The fish on Shi-Chi's head looked at Lu Yin too. Shi-Chi's expression was serious, but her tone was helpless. Can you stop talking? I don't even have any friends left. With Lord Fish here, why would I need friends? That's why two-legged beasts like you are all ants living in groups. The fish disdained. Casanova continued to walk forward, dodging from time to time. At the same time he also looked behind him, especially Lu Yin. He was very clear about Dao Bo and Shi-Chi's abilities, but he was very curious about Lu Yin. This person's strength was astonishing, and Casanova wondered how good he was at lock-breaking. However, to be able to follow Lu Yin all the way here and even sense the danger from the flow of star energy in advance was already quite impressive. Perhaps Lu Yin's abilities were on par with Dao Bo's. 80 meters, 70 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. The four of them walked slower and slower. Most of the time they even stopped at the same spot to feel their surroundings before they could move. No lockbreaker had ever been to this place before and no one knew what would happen. Mr. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 361. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Up until now, he had only been able to unlock because of his serious technique, domain, and lock-breaking tools. These were all external factors, while true lock-breakers relied on their perception of star energy. Under the same conditions, Lu Yin was still far inferior to those lock-breakers. At the same level, Lu Yin had an incomparable advantage and his speed was also extremely fast. However, once his external advantages were erased, his true colors would be revealed. Casanova relied on his tyrannical strength, powerful star energy perception, unparalleled lock-breaking experience, and lock-breaking tools to offset Lu Yin's advantages. Compared to Casanova, Lu Yin was still too inexperienced. However, Casanova was wrong about one thing. Lu Yin could successfully unlock the source box, but it would take too long. The tree-shaped source box's lock-breaking crisis covered an area of 1,000 meters, and it could absorb the life force of any life form. Anyone who avoided this crisis could attempt to unlock it, even a lock-breaker without any contributions. Of course, it was impossible for an ordinary lock-breaker to unlock this source box, as the energy contained within the dusty tree-shaped source box was too vast. Even Lu Yin had almost been unable to withstand it. When Casanova began to unlock the source box, the surrounding flow gradually surged towards him, and he moved as he unlocked the source box. Lu Yin looked at him with bright eyes. Casanova naturally had his own methods of lock-breaking, and Lu Yin did not understand what he was seeing. Alright, stop staring at me. There are no similar source boxes in the universe, so you have to figure out your own lock-breaking methods. Help me deal with the surrounding dangers, and I promise you that I'll give you the greatest reward after I succeed, Casanova said solemnly. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. I don't want any reward. Casanova's brows rose as he stared at Lu Yin. I couldn't tell that you had such a big appetite. Alright, help me deal with the surrounding dangers, and you can snatch the source box the moment I succeed as long as you have the ability to do so. However, I'll say this first, your reward will be gone. Then it's decided, Lu Yin shouted. He waved his hand and the flow quickly surged towards him. Seventh bro, don't be silly. That guy is one of the top experts on the top 100 rankings. How can you snatch it from him? The monkey shouted. Lu Yin lowered his voice. How do I know if I haven't tried? It's a perceptive intermediate source box and it's tree-shaped at that. Whatever I get from this source box won't be simple. Might be my chance to soar. Soar? Let me tell you, even if a source box in the form of a living, there's a 90% chance that it's gone. Even if it doesn't disappear, most of its abilities, and even if it doesn't dissipate, it will still be useless. Why did you think the lockbreaker was kind enough to keep it? Lu Yin's lockbreakers? Lu Yin's and then the source box, and the source box to the source box to return to the point of its radiance once again? His Casanovas came to the end. 1 hour, 2 hours. 5 hours went by and everyone's attention was on Casanova. A layer of the complex, dusty energy covering the tree-shaped sourcebox's surface had been erased, but no one knew how thick it was now. Casanova had a serious expression on his face, which was very different from the image he had seen before, as if he was a different person. Casanova Luin also worked tirelessly to attract the flow of energy to prevent it from hindering Casanova. Up in the sky, Mr. June sighed in admiration. Compared to Casanova, he was more concerned about Luin. He had comprehended the secret sidestep, which meant that he had an extraordinary innate gift. The moment the tree-shaped sourcebox was successfully unlocked, Luin flicked his left index finger upwards, and a faint golden glow rose from the ground. He swept it with his energy and tossed it into the sky. The faint golden glow was too conspicuous in the night, and it had appeared from below the tree-shaped sourcebox. Everyone was instantly attracted to it. Gold was naturally more eye-catching than the white one. Casanova had originally wanted to snatch the white fruit, but the moment he saw the golden glow, he subconsciously went for it. Luin, on the other hand, went straight for the white fruit. This golden fruit was the strengthening fruit that he had upgraded after rolling enhance on his die. He had placed it underground when he had decided to snatch it from Casanova, and he had been waiting for this moment. Since he was going to gamble, he might as well gamble big. He might as well throw in a strengthening fruit and use it to attract Casanova's attention, giving him the opportunity to snatch the fruit first. Lu Yin's plan was sound, and he had indeed touched the white fruit before Casanova. However, Casanova was an expert ranked in the top 30 of the top 100 rankings, and his strength was beyond Lu Yin's imagination. His extreme speed far surpassed Lu Yin's, and after obtaining the strengthening fruit, he had touched the white fruit at almost the same time as Luin. There was a thump as both Luin and Casanova grabbed the white fruit at the same time. Neither of them was willing to give way to the other, and the white fruit was unable to withstand the pressure and was crushed in half. The two of them subconsciously attacked each other again, and Luin blasted out with 30 stacks while Casanova slapped out with a palm, using his lock-breaking techniques to break down the star energy. There was a loud boom as the ground trembled, and the shockwave from the palm crushed the ground. The small tree immediately dissipated, and Luin and Casanova both fell into the ground at the same time. Luin tightly grasped half of the white fruit and looked up at the other side. Casanova immediately put the strengthening fruit and the white fruit into his cosmic ring and rushed towards Luin. "Do you think you can escape? Hand over the fruit." Luin put the fruit away and was about to use the monkey's innate gift of shadow to escape when a furious roar shook the earth from underground. A majestic and terrifying aura swept through the sky, sending both Luin and Casanova flying. It wasn't just them. Dao Bo, Shichi, Yu Xianzi, and the rest were also sent flying by an indescribable force. Mr. June's expression changed. "Not good. It's an existence with a power level above 100,000. Everyone escape immediately." He then rushed back underground. Luin floated in the air and looked down at the ground in shock. He remembered Meng Yu mentioning that the savage ape planet had a violent ape with a power level above 100,000, but it should have been exterminated by the vast Earth sect. The one underground should have a power level above 100,000. Luin looked towards the tree-shaped sourcebox. Could it be that the sourcebox had not been left there by accident? Or could it be that this sourcebox had caused a mutation in one of the apes? No matter what, Luin had to leave immediately. "Hand over the fruit." Casanova rushed towards Luin and grabbed at him. Luin hurriedly dodged. "Now's not the time to fight. We'll talk about it after we leave the savage ape planet." Casanova was helpless and he glared at Luin. "You're quite capable, kid. You actually managed to steal half of the fruit. Tell me, what was that golden fruit?" "Casanova, I didn't take half of the fruit for nothing. That golden fruit is a strengthening fruit that's more than 50,000 years old, and it's definitely not any less valuable than the white fruit." The entire Savage Ape planet? No, the entire region of space around the Savage Ape planet is within its attack range. Unless we can break through the void and escape from the surrounding planets, we can only wait for death. Then what do we do? Those uncles don't seem to be able to defeat that monster. Xianjiu sneered. "It'd be strange if they could. That's a creature with a power level of 200,000. Do you know how realms are categorized? An enlighter is what you call an almighty powerhouse. Even if they don't have intelligence, they can still fight over 150,000 people. Those people won't even be able to harm it. Lu Yin frowned. Unless the vast Earth sect's almighty powerhouses act, we're doomed. There's no time. The nine-headed ape has already awakened, and destroying this planet will only take a few minutes. Once those people can't hold it back, we'll all be finished. At that moment, the woman in Lu Yin's grasp woke up. She looked around and knew her current situation. She thanked Lu Yin, but no one had the time to care about her right now. Underground, red magma was spreading, and the entire planet was cracking apart. Mr. Jun and the rest tried to defend themselves, but it was to no avail. Just as Xianjiao had said, the ape could destroy the planet in a matter of minutes. If an enlighter were to act, it would only take a single attack to destroy a planet. With a whoosh, the nine-headed ape suddenly soared into the sky. Under the night sky, its enormous shadow covered the entirety of Nine Peaks Mountain as it raised its arm. Xianjiao's hair stood on end. Is going to destroy this planet. That idiot. Mr. Jun and the rest were shocked, and Lu Yin clenched his fists. Were they really going to die today? No one had expected that the Lockbreaker Society's exchange would attract such a terrifying creature like the nine-headed ape. No one had sensed its existence before, as everyone had been distracted by the tree-shaped sourcebox. Even the Lockbreaker Society had not noticed. Now, if everyone died on the Savage Ape planet, the impact would be huge. Leaving aside Mr. Jun, who was a hunter, Casanova, Dao Bo, Shichi, Lu Yin, and the others all had extraordinary identities. This disaster would be recorded in the annals of history. Everyone stared blankly at the nine-headed ape that had soared into the sky, their eyes filled with despair. An attack with a power level of 200,000 could destroy the heavens and the earth. Not just the Savage Ape planet, but all of the surrounding planets might be destroyed by this attack. The nine-headed ape roared and raised its arm high. Just as it was about to punch down, everyone's mouths suddenly fell open. They stared blankly at the ape's back, no, above its head, where a foot had appeared. No, it wasn't a foot, but a claw. Was that a rabbit's claw? Above the ape's head, the void seemed to split open, but it also seemed to disappear. It seemed both real and illusory. A giant rabbit flickering with lightning stepped on the ape's head and disappeared into the void. That feeling was like stepping on a pedal, and it disappeared in an instant. Everyone stared at the sky, but it was gone. Had they been hallucinating? However, the next scene made everyone realize that it had not been a hallucination. The nine-headed ape had fainted. Lu Yin was in disbelief. What was this? Xianjiao's mouth hung open as he fiddled with his fingers. A violent ape with a power level of 200,000 has been stepped on by a rabbit? Where did this rabbit come from? Even a rabbit has gone crazy? With a boom, the nine-headed ape crashed to the ground and fainted. Its body flickered with lightning from time to time, and much of its flesh had been charred. Everyone was stunned. That was a creature with a power level of 200,000. Mr. Jun and the others could not even injure it, but it had been stepped on by a rabbit. Where had this rabbit come from? That was what everyone was thinking. Where had this crazy rabbit come from? Brother Lu, I think I saw a rabbit, Zhao Ran said adorably. Lu Yin frowned and he was a little confused. Seventh bro, I saw a rabbit as well. It's so big and it's so awesome, the monkey said in a daze. Everyone landed on the ground and looked at the enormous nine-headed ape. Mr. Jun inspected the ape, and his expression turned grave. It won't wake up for a while. It's completely fainted. It was electrocuted. Countless people relaxed as the nine-headed ape had almost killed them all. Ha, I don't understand what you two-legged beasts are so afraid of. With Lord Fish here, forget about 200,000 even if it had a power level of 2 million, Lord Fish can whip it to death with a single tail. The fish on Shichi's head spoke up, taunting the entire crowd as usual. This time it even included the nine-headed ape. Many people rolled their eyes as this fish had been so frightened that it had cried out. Shichi felt embarrassed and she hurriedly ran away. Lu Yin raised his hand and approached the ape, but before he could even touch it, his fingertips went numb. He could feel the power of thunder, and it was no ordinary thunderbolt. Even with his physical strength, he did not dare to touch it directly. It was no wonder why the ape had been electrocuted unconscious. Mr. Jun was using his gadget to communicate with someone, most likely the Lockbreaker Society. That rabbit was too unusual, as powerhouses with a power level of over 200,000 were very rare in the universe. But one that had been trampled unconscious by a single foot meant that its power level was at least 250,000. Such a powerhouse was too terrifying, and it was just a rabbit. In the human domain, this matter was enough to cause the Hall of Honor to intervene. All right, everyone should leave. The savage ape planet is in danger of disintegrating at any moment, Mr. Jun said. Many people hurriedly left. Brother Lu, let's leave as well, Yu Xianzi said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I'm injured. Wait a moment. He then found a secluded place to avoid the crowd. Yu Xianzi was puzzled as she did not see any injuries on Lu Yin, but she did not ask any questions and just waited quietly. Xian Jiu was muttering to himself as he circled the ape, but no one knew what he was doing. Zhao Ran followed him with great interest as she had always thought that Xian Jiu was an expert, which made him feel helpless. Trash, don't follow me. Xian Jiu barked. I'm Trash, kind fortune teller. Thank you for reminding me. Zhao Ran was very happy. Xian Jiu was speechless. Casanova looked around trying to find Lu Yin's figure, but after some thought he decided against it. The white fruit had already been split in two and he could not restore it. He had even obtained a golden fruit, so it was not a loss. Furthermore, he had already agreed to let Lu Yin steal it, so he could only forget about it. Elsewhere, Lu Yin hid in a secluded area and placed his cosmic ring to the side to prevent himself from rolling possession. He raised his hand and his die appeared. I hope I can roll it. He then tapped the die. The last time he had rolled it was in Astral 10 and it had been about a month since then. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 363. Lu Yin didn't care about Xian Jiu's attitude. At this moment, he was overjoyed because a thunderbolt symbol had appeared on the die's face. 5 pips. Borrow an innate gift. If a cultivator's innate gift was touched within 10 seconds, the innate gift could be borrowed into the die. He had just borrowed the innate gift of the thunderbolt rabbit. The lightning rabbit had been able to stomp the 9-headed ape unconscious, so there was no need to talk about its strength. The power of its lightning was unimaginably strong, and even though Lu Yin had only come into contact with a sliver of it, he was still looking forward to seeing the power of that sliver. Lu Yin was borrowing an innate gift, not the user's battle prowess. He had only borrowed a lightning innate gift, but he was still looking forward to it. He felt that this lightning was extraordinary. He just didn't know if his body could withstand it. Mr. Lu, thank you again for saving me, the girl said. Lu Yin smiled. You're welcome. The girl handed him a number. I'm Ling Yen, one of the Outerverse managers of Daystar Shipping. Lu Yin was shocked. Daystar Shipping? Before coming to the Nine Peaks Mountain, he had heard Yu Xianzi introduce this company to him. It was a rather wealthy corporation. It seems that Mr. Lu has heard of Daystar Shipping, Ling Yen said with a smile. Lu Yin nodded. Of course I've heard of a well-known tycoon in the universe. I never thought that Miss Ling Yen would become a manager at such a young age. Impressive. I can't compare to you, Mr. Lu. I'm the champion of the tournament of the strongest, and I'm also a 2-star discerning elementary lock breaker. After this lock breaking, I'll definitely rise in star, and my future prospects will be limitless. I hope that Mr. Lu can take care of my business in the future, Ling Yen politely replied. He could not stay on the savage ape planet any longer, so he left with Yu Xianzi and Zhao Ran under Casanova's strange gaze. When he had first arrived, he had spent several days searching for the sourcebox's location. Now, however, he was able to tear through the void and arrive at the spacecraft's landing site in just a few hours. Looking at the cracks in the ground and the half-sunken spaceship, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had been worried that the spaceship would be destroyed. After all, the entire savage ape planet was on the verge of collapse. Not long after, 2 personal spaceships entered space. Lu Yin turned back to look and his eyes widened in shock. The savage ape planet was very different from when he had first arrived, and there were now several giant cracks in its surface. From outer space it looked like a huge crack. However, compared to the entire savage ape planet, it was a fault that stretched endlessly. The 9-headed savage ape had almost shattered the savage ape planet. This trip to the savage ape planet could be considered a narrow escape, and he had almost died. He looked at his cosmic ring, not knowing what the white fruit was for. He decided that he should ask someone about it when he returned. 7th brother, what does fortune-telling mean? I'm sure you've looked at the dead, but when have you looked at the dead? Speaking of which, how can a dead person look you in the eye? The monkey asked. Before leaving, Xian Jiu spoke to Lu Yin once more. He met the gaze of the dead, and this time, Lu Yin could tell that it wasn't a king but a dead person. She had even added that Lu Yin was an inauspicious person. Her tone was quite frightening, and Lu Yin felt uncomfortable when he heard it. That old man is just spouting nonsense. Do you really believe him? Luin snapped. Of course I know that he's just spouting nonsense, but he's still from the Starsabil sect, so he might have some tricks up his sleeve, the monkey said uncertainly. Luin didn't mind, as he couldn't remember when he had looked into the eyes of a dead person. It was impossible for a dead person to look into their eyes, and there was no point in keeping their eyes open. They were lifeless, so there was no way to look into their eyes unless they were revived. Hold on. Luin suddenly thought of something. The arcane art of life and death could revive the dead. Could it be related to this technique? That couldn't be right. Even if it was related to this technique, he was the one who had successfully cultivated it, not someone else. So why would he look into his own eyes? Luin shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He adjusted his route to San Dios, closed his eyes, and silently recited the Stonewall scriptures. He planned to rest for a while. 10 days later in San Dios, a personal spacecraft smoothly landed at the Prairie Flame Continent space station. The hatch opened, and a young man walked out with a smile on his face as he looked around. Outside the space station, Puyu walked out and looked at the young man. His eyes flashed and he walked over. The young man disembarked from the spacecraft and walked straight towards Puyu. "Welcome, Representative Liu," Puyu said with a smile. The young man smiled and greeted Puyu respectfully. "This is my first time here, so I hope that Representative Puyu will take care of me." Puyu laughed heartily as he was very satisfied with the young man's attitude. The last bit of worry in his heart had disappeared. Just as he was about to say something else, 2 personal spacecraft descended from high up in the sky. The hatch opened and Luin walked out. Within the Prairie Flame Continent space station, Luin had just walked out when he saw an unforgettable figure. Lu Xiaoga? The young man who had greeted Puyu was Lu Xiaoga. He had been ordered by Night King Jinwu to come to San Dios. His goal was to suppress Lu Yin's development and also to serve the Night King clan. Lu Xiaoga faced Lu Yin and raised a hand. "Long time no see, brother Lu." Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and his figure suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was right in front of Lu Xiaoga. He slapped out with his palm, aiming for Lu Xiaoga's head. Lu Yin held nothing back in this attack as he had seen Puyu. He wanted to kill Lu Xiaoga before Puyu could even react. Lu Xiaoga suddenly looked up and his lips curled up. Black and white energy swirled around him as he slowly retreated in the face of Lu Yin's 30 stacks attack. The black and white energy shattered the void around Lu Xiaoga, and Lu Xiaoga's body fluttered like a leaf as he easily dodged Lu Yin's full-powered attack. He retreated 100 meters and landed right behind Puyu. The void collapsed as Lu Yin's palm shattered the void and transformed into 30 stacks that crushed the air, causing countless people in the space station to be unable to breathe. Puyu took a step forward and stared coldly at Lu Yin. "Representative Liu, what are you trying to do?" This made Lu Yin feel very sullen. He had been cultivating for the past few years and had reached such a high level, but Lu Xiaoga had not fallen behind at all. His strength was just as unfathomable. Lu Xiaoga's appearance had not only brought out Lu Yin's deep-seated hatred, but also his longing for Zhang Dingtian and the others. Zhang Dingtian, Bai Shui, Saruzin, and Su San had followed him out of Earth, but they were nowhere to be seen. He did not know if they were dead or alive, but if they were not, then where were they? Lu Yin stood at the edge of San Dios and looked down. He was at the top of the world, but that was only relative to the Prairie Flame Continent. Compared to the 10 arbiters, he was still an ant, and the 10 arbiters were also ants compared to those old freaks with power levels in the hundreds of thousands. What about those old freaks? Were they really at the peak? Lu Yin would never forget the scene he had seen on his way to the border warfront. A group of people who thought that they had explored the universe did not know that they were just the observation targets of a higher civilization. They were just one step away from the truth, and they would never be able to see it. This was the tragedy of a civilization falling behind, and cultivators had their own tragedies. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 364. Lu Yin raised a hand and grabbed at the air. Perhaps there was a higher civilization just a step away from him that was observing him like he was observing Xiaobai. He laughed at himself. It was not impossible. Destiny was determined by the heavens, and who knew who that heavens were? If Lu Yin wanted to, he could give any person on the Prairie Flame Continent a great opportunity, and that person would view him as the heavens. Then who was the heavens that viewed him as an ant? Was it someone with a power level in the hundreds of thousands? Or was it the Dream Finger? Seventh bro, who was that person? You seem to hate him a lot, the monkey asked. Lu Yin looked up at the sky with a melancholy expression. He had unknowingly been overthinking things. It has nothing to do with you. The monkey shrieked, damn seventh bro, we're one. What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? If he's your enemy, then he's my enemy as well. Tell me and I'll curse him to death. Lu Yin frowned as the monkey was becoming more and more strange. How should he put it? At first, the monkey had been relatively cold, but as time passed, he had become a chatterbox. Was this his nature, or was he lonely because he was trapped in Lu Yin's arm? He had let himself loose. Monkey, are you lonely? Lu Yin asked. The monkey froze and did not speak for a long time. Seventh bro, what do you mean? Sometimes you talk too much. The monkey fell silent. Ding. Lu Yin's gadget beeped with a notification from an unknown number. It was a conversation log. Representative Lu has just arrived in San Dios, so you might not be familiar with the situation. Lu Yin is arrogant and he abuses his power. He even colludes with pirates. I know why Arbiter Jinwu sent you here, but I have to remind you to be careful. Thank you for the reminder, Counselor Puyu. Lu Yin and I are old friends, so I know a little about him. That's good. Where does Representative Lu plan to start? Does Counselor Puyu have any good suggestions? I don't have any suggestions, but this person comes from the same place as Representative Lu. Perhaps we can start from there. Haha, thank you for the reminder, Counselor Puyu. I wouldn't dare to say that, but I'm just saying a few words. Right, there are many things you can ask Baser. He used to be in charge of the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council, but he has a grudge against Lu Yin and is currently imprisoned. Understood. This detailed conversation had come from Puyu and Lu Xiaoga, and the person who had sent it to Lu Yin was none other than Lu Xiaoga. Brother Lu, let's talk. Lu Xiaoga sent a message to Lu Yin. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Sure. Two people who came from Earth had embarked on different paths, but they met at the same place. To Lu Yin, Lu Xiaoga was someone he had to kill, but he couldn't do so at the moment. Besides, he wanted to see what Lu Xiaoga wanted to do. They were still at the edge of San Dios when Lu Xiaoga slowly walked over. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes, and there was an indescribable charm about him. He stopped 3 meters away from Lu Yin. Brother Lu, the scenery here must be beautiful. I don't believe that you can block my attack. It's not impossible for me to kill you. Lu Xiaoga's lips curled up, and he walked over to Lu Yin's side. That's right. Brother Lu is unequaled in the Lamiter realm, and he's a publicly acknowledged 10 arbiters candidate. At the very least, there are no more than 5 people in the Lamiter realm who can withstand Brother Lu's killing intent, and that doesn't include me. Then why did you dare to meet me alone? Lu Yin turned to look at Lu Xiaoga, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. Lu Xiaoga stretched lazily and raised his right hand, palm facing down. Brother Lu, guess what I saw? Lu Yin did not answer. Lu Xiaoga's tone was high. Ruler. He then looked at Lu Yin seriously. This position allows one to rule over the entire Prairie Flame continent, just like how you used your authority as a counselor to decide the life and death of Fire's Melt planet. I saw this. Lu Yin sneered. Lu Xiaoga, don't try to trick me. I've never ruled over anyone. Brother Lu, you misunderstand. Someone like Puyu is not attractive to me. Although he's a counselor of the Outerverse Youth Council and is even on the top 100 rankings, he's not on the same level as Brother Lu. I'm not that short-sighted to work with him to deal with Brother Lu, Lu Xiaoga said disdainfully. Lu Yin laughed. Dealing with me is not just Puyu's idea but also the idea of the person behind you. You're confident that with Arbiter Jinwu I won't dare to kill you. That's what you're relying on. Lu Xiaoga smiled. On one hand, the real reason why I'm not afraid of Brother Lu is not Arbiter Jinwu. I believe that even if Brother Lu kills me, you're confident that Arbiter Jinwu won't be able to touch you, just like how you saved Zhuo Day Knight. Lu Yin muttered to himself. Lu Xiaoga knew more than he had expected, which proved that this person's status in the Day Knight clan was not low. Brother Lu is like me and we both want to rule. That's what I'm relying on, Lu Xiaoga said confidently. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with disdain. I've already said that I've never wanted to rule over anyone. Wrong. Brother Lu's actions are to rule. Would Brother Lu allow the Great Yu Empire's throne to fall to someone else? Even if it's Wendy Yushan, would Brother Lu allow the position of counselor to be lost? Would Brother Lu allow someone in the same realm to be above you? All of this proves that Brother Lu's ambitions are greater than the heavens, Lu Xiaoga said sharply. Lu Yin raised a hand to stop Lu Xiaoga. Lu Xiaoga, there's no need to guess my thoughts. Your words are laughable. Is this how you managed to curry favor with Arbiter Jinwu? A hint of a smile flashed across Lu Xiaoge's eyes. Perhaps. Since Brother Lu doesn't want to hear about this, I'll change the topic. Lu Xiaoge paused for a moment before continuing. Has Brother Lu ever thought about controlling East Sandios? Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he stared at Lu Xiaoge. Are you crazy? Lu Xiaoge smiled. Brother Lu, just treat me as if I'm crazy. I hope that we can work together to deal with Puyu and control East Sandios together. Lu Yin sneered and immediately refused. I know why Arbiter Jinwu sent you here. First, it's to deal with me, and second, it's to prepare for the Day-Night clan's future entry into Sandios. Rather than working with me, you should think about how to work with Puyu. Lu Yin then turned to leave. Lu Xiaoge looked at Lu Yin's back. From Earth to the Great Yu Empire, to Astral, 10, and now to Sandios, Brother Lu has done all of this under the premise that you've been prepared. Puyu ordered Bezer to humiliate Brother Lu in the Great Yu Empire, and Brother Lu will not forget that. Lu Yin continued to walk towards Sandios, not stopping at all. Lu Xiaoge continued saying, given Brother Lu's character, since you've decided to deal with Bezer, you definitely won't let Puyu off. Previously, the pirates attacked more than 100 organizations, and the powerhouses cut off Darkstar Gorge. However, these are not Brother Lu's methods to deal with Puyu. It's too obvious. Lu Yin still did not stop, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent. I believe that Brother Lu has already made ample preparations to deal with Puyu. In fact, you've already made your move, but Puyu hasn't noticed. Lu Xiaoge's tone was heavy. Lu Yin stopped in his tracks. You're overthinking things. Is that so? I, Lu Xiaoge, was able to enter Arbiter Jinwu's eyes as an earthling and reach my current position. Although I don't have absolute power or innate talent, I'm still quite good at reading people. I'm certain that Brother Lu Yin has full confidence in dealing with Puyu. Since that's the case, why should I work with a loser? Lu Yin turned around. You were sent by Arbiter Jinwu to deal with me. If you work with me, aren't you afraid of Night King Jinwu? Lu Xiaoge smiled. Dealing with you is my goal and the method is mine. However, only I know my true goal. Arbiter Jinwu is not a god. How about it, Brother Lu? Do you have the guts to work with me so that we can control Sandios together? Lu Yin crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. He looked at Lu Xiaoge with interest. I'm very curious. Since you're certain that I can deal with Puyu, why would you work with me to control Sandios? If I can deal with Puyu, then I can deal with you as well. Lu Xiaoge spread out his hands. It's simple. Because I'm Arbiter Jinwu's subordinate. Unless it's a crime of betraying humanity, no one can touch me. Brother Lu, take a guess. Do you have the ability to accuse me of betraying humanity? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Betraying humanity? That was the crime that he had accused Puyu of. If you can't touch me, then let's work together. At the very least, I won't hinder Brother Lu from doing anything. You and I can put on a good show for the Arbiters. After all, we're both from Earth and we'll both serve Earth in the future. Lu Xiaoge smiled. Lu Yin looked at Lu Xiaoge and considered how to deal with this person. This was very troublesome. Arbiter Jinwu's backing was quite powerful, and his reputation had reached a peak after he had thrown Shui Chuanxiao into Kuan's swamp. Lu Xiaoge was right. Unless Lu Yin had betrayed humanity, there was no way to deal with him. However, the crime of betraying humanity was not that easy to find. If the Neo-Human Alliance was that easy to find, then it would not have been able to hide for so many years. Lu Xiaoge looked at Lu Yin in distress. Brother Lu, it looks like you still remember your grudge with Earth. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. I won't. Lu Xiaoge helplessly activated his gadget and sent Lu Yin a few names. Lu Yin looked at them in confusion. There were a total of 4 names: Amethyst Trading Company, Aegis, the Nalan family, and Endless Borders. Brother Lu should be clear about one principle. No matter what you do, money is the most important, Lu Xiaoge said. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he absolutely agreed with Lu Xiaoge's words. Whether it's personal life or power struggles, there's nothing to talk about without money. Since ancient times, the changes of imperial authority and weaves have not only been fought over powerhouses, but also over resources. These 4 names represent the 4 wealthiest corporations in the Outerverse, and they'll be meeting soon to discuss some cooperation. Lu Xiaoge looked at Lu Yin with confidence in his eyes. What does that have to do with me? Lu Yin asked coldly. Lu Xiaoge's lips curled up. It doesn't seem to matter for now, but who knows what will happen in the future. There might come a day when Brother Lu needs money. I won't need money every day, Lu Yin thought to himself. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 365. Luyin looked at the four names. He was familiar with the Nalan family, but not to the point where he could gain their support. He had not forgotten that Lulu had shown him the proof of undying Yushan's loan from the Mavis Bank. To the Empire, that was a humiliation. What Luyin wanted was support, not a loan. Luyin had already set the stage for the Ross Empire, and there would definitely be a war in the future. However, resources would always be a headache, and this matter could not be delayed. Luyin looked at Lu Xiaoga. Location: Tyrannical Weave, Myriad City, Lu Xiaoga answered. When? It's not confirmed yet, but I'll let you know when it's confirmed. Luyin nodded solemnly. The grudge between us is settled for now. He then turned and left. Lu Xiaoga watched Lu Yin's departing figure and smiled confidently. He had not misjudged this person. Luyin was ambitious and capable. Lu Xiaoga liked to work with people like this. Even if he had to pay a price in the early stages, he would be able to get it back in the future. Furthermore, this person could influence the Day-Night clan, which was what Lu Xiaoga valued the most. Lu Xiaoga was not under Lu Yin's control, but he did not know if Lu Yin had made a move against Puyu. Lu Xiaoga's analysis was based on Lu Yin's previous actions, and he was not certain. Regardless, Lu Xiaoga could not work with Puyu. An idiot who had exposed his trump cards had no right to work with Lu Xiaoga. Lu Yin returned to Wendy Yushan's courtyard and suddenly remembered something. He had forgotten to ask about Night King Qingyu, as the man had said that he would go to Earth for revenge. In the past, Night King Qingyu had been a space-exploring powerhouse, and the fact that he had been able to escape from the Day-Night clan meant that he definitely had some extraordinary abilities. The battle back then had been very difficult, and even Lu Yin's cosmic art had been able to suppress Night King Qingyu. Lu Yin wondered if Night King Qingyu would actually go to Earth. Probably not, as Night King Qingyu was looking for Lu Yin, and the person he wanted to take revenge on was Lu Yin. Tyrannical Weave was quite far from San Dios, and it was a full 20 weaves away. However, it was very close to West San Dios, which was equivalent to the western part of the Outerverse. There wasn't much information about Tyrannical Weave on the internet. Perhaps it was because it was too far away, but there was some information about Million City. It was known as the wealthiest city in the world, and even a beggar in that city would be worth a fortune as long as they had the ability to sneak in and beg. There was a saying on the internet that as long as you had the ability to enter Wanqing City, it would have the ability to make you rich. These words made Lu Yin's blood boil, and he couldn't wait to head over to Million City. What he lacked the most was money. It was no wonder that the four major corporations were gathered in Myriad City. Only such a city had the qualifications to host the four major corporations. Lu Yin stroked his chin. Should he go? With Lu Yin's current status, it would not be of much use for him to go there. He had many different identities, but they all represented his potential. Regardless of whether it was his status as a lockbreaker or as a member of the 10 Arbiters Council, he was still lacking compared to other people who had the qualifications to get investments from the four major corporations. However, that might not be the case, as Lu Yin had a very prominent identity. He was the strongest Lemiter and a true 10 Arbiters candidate. Even though it was uncertain whether the 10 Arbiters would abdicate when they reached the age limit, Lu Yin was still worth investing in. It all depended on the scale of the investment. Of the four major corporations, Lu Yin was very familiar with the Nalan family. If he asked, Madame Nalan would definitely invest, but for some reason he felt uncomfortable spending her money. Perhaps it had something to do with her status as a widow. There was another question. If there was really a corporation that was willing to invest, would it be for his own cultivation? Or invest in the Great Yu Empire? There was a fundamental difference, and Lu Yin pondered this. Lu Xiaoga had officially become an acting counselor and oversaw 7 weaves, which was 3 more than Wendy Yushan's. Arbiter Jinwu's support was quite strong, and Puyu felt that he had already offended Arbiter Lan. Now he was trying his best to get closer to Jinwu, so he was unusually polite to Lu Xiaoga. On the surface, Lu Xiaoga and Lu Yin still looked the same, and it was impossible to tell that they had already settled their old grudge. The grudge that Lu Yin was referring to was the time when Lu Xiaoga had bombed a city and almost killed him. Lu Yin had not forgotten about Lu Xiaoga's betrayal of Earth, but it was not his place to care. If Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui were still alive, then that would be their responsibility. Zhao Ran stayed in San Dios as a maidservant, but there was one thing that was quite troublesome. This girl would forget everything that had happened in the past after a few days, just like now. Who are you? Zhao Ran's eyes widened in confusion as she stared at him with a puzzled expression. Lu Yin was helpless. Don't ask so many questions. Just stay here. Oh, but where is this place? Zhao Ran asked. San Dios. I've never heard of it. Why am I here? I told you not to ask. Just stay here. I'm sorry for making you angry. No. I'm defective. Zhao Ran lowered her head, feeling wronged. Luyin was speechless. She remembered that word very clearly. This conversation had happened twice over the past few days, and Luyin had no choice but to record it down and hand it over to Yu Xinzi. Show this to her if she loses her memories again. Don't ask me about it. With that he left. You're the one who insisted on keeping her here, Yu Xinzi grumbled. She looked at Zhao Ran's confused eyes. Let's go. I'll show you around again. I'm sorry for troubling you. I'm defective, Zhao Ran apologized. Yu Xinzi was helpless. Don't call yourself defective in the future. On an ordinary day, something unusual happened. A personal spacecraft landed at the Prairie Flame Continent Space Station, and a beautiful woman walked out. She was dressed in a white, tight-fitting jacket with gold trim and wielded a 2-meter-long sword. Her long black hair fell to her waist, and she exuded a tranquil and simple aura. She was Wendy Yushan, and she had just returned to San Dios. Luyin, Puyu, Lu Xiaoga, and the rest were all waiting outside the space station and looking at her. Wendy Yushan was a legend. She had reached the top 20 of the top 100 rankings in the Outerverse and was the strongest disciple of the Innerverse Myriad Swords Peak. Although there was no aura circulating around it, he did not believe that Wendy Yushan's sword was any weaker than Lu Xiaoqiu's 13 swords. On the contrary, Wendy Yushan's swordsmanship far surpassed Lu Xiaoqiu's, and it was not something that the current Lu Yin could contend against. Does that mean that as long as I win, I can marry you? Lu Yin asked in a clear voice. Wendy Yushan's eyes narrowed. Yes. All right. Lu Yin shouted. I'll challenge you in at most 1 year. Wendy Yushan snorted. I meant right now. Are you in such a hurry to marry me? Lu Yin retorted. Wendy Yushan was furious, and her sword emitted an aura that caused all of San Dios to tremble. Even Puyu, Lu Xiaoga, and the others were alarmed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 366. Wendy Yushan glanced at the letter that Lu Yin had placed on her sword. She recognized the handwriting. It was from Undying Yushan. This is the letter that Uncle wanted me to give to you, along with this chip. Lu Yin took out the chip and handed it to her. This chip contained one of the greatest treasures in the universe, a secret technique. It should be the same as the Yu secret art that Lu Yin had obtained. This was a secret technique, and as long as he was willing, he could sell it for more than enough money to establish 100 great Yu empires. If he offered it to the Hall of Honor, he would receive at least 10 honor points. What did 10 honor points mean? It meant that if he died an unnatural death, everyone and everything related to his death would be thoroughly investigated by the Hall of Honor, and his death would not be in vain. This meant that he would be exempt from death by the entire human domain. Shui Chuanxiao had betrayed the entire human race and caused half of Endless Weave to fall. Even such a crime could be exempt from death because of honor points, which showed how important 10 honor points were. Lu Yin's heart bled when he gave the chip to Wendy Yushan, but he would not keep it for himself. This was something that Undying Yushan had given to his daughter, and he would not be able to live with his conscience if he kept it. Damn, 7th bro, you're really giving it to her? I'm impressed. That's a secret technique. It's enough to keep you safe for the rest of your life. Even if you kill Night Queen Yanqing, as long as you hand over the secret technique, the Day-Night clan won't make things difficult for you. You're giving it to her just like that? The monkey shrieked. Lu Yin frowned and blocked the monkey as the monkey's shrieks were too unpleasant. Wendy Yushan looked at the letter and her gaze wavered. Her fingers trembled slightly. This was the first time that Lu Yin had seen Wendy Yushan reveal such a pained and sorrowful expression. Perhaps this was how she had felt when she had attacked the Ross Empire. After reading the letter, Wendy Yushan destroyed it and gripped the chip tightly. She looked up at Lu Yin with disbelief and moved eyes. Why are you willing to give this to me? This belongs to your family, Lu Yin said. Wendy Yushan looked at the chip and then back at Lu Yin. You know what this is, right? Yes, Lu Yin said. Wendy Yushan had a strange expression. Do you know its value? He was already reluctant to part with her, but this woman kept bringing it up. The value is that you can exchange it for 100 geniuses who are prettier than you. Wendy Yushan wasn't angered by his words and she sized him up again. Her gaze was unprecedentedly gentle, and there was even a trace of indescribable warmth in it. It was as if she had been touched, but also as if she was a family member. Thank you. Luin didn't mind. Hurry up and cultivate. Don't let anyone steal it. Wendy Yushan looked at him seriously, and a smile suddenly appeared on her face. It was a beautiful smile, but it was fleeting and he didn't notice it. Thank you for everything you've done for the great Yu Empire and the Yushan family. I promise you that I'll give you time. As long as you can defeat the sword in my hand, I'll marry you. With that, Wendy Yushan turned and left. Luin pursed his lips. Actually, he had only said this because he was unhappy with Wendy Yushan's attitude. He had no intention of marrying this woman. Ming Yen was still waiting for him to save her. Barley! Luin shouted. Barley hurried over and was surprised to see that Luin was safe and sound. What are your orders, Representative Lu? I need all the information on Xinwu continent, Luin said. Barley grunted and glanced around the courtyard, but he didn't see Wendy Yushan anywhere. She had probably gone into seclusion to cultivate again, which was her usual behavior. That was why her subordinates weren't united and could easily be poached away by Puyu. Not long after, all the information on Xinwu continent was presented to Luin, and he finally knew which powers had attacked Xinwu continent from the very beginning. Mafioso Planet, Battle Street, myriad allied nations. Luin looked through each of the names. There were more than 10 powers in total, which was almost equivalent to the entire Dark Mist Weave. When Xinwu continent had been exposed, it had caused a huge commotion. The Dark Mist Weave had used all of its strength, but they had still been unable to suppress it. They had no choice but to ask for the help of powerhouses from the Innerverse, which had forced Xinwu continent to use the 5 sealing planets to protect itself. Why is Mafioso Planet ranked first? Luin asked. Barley was apprehensive. Mafioso Planet is one of the places where the Outerverse assassination organizations gather. They've produced many assassins and they've even succeeded in assassinating almighty powerhouses. Although they were unable to recover from that setback, they're still a rather terrifying power compared to the Dark Mist Weave. Luin understood. What about Battle Street? It's called a street, but it's actually a place that's similar to a continent formed by hundreds of planets. Battle Street doesn't have much else, but there's only one word for it: battle. Many important people in the Dark Mist Weave have nothing better to do, so they've spent money to build this place specifically to watch bloody battles. As a result, there are many desperados and many experts among them. Combined with its unique background, it's very influential in the Dark Mist Weave, and it even attracts the attention of important people from the Innerverse, Barley explained. Luin frowned as this Battle Street disgusted him. It was a place devoid of humanity. The 9 allied nations consist of 9 filaments, and there are hunters overseeing each of them. There's also the following. Barley introduced them one by one, seemingly very familiar with them. Luin felt a headache coming on. These powers encompassed the entire Dark Mist Weave, and their background even extended to the surrounding weaves and the Innerverse. It was impossible to remove all of them and he could not do it. However, if he could not do it, then Xinwu continent would always be coveted. 1,000 years ago, he had invited an almighty powerhouse from the Innerverse, and recently he had even invited Wen Sansi of the 10 Arbiters. Who knew who would be invited next? Luin was worried that Xinwu continent would not be able to hold on. Representative Lu, is there something wrong with these powers? Barley asked curiously. Luin calmly replied, it's nothing. I just participated in Xinwu continent's trial, so I wanted to understand the situation. Barley nodded and sighed in admiration. Representative Lu was first in the Outerverse trial. This result was confirmed by Arbiter Wen, and it shocked the entire Outerverse. Luin laughed. Luin had definitely been first, but many people did not care about the so-called trial. For example, the Sword Sect's Long Yun had yet to appear, and there was also the possibility that Wu Shang had come from the Neo-Human Alliance. There were definitely more people hiding in the shadows, and their goal was not the trial, but rather the Xinwu continent itself. When he thought about these people, Luin became even more anxious. He was not afraid that they would break through Xinwu continent's defenses, but rather that the Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu. This man was a man of great talent and vision, and he could not possibly place all of his hopes on himself. He would most likely join forces with other powers. Damn it. Luin slapped his forehead. Why hadn't he thought of this earlier? He had actually thrown Zhanlong Day Night into the Reverend King's residence. Wasn't that giving Ming Zhaoshu an opportunity? Lu Yin's eyes flickered and he kept thinking. Based on his understanding of Ming Xiaoshu, not only would he not harm Zhanlong Day Knight, but he would also find a way to ally himself with the Day Knight clan. After all, the Day Knight clan was too powerful in the universe. Lu Yin was inwardly annoyed. He had been so focused on hindering the Day Knight clan that he had forgotten about this matter. He did not know how Shenwu continent was doing, and whether the Day Knight clan had allied with Ming Xiaoshu. If they did, then what would happen to Ming Yen? Lu Yin was like a gambler who was about to lose all of his fortune. In his eyes, all men were rivals in love, including Zhanlong Day Knight. Would Zhanlong Day Knight take a fancy to Ming Yen? Would someone from the Day Knight clan take a fancy to Ming Yen? Would Ming Xiaoshu use Ming Yen as a bargaining chip? Lu Yin paced back and forth, feeling extremely irritated. If he had known earlier, he would have killed those Day Knight clan members to save himself some trouble. Lu Yin looked at the map of Dark Mist Weave and scanned it back and forth as he tried to think of a solution. Barley did not dare to speak, so he quietly waited. Barley, why is this area circled? Lu Yin asked as he pointed at the border of Dark Mist Weave. Barley replied, that's the territory of the 9 allied nations, but it used to be the territory of the Wuri Weave. The Wuri Weave's powers often cause trouble and try to take it back. That area is rather chaotic. It's just a weave. Are the Wuri Weave's powers unwilling to give it up? Lu Yin was curious. Barley smiled. Representative Lu, this weave is rather large and there's even a planet called Shuda Planet. It's a very unique planet that produces metallic life forms. A large portion of these life forms are composed of polarium, and it's suitable for trials as well as a good place to make money. Every once in a while, the Wuri Weave's powers and the 9 allied nations will fight over Shuda Planet. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Polarium? That's one of the main materials for universal armor? Yes, Barley replied. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Trials, polarium, and making money. An idea flashed through his mind, and his gaze landed on a corner of the Outerverse map. It was Darkstar Gorge. Puyu, since I stole your Bushtree planet, I'll return Shuda Planet to you. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Wendy Yushan went into seclusion as soon as she returned to Sandios. Lu Yin knew that she was in a hurry to cultivate the Yu secret art, but the others were used to it. Lu Yin was still the one to replace her. Within Sandios, Puyu, Lu Yin, and Lu Xiaoga sat down and discussed some trivial matters. Lu Yin's expression was clearly not good, as his suggestions were either rejected by Puyu or Lu Xiaoga, which made him feel very embarrassed. Puyu smirked, as this was exactly what he wanted. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 367. Puyu shrugged. I'm sorry, Representative Lu, but your suggestion is unrealistic. Like Representative Lu said, it cannot be implemented for the time being. We will not waste our limited resources on something that cannot be implemented. Lu Yin took a deep breath and looked at Puyu seriously. The Outerverse Youth Council was not something that could be handled by just relying on one's power level. There were 5 people from East Sandios, and 3 of them had to be on Puyu's side in order to operate. Now that there were only 3 of them, Lu Yin would not be able to do anything if Puyu and Lu Xiaoga worked together. Even if Wendy Yushan showed up, it would be the same since the 2 of them were using their identities as counselors. If there's nothing else, Representative Lu, I'll take my leave, Puyu said with a smile. Lu Yin hurriedly said, please wait a moment, Representative Puyu. He then opened up a map of the Outerverse and looked at Puyu sincerely. The matter with Bushtree Planet was not considered properly. I hope that Representative Puyu will not take it to heart. Puyu's lips curled up. Oh, Representative Lu, are you planning to return Bushtree Planet to Darkstar Gorge as a training ground? Lu Yin shook his head. Please do not make things difficult for me. The order has been issued and it cannot be changed. Puyu's gaze turned cold. If that's the case, then there's no point in saying anything more. Lu Yin hurriedly said, but I can give you another training ground that's even better than Bushtree Planet. Puyu turned around and looked at Lu Yin with interest. I'd like to hear that. Lu Yin pointed at a corner of the map. Shuda Planet, Wuri Weave. Puyu's eyes lit up. He knew about Shuda Planet, which produced polarium and strange metallic life forms. It was indeed a good training ground that could not only increase one's strength, but also make a fortune. Representative Lu, isn't Shuda Planet part of the Dark Mist Weave's 9 allied nations? Lu Yin replied, of course not. It's part of the Wuri Weave, but it was taken away by the 9 allied nations. Nominally, however, it still belongs to the Wuri Weave. Puyu frowned. He was very tempted, but he also had some misgivings. After all, the Dark Mist Weave was not under his name. Counselor Puyu, the 10 Arbiters Council isn't a power that fights for territory. We're only here to supervise the younger generation in name. Should a planet is registered in the Wuri Weave, and as the person in charge of the Wuri Weave, I have the right to recognize it as Darkstar Gorge's training ground, Lu Yin said with certainty. Puyu looked at Lu Yin and then back at the map. He could not refuse such a temptation as Polarium was extremely valuable. More importantly, he had lost Bushtree Planet, which caused his reputation in Darkstar Gorge to plummet. He had also attracted the attention of a powerful enemy who had cut off Darkstar Gorge, which had caused a lot of discontent. Now he could use Shoulda Planet to regain his reputation and even temporarily reconcile with Lu Yin. At the very least, that powerhouse who had cut off Darkstar Gorge would not appear again. As for dealing with Lu Yin, he would leave it to Lu Xiaoga. Alright, I'll accept Representative Lu's kindness, Puyu said with a smile. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Counselor Puyu. Puyu smiled. No problem, I'm just reporting it to the 10 Arbiters. As for the specifics, I'll leave it to the 10 Arbiters to decide. However, that's not possible for the time being, so Representative Lu, you should be mentally prepared. Lu Yin did not care about the plan at all. All he wanted was for Puyu to take over Shoulda Planet and then tangle with the 9 allied nations to share some of the pressure on Shenwu Continent. Even though this would not be very effective, it was still a little bit. By the way, Representative Lu, do you remember the power that cut off Darkstar Gorge? Puyu suddenly asked as he stared at Lu Yin, trying to figure out something. Lu Yin was shocked. Cut off Darkstar Gorge? You don't suspect me of doing it, do you? Puyu laughed. Of course not. Representative Lu is just very knowledgeable and wanted to ask around. Lu Yin sighed. Stop joking around, Representative Puyu. I'm just a student. How could I know someone so important? Haha, then forget it. Goodbye. Goodbye. Lu Yin's smile disappeared as he watched Puyu leave the tower. He hoped that Darkstar Gorge would continue to act domineeringly and confront the 9 allied nations head-on. The 9 allied nations were definitely not a match for Darkstar Gorge, and when that happened, Mafioso Planet, Battle Street, and the other powers would most likely attack together. Outside the tower, Lu Xiaoga watched Puyu leave happily with a strange expression. He had received Lu Yin's instructions, which was why he had deliberately gone against him. This move was meant to deal with Puyu, but what was the effect? He did not understand and looked back at the tower. Coincidentally, Lu Yin had walked to the edge of the tower and met Lu Xiaoga's gaze. The two looked at each other for a moment before turning to look at Puyu at the same time. This person would not be able to jump around for much longer. Shoulda Planet's importance was self-evident. Lu Yin had used it as bait to help Puyu regain his reputation in Darkstar Gorge. That night, Darkstar Gorge contacted the 9 allied nations and used the Outerverse Youth Council's name to designate Shoulda Planet as Darkstar Gorge's training ground. This matter caused the entire 9 allied nations to seethe with excitement. We've been fighting with the Wuri Weave for so many years for Shoulda Planet. Darkstar Gorge wants us to give up Shoulda Planet just because of the Outerverse Youth Council's order? Impossible. The Outerverse Youth Council only has the right to judge and monitor the younger generation. They have no right to interfere with a planet's sovereignty. What right do they have to demand that we give up Shoulda Planet? We disagree. Darkstar Gorge is clearly trying to snatch Shoulda Planet. The 9 allied nations' reaction was within Darkstar Gorge's expectations. Puyu had never thought that he would be able to obtain Shoulda Planet with just a single order. However, the 9 allied nations were right. The Outerverse Youth Council did not have the right to determine the training grounds of the various great powers. They had only been able to obtain Bushtree Planet because of Darkstar Gorge's military might and Puyu's authority, which had forcefully suppressed any negative influences. Now, this was the only way to obtain Shoulda Planet. However, Puyu suddenly thought of something. Was Lu Yin deliberately trying to get him to snatch Shoulda Planet so that he could report it to the 10 Arbiters and be judged guilty? This thought scared Puyu so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately changed the order so that he would not use his own name to issue the order. Instead, he would use Lu Yin's name to declare Shoulda Planet as Darkstar Gorge's training ground. Lu Yin was the person in charge of the Wuri Weave, and Shoulda Planet should indeed belong to the Wuri Weave. There was no problem with Lu Yin's order. Puyu smiled as he watched the video of the 9 allied nations' resistance. Even if they resisted, it would only affect Lu Yin, and it would have nothing to do with him. Elsewhere, Barley hurriedly found Lu Yin and informed him of the situation. Representative Lu, this matter must be suppressed. Our council has no right to interfere with a country's sovereignty, especially when it comes to territory. If we do, the repercussions will be very bad. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Puyu was not stupid, and he knew that Lu Yin was being pushed forward. Barley, pass down my orders. I suggest that should a planet be made a public training ground. I advocate that the various powers provide training grounds that can strengthen the younger generation. This will contribute to the development of the human domain and increase the strength of the next generation. Barley blinked. Suggestion? Advocate? Increase the strength of the human race? Lu Yin nodded. Yes, that's just a suggestion. I didn't explicitly state that should a planet must become Darkstar Gorge's training ground. As for Darkstar Gorge's request to train there, I won't refuse. It's that simple. Barley thought about it for a bit, but he quickly understood. As long as there was no complete confirmation, this matter could not be blamed on Lu Yin. At most, he would be criticized for borrowing someone else's flowers, but the council would not be able to convict him. After all, Lu Yin was only advocating and making a suggestion from a righteous point of view. After Barley left, Lu Yin immediately contacted Hua Qingshan and asked the Great Yu Empire to contribute a few of the more famous training grounds for the younger generation of Frostwave Weave and even the surrounding weaves to train. If he wanted to put on an act, he had to go all the way. As long as he set an example and used righteousness to suppress others, there would be no problem. At most, he would be criticized for being stupid. Hui was different. Darkstar Gorge was already pressuring the 9 allied nations, and he could not extricate himself. If he did, the 9 allied nations would be the ones to lose face. Lu Yin had never thought of using this matter to deal with Puyu. He just wanted to share some of the pressure from Shinwu continent. Puyu quickly learned of Lu Yin's orders, but he was not angry. He only wanted to make sure that Lu Yin did not intend to use this matter to harm him. Besides, Lu Yin was the one being scolded. What Puyu wanted to do was seize Shuda Planet and turn it into a training ground for Darkstar Gorge, replacing Bushtree Planet. Lu Yin's orders were quickly passed down. The Outerverse Youth Council did not pose much of a threat to the various weaves, but the 10 Arbiters Council behind it was too terrifying. Any random order from one of the Outerverse Youth Council members would cause a commotion. Lu Yin's orders did not just cause a commotion, they caused a torrent of angry curses. This was especially true for the 9 allied nations as they hated Lu Yin to the core. What right does that bastard have to sell off Shuda Planet? Advocate? Advocate my ass. Why doesn't he advocate San Dios as a training ground? This is too much. Sue him. Sue him to the 10 Arbiters Council. It's useless. He's only suggesting and advocating. He hasn't confirmed anything yet, so there's no point in suing him. There are already a few planets in the Great Yu Empire that are being used as training grounds for the universe's younger generation. That bastard Lu Yin is too disgusting. Who the hell would go to the Great Yu Empire to train? That bastard. The entire 9 allied nations was cursing Lu Yin, but it did not affect him at all. He did not care about the 9 allied nations and he did not even care about the entire Dark Mist Weave. This weave had always been on the opposite side of Shinwu continent, and he would definitely take over Shinwu continent in the future. At that time they would also become enemies, but it did not matter. Furthermore, Leon's armada had given him immense confidence. Although the Pirate King Heizage Leon was unreliable and easily made enemies for Lu Yin had to admit that his backing was too powerful. It was so powerful that Lu Yin even dared to directly challenge Night King Jinwu. He did not need to fear the Day-Night clan. This was Heizage Leon's deterrence. Just as Heizage Leon had said, Lu Yin wanted to play, but if he messed up, he would be the one to end it. However, the 9 allied nations did not have the time to curse Lu Yin anymore. Darkstar Gorge had already sent a fleet to Shuda Planet to investigate. This decision infuriated the 9 allied nations, and they would definitely not agree to it. However, they were well aware of Darkstar Gorge's strength, which was an almighty power with a power level of 200,000. The 9 allied nations did not have such a powerhouse. Helpless, they could only contact other powers that they were on good terms with, such as Mafioso Planet and Battle Street. They wanted to join forces and resist Darkstar Gorge. Of course, they would have to pay a hefty price. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 368. It could only be said that Polarium was too valuable, and a large portion of the 9 allied nations' economy was supported by it. Shuda planet was also the planet that produced the most polarium in the dark mist weave. Without Shuda planet, the 9 allied nations' economy would collapse, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Yin sighed as he read the news on the screen. Darkstar Gorge had clashed with the 9 allied nations, which would temporarily alleviate the Shinwu continent's crisis and buy him some time. Across from him, Barley gave Lu Yin a strange look. Others might not know, but he was very clear that Lu Yin was the mastermind behind all of this. However, he could not understand why Lu Yin would incite a war between Darkstar Gorge and the Dark Mist Weave to deal with Puyu. Impossible, as both sides would not go all out for just one Shuda planet. At most, they would just drag it out, but such a move would not be enough to deal with Puyu. War would not start so easily, and neither Darkstar Gorge nor the Dark Mist Weave would casually start a war. What they were doing now was wasting time. In the eyes of the 9 allied nations, Lu Yin was a troublemaker who had stirred up their conflict with Darkstar Gorge, but he had also stood on the side of humanity. This caused them to suffer without being able to voice their grievances. You want to know my strength? Wendy Yushan looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. Lu Yin solemnly replied, I want to see how big the gap is between the top 20 of the top 100 rankings. Wendy Yushan's eyes flashed. Top 20? It'll be more than that soon. Lu Yin was stunned. You've already learned it? Wendy Yushan shook her head. It's not that easy, but it won't take long. I'm confident. Impossible, a secret technique isn't that easy to learn. Otherwise, those terrifying powers with secret techniques would have mass-produced experts long ago. The monkey was the first to reject the idea. Lu Yin also felt that it was impossible, as he had never heard of anyone possessing a secret technique. If it was that easy to learn, then it would have been spread long ago. However, this was Wendy Yushan, a nobody from a fringe weave of the outerverse who had relied on her innate gift to enter the top 20 of the top 100 rankings. More importantly, she was Undying Yushan's daughter and a descendant of the 7 courts with the surname Yu. It was not impossible for her to learn the Yu secret art. Let me give you a piece of advice. Even if you succeed, don't take Zhang Yang with you. You won't be able to protect her. Think about how powerful the Great Yu Empire is, and yet it only has 13 filaments after so many years. Think about what happened to Royal Uncle in the Starfall Sea. Wendy Yushan calmly replied, I know. She then raised her hand to reveal her sword, which was still sheathed in its scabbard. I'll only attack once. Feel it for yourself. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn as he took a deep breath and adjusted his aura. Then his muscles bulged as his right palm vibrated like a heart, causing layers of ripples to spread out and distort the void. Wendy Yushan's eyes narrowed when she saw this scene, and she inwardly sighed in admiration. It was no wonder why Lu Yin had been able to defeat Bezer and Yanfeng's combined attacks. This power was enough to rival an expert at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. When she had been Lu Yin's age, she had not been this strong. This was the strength of a true 10 Arbiters candidate. You can attack first, Wendy Yushan said. Lu Yin did not hesitate and used Flash to appear beside Wendy. A dark golden light flickered as he released his 5-line battle force without hesitation. He then raised his palm. 30 stacks, 40-fold shockwave palm. Wendy Yushan did not move as Lu Yin's palm drew closer and closer. He stared intently at her as 9 stars revolved around his body. His domain was fully activated, and he wanted to feel the difference between him and Wendy Yushan in his peak state. The palm drew closer and closer, and just as Lu Yin was hesitating whether or not he should continue attacking, there was a whoosh as an endless sword light tore through the void. It then transformed into a white sword light that cut through his domain and caused his dark golden 5-line battle force to collapse. This attack had broken through the overlaying stack's path, and the tip of the sword was pressed against Lu Yin's neck. It was exactly the same as it had been a few days ago. Lu Yin maintained his attacking posture, but his attack had been forcefully stopped by his instinctive reaction to danger. He had a feeling that if he attacked, his palm would be gone. This was the ultimate sense of danger that Wendy Yushan had brought to him. The two stared at each other, and the shock in Lu Yin's eyes slowly faded away. He smiled bitterly. It's just one sword. I can't even block one of your attacks. Wendy Yushan sheathed her sword and stood in front of Lu Yin. The Myriad Sword's peak sword techniques are very simple. Sword light fuses into one, and what I used just now was the Myriad Sword's peak's unification technique. It's a simple technique that returns one to their natural state. Lu Yin did not understand. Wendy Yushan continued. Our Myriad Sword's peak does not have as many sword techniques as the sword sect. We only pursue one path, and that's just one sword. When facing an enemy we only need one sword. If we lose, we lose. If we win, we win. It's that simple. Was that your strongest attack? Luin asked. Wendy Yushan looked at him and a sly glint flashed through her eyes. What do you think? Wendy Yushan had always been cold, and Luin had never seen any other colors in her eyes. She was as charming and beautiful as a fairy, and he was momentarily stunned. Wendy Yushan's expression turned cold once more. Luin pursed his lips and thought back to that attack. Had it really been her strongest attack? Impossible. Even a fool would not believe that someone who could enter the top 20 of the top 100 rankings had not comprehended a domain or battle force. However, that attack really did not contain a domain or battle force. Right, there was also an innate gift. He did not even know if this woman had an innate gift. That attack had only represented the myriad sword's peak and not Wendy Yushan at her peak. The further up the top 100 rankings one went, the more terrifying it became. Luin had experienced it firsthand. He had been defeated in a single attack, and the key was that he did not even know how big the gap was between them. He had been too naive to think that he would be able to tell just by fighting Wendy Yushan. Ever since the top 100 rankings was created, very few powerhouses at the bottom of the rankings have been able to enter the top 50 just by cultivating for a long time. That's because those at the top are all terrifyingly powerful, and it's not something that can be compensated for with time. Unless you awaken an innate gift or obtain a tyrannical technique, such opportunities do not appear so easily. Wendy Yushan looked at Luin seriously. Luin probed, then how high do you think I'll be on the top 100 rankings once I become an explorer? You'll be able to enter the top 50 in a year or so, and then you'll be able to enter the top 10, Wendy Yushan answered without hesitation. Luin was astonished. You have that much confidence in me? Wendy Yushan answered matter-of-factly, you're a true 10 Arbiters candidate. The 10 Arbiters are above the top 100 rankings and I've already lowered my estimate. Everyone who breaks through to the Explorer realm will experience different changes. If you maintain your current cultivation talent, then you'll definitely surpass the top 100 rankings one day. Surpassing the top 100 rankings? How tempting was that? Congratulations, 7th bro. Your fiancé seems to approve of you. The ghost monkey exclaimed, but he quickly changed the topic. However, if a strong woman like your fiancé thinks that you have a chance of surpassing the top 100 rankings, then everyone else will think the same, including the Astral Beast domain. In that case, we're guessing that your position on the Celestial Vanquishers list might be a little low. You might even be ranked higher. That one sentence ruined Lu Yin's good mood, and he blocked the monkey off again. He then asked Wendy Yushan, the Ross Empire is very strong, right? Wendy Yushan nodded silently and then turned to look outside. They're one of the 3 great powers of the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, so they definitely have powerhouses with power levels over 200,000. You're right, I was too impulsive. Luin was shocked. You actually admitted it? Wendy Yushan frowned. Yes, she had actually admitted it, but why? She clearly would not have admitted it a few days ago, as no one else had the right to judge her. So why had she admitted it to this man? Was he different to her in some way? The two did not linger on this topic for long. Wendy Yushan went into seclusion to cultivate her secret technique while Lu Yin paid attention to the dispute between Darkstar Gorge and the Dark Mist Weave. He was prepared to add fuel to the fire at any time. Elsewhere, at the Great U Empire's Xenu Star space station, Schutz had returned. Schutz took a deep breath as he looked at Xenu Star and the 3 rings of land above his head. He was finally back and he felt a sense of homesickness. Although he had not been away for long, the great distance made it feel like he had been away for a very long time. He wondered how U Academy was doing. The second prince, Duke Yushan, had betrayed the Empire and taken away some of U Academy's elites. Were his old friends and rivals still around? Schutz walked out of the space station and was about to head home when a sharp gust of wind blew past him. Someone was attacking him. His gaze turned cold and he dodged to the side. He turned around and saw another lightning arrow flying towards him. When he saw the lightning arrow, he knew who it was and a rare smile appeared on his face. He raised a hand and flicked his finger, easily shattering the lightning arrow and causing it to fall to the ground. Gerbach, come out, Schutz called out. Ha ha, I knew that you wouldn't forget about your opponent. Gerbach walked out from a corner followed by Rockne, Huizhong and Tianming. All 5 of U Academy's hall masters were present. Schutz smiled and swept his gaze over them. Judging from your expressions, you want to fight? I can't wait. Huizhong shouted. He raised his hand and used the Sky Beast Claw. On the other side, Rockne and Tianming did not hold back either. Schutz had been the strongest back then, and now that he had returned from the Astral Combat Academy, none of them believed that they could deal with him alone, even if they had all broken through to the Lamita realm. Schutz smiled. He really missed this feeling. In the Great U Empire, he had been like a frog at the bottom of a well. He had not come into contact with domains or battle force, and his usage of star energy had remained at the most primitive level. He watched as Gerbach took out a fruit that flickered with lightning. As expected, they were unable to use star energy to imitate natural forces. They were too weak. If he had not left the Great U Empire, he would have been the same as them. The fifth princess had been right to look down on them. It was only after entering the Astral Combat Academy that Schutz finally understood how much she had disdained them. Too weak. Schutz raised his hand and easily shattered the sky beast claw. He then grabbed Huazhong and tossed him into the distance. At the same time, he used a single palm to strike Tianming. Tianming's overlaying stacks had been raised to 5 stacks, but it was instantly shattered by Schutz's palm. Schutz then sent Rockney flying with a kick. Facing Gerbach, Schutz dodged the lightning arrow and raised his hand. Lightning flickered from his fingers as the arrow transformed into a bow. His star energy transformed into lightning, and he released an arrow that brushed past Gerbach's cheek, leaving behind a trail of blood. In an instant, the 4U Academy Hall Masters who had once been Schutz's match were defeated without any suspense. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 369. Gerbach and the others were shocked. Even though they had guessed that this would happen, they still couldn't accept the fact that they had been so easily defeated by Schutz. They were the top elites of the Great U Empire's younger generation, and losing to Lu Yin wasn't a big deal since they had never treated him as a peer. Now that they had been defeated so easily by Schutz, they couldn't hide the disappointment in their hearts. Even further away, the elites of U Academy were watching. Zherlin, Geraldine, Zhaoyu, Huansha, Fu Shaoshu, Zhentong, Songshi, and the others from Earth were all present. They had personally witnessed Schutz crush Gerbach and the others, and they were equally shocked. This was the strength of the Great U Empire's former #1 expert. This is the power of the Astral Combat Academy students. The difference is too great. Tianming was the first to speak, but he couldn't hide the bitterness in his voice. Schutz replied, "The difference between the inner verse and the outer verse is very obvious. Our use of star energy, battle experience, battle techniques, and comprehension are all on a different level. My current strength can only be considered average in the Astral Combat Academy." Gerbach and the others narrowed their eyes. "You're only average?" Schutz nodded and his gaze swept past them. When he saw Zherlin, Geraldine and the others, he raised his voice. "I came back because I promised Lu Yin that I would reorganize U Academy and raise the strength of the younger generation. At the same time, I would select the elites to be taught in Astral 10. Everyone was delighted. The Astral Combat Academy was the dream of countless people in the Outerverse, and after seeing Schutz's strength, they were even more eager to go. "Senior Schutz, how strong is the strongest person in the Astral Combat Academy?" someone asked. Many people looked at him as if he was an idiot. The person felt wronged. "Did I say something wrong?" Songshi sneered. "The strongest person is the Royal Regent." "Lu Yin, did you not watch the Tournament of the Strongest?" The person was shocked. "The Tournament of the Strongest?" "No, I only watched the Astral Combat Tournament." Huazhong explained, "Not everyone can watch the Tournament of the Strongest. The Astral Combat Tournament is broadcast to the entire universe, and the Tournament of the Strongest is only broadcasted in a few regions. Your Earth is an exception. The Royal Regent was born on Earth, which is why you can watch it." Songshi and the rest were filled with pride. That's right, the Royal Regent had been born on Earth, and they had witnessed the strength of the Astral Combat Academy's top powerhouses. It was a pity that they could not comprehend it. Schutz's gaze turned cold. Seeing is one thing but understanding is another. The Royal Regent's strength is something that even ordinary space-exploring powerhouses cannot comprehend, let alone you. What you need to do now is to increase your strength as much as possible and enter Astral 10. When that time comes, the Royal Regent will personally take you to the Innerverse. The Innerverse? Isn't Astral 10 in the Frostwave Weave? Gerbach asked. Schutz shook his head. The Royal Regent became the champion of the Tournament of the Strongest. Astral 10 is now ranked first and has officially moved to the Innerverse. Everyone fell silent. He had single-handedly allowed Astral 10 to return to the Innerverse. This was Regent Lu Yin's influence, and it was not something that they could comprehend. A few days later, Darkstar Gorge and the 9 allied nations officially came into contact. As Lu Yin had expected, although both sides tried their best to restrain themselves, they still maintained a certain level of hostility. The 9 allied nations were wary of the powerhouse from Darkstar Gorge whose power level was over 200,000, while Darkstar Gorge was also wary of the powerhouse from the Dark Mist Weave. However, Darkstar Gorge had always been domineering and this time it was perfectly justifiable. They could not tolerate it for much longer and would definitely think of a way to obtain should a planet. Puyu would also make a move as this would affect his reputation. Lu Yin observed the situation for a few days and knew that there was no turning back. Unless one side gave up on should a planet, both sides would definitely waste some time. He considered whether or not he should add fuel to the fire, but after some thought he decided against it. He could not do anything too obvious or else he would be discovered. What he needed to consider now was the Northline flow zone. A few days ago, the 10 Arbiters Council had ordered Lu Yin to go to the Northline flow zone to witness the Northgate platform competition. The Northgate platform was the symbol of the Northline flow zone, and there were 17 families there. They were united because of a rule that had been passed down from generation to generation. The winner of the Northgate platform competition could decide the direction of the Northline flow zone, and the 17 families could not object. Because of this, even the 8 great flow zones did not dare to underestimate the Northline flow zone. When the Northline flow zone had been given to Lu Yin, Feng Shang's attitude had been very strange. The Northline flow zone was very united against outsiders, and it would be very difficult for Lu Yin to interfere. Lu Yin looked at the information on the Northline flow zone again and fell into deep thought. This time he would only be able to witness the Northgate platform competition, but what about the future? The 10 arbiters were all fighting for territory, and since the Northline flow zone had been given to him, if he could not even interfere, then no one would care about him in the future. Furthermore, the Northline flow zone was located between the Blazing Mist flow zone and the Beast Tamers flow zone. The powers from these 2 flow zones would probably send people to witness the Northgate platform competition. Lu Yin did not have a good relationship with the powers from the Blazing Mist flow zone, so he could not afford to make any mistakes. At the very least he could not embarrass the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin raised his head, feeling rather vexed. This sort of united flow zone was the most difficult to break through. At that moment he received a video call from Astral 10's Old Kai. Lu Yin was astonished. He had basically left Astral 10 to its own devices, and there were no missions for him to complete. Why would Old Kai contact him for no reason? Kid, how have you been? I heard that you've done quite a few things. Old Kai was still the same, his mustache sticking out as he beamed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin respectfully replied, "Thank you for your concern, Old Kai. May I know why you're looking for me?" Old Kai smiled. "It's nothing much. Do you still remember the purpose of the Astral Combat Tournament?" An idea flashed through Lu Yin's mind and his eyes lit up. He had an idea of what to do. Old Kai frowned. "Kid, there's something wrong with your expression." Lu Yin fervently looked at Old Kai. The Astral Combat Tournament is to determine the rankings of the Astral Combat Academies. Old Kai, since I'm the champion, will Astral 10 be changed to Astral 1? Old Kai laughed heartily. That's right in theory, but Astral 10 has been weak for too long, and the resources available to the students and teachers cannot match the reputation of Astral 1. Even if Astral 1's name is used, it's useless. That's why we old fellows rejected it. However, Astral 10 will be able to return to the Innerverse thanks to you, kid. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. It's good that we can return to the Innerverse. Old Kai, I have a request. Old Kai narrowed his eyes and looked Lu Yin up and down. Kid, I'm only telling you because you have the right to know. It doesn't mean that you have the right to decide on Astral 10's matters. Think before you speak. Lu Yin's expression changed and he respectfully bowed. I understand. I don't have any excessive requests. I just hope that Astral 10 can stay in the Northline flow zone for a while after entering the Innerverse and leave after the Northgate platform competition. Old Kai was astonished. The Northgate platform competition has started again? Lu Yin nodded. Old Kai stroked his mustache and grinned. I know. You're just trying to intimidate others. Are you afraid that the Blaze Realm and the Ross Empire will oppress you? Lu Yin laughed dryly. Of course not. I represent the 10 Arbiters Council, and those powers won't dare to be too obvious. Besides, I'm also a member of the Lockbreaker Society. Is that so? If that's the case, then it's the same for you to go alone. I'm hanging up. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, Of course. My most important identity is that I'm a student of Astral 10, and I'm also your disciple. No one would dare to not give Astral 10 face and no one would dare to offend you. Old Kai was in a good mood when he heard this and he thought about it for a moment. Alright, I agree. I'll go to the Northline flow zone first, and I'll leave after the Northgate platform competition. Thank you, mentor. Luin was overjoyed. With Astral 10 by his side, he felt even more at ease. Astral 10's mentors were not easy to deal with, and Luin had seen the might of a hunter before. He didn't believe that old Kai and the other old fellows were just hunters. Maybe they were enlighters. Luin hadn't forgotten that someone had once said that Astral 10 was a prison. He guessed that the prison was the crazy headmaster. If that was the case, then these mentors were definitely not simple. Even if he borrowed the courage of the Blaze Realm's powers, they wouldn't dare to embarrass him in front of Astral 10. Luin was worried that the older generation of experts from the various powers would embarrass him. If that happened, the 10 arbiters would be dissatisfied with him and question his abilities. He did not want to make any mistakes. Kid, you've made a great contribution to Astral 10. We originally planned to give you a reward, but we've decided to forget about it. Going to the Northline flow zone will be a substitute reward, old Kai said. Luin was speechless. How stingy. Mentor Rainmaster has already helped me develop the overlaying stacks path to 30 stacks, so that reward is enough. Thank you for your kind intentions, mentors. At least you know how to talk. Actually, you're wrong. As long as you safely reach the Northline flow zone, the Northline flow zone will guarantee your safety. No one will be able to do anything to you, not even the Blaze Realm. Do you know why? Old Kai smiled at Luin as if his scheme had succeeded. Luin did not understand. Old Kai slowly explained, in the outerverse, it's rare to see an enlighter, but in the innerverse, the larger flow zones all have enlighters and the Northline flow zone is no exception. There are 17 families in the Northline flow zone, and there are 3 almighty enlighters with power levels over 200,000. They are the Northgate family's Elder Northgate, the Lily family's Granny Chan, and the Barth Jacques family's Tai Sa. Since you're representing the 10 Arbiters Council, those 3 won't watch you get bullied. Luin smiled. No matter what, the Academy's presence in the Northline flow zone will give me some courage. I won't regret it. Old Kai smiled and nodded before ending the call. With Astral 10 overseeing things, Luin did not have to worry about anything. If anything unexpected happened, he could just cause a ruckus. Even if Astral 10 could not do anything, he still had Leon's armada behind him, which was a force that dared to challenge the Day-Night clan. When he thought about all of this, Luin felt his back straighten up. Although the Northgate platform competition would determine the power structure of the Northline flow zone, it would also greatly affect the surrounding flow zones. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 370. In the Beast Tamer's flow zone's first-class hall, a middle-aged man opened his eyes, and a majestic pressure caused the void to collapse. The Northgate platform competition is about to begin. I'll be representing the Beast Tamer's flow zone as a witness this time. I wonder if I have the ability to challenge those 3. In the blazing mist flow zone, space burned with flames. The temperature was extremely high, but it did not affect the void at all. This was the Blaze Realm. Poison Flame, you'll be representing the Blaze Realm to witness the Northgate platform competition, an old voice said. It was impossible to tell if the voice was near or far, and it was impossible to tell if it was real or illusory. In a corner of the Blaze Realm, the void distorted, and a person covered in bluish-green flames walked out. Yes. As the bluish-green flames dissipated, Poison Flame gradually revealed his true appearance. He was a middle-aged man with a sinister expression who looked up into space. Has the Northgate platform competition begun again? He then stepped out of the Blaze Realm and appeared on a stone platform floating in space. A row of figures were kneeling on it, and the person at the front was Jared. Master, I was unable to achieve good results in the Astral Combat Tournament. I've embarrassed you, Jared said sadly as his body trembled. Poison Flame glanced at him coldly. Where's the Retribution Flame? Jared gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with hatred. Erica returned, and the sect gave him the Retribution Flame. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been defeated so easily. Poison Flame's gaze was cold. It seems like I haven't been out for a long time. Some people in the sect have already forgotten how terrifying I am. Jared did not dare to speak. He lowered his head and his eyes were filled with fear. When I return from the North Line flow zone, tell me who told you to hand over the Tribulation Flame, Poison Flame said. Jared's eyes lit up. Master, you're going to the North Line flow zone? Is it because of the Northgate platform competition? Poison Flame looked at Jared. Jared's breath caught and he hurriedly said, I have a great enemy in the Astral Combat Academy named Lu Yin. He's the champion of this year's Astral Combat Tournament and has joined the Council of Astral Academy. He's in charge of the North Line flow zone, and he'll probably be there for the Northgate platform competition. Disciple. Before he could finish, Jared spat out a mouthful of blood from Poison Flame's pressure. The terrifying pressure pressed his body into the ground, and his face turned red as he spat out another mouthful of blood. You want Master to participate in a competition between disciples? Poison Flame's voice was ice cold. As he spoke, the surrounding flames strangely froze, tinged with a hint of green. Gar was even more terrified as he stared at Poison Flame with trembling eyes. After a while, Poison Flame lifted his suppression on Garland and left. In the same blazing mist flow zone, in space above the Ross Empire, an incomparably large eagle soared through the universe. It flew past planets and countless surveillance technologies as it flew towards the depths of outer space. It's Duke Blackhawk. He seems to be heading towards the North Line flow zone. Rumor has it that the North Line flow zone's new Northgate platform competition is about to begin. Duke Blackhawk should be representing the Ross Empire to witness it. They actually sent Duke Blackhawk? He's a powerhouse with a power level close to 200,000, and his innate gift, Qiong-Ying, can intimidate the entire universe. Even in the Ross Empire, he's ranked at the very top. Is it really necessary to send him here just for the Northgate platform competition? Who knows? In the North Line flow zone, the Northgate platform was not a small stone platform. On the contrary, it was extremely large. Although it was just a stone platform, it was large enough to accommodate countless people. Shanggu Academy was built on top of the platform. Shanggu Academy was jointly built by 17 families to nurture the younger generation of the North Line flow zone. The Northgate platform competition was first to announce the contributions that each family had made to the North Line flow zone over the past few years. Second, it was to announce the future development direction of the North Line flow zone. Third, it was to allow the younger generation to learn from each other. Fourth, which was also the most important point, was to showcase the strength of each family's top powerhouses. Only those who could surpass everyone else in these four aspects would be able to gain control of the Northgate platform. In fact, although it was said that 17 families were competing, only 3 families were truly qualified to compete. They were the Northgate family, the Lily family, and the Barth Jacques family. This was because only these 3 families had almighties whose combat power exceeded 200,000. In the past Northgate platform competitions, one of the 3 families had always won. Shanggu Academy was built on top of the Northgate platform, and it was flanked by large commercial streets. The Northgate platform was a stone platform, and its foundation was quite sturdy. Even space-exploring powerhouses would find it difficult to damage it. There were no rivers, mountains, or seas, so this place was not suitable for living. All of the resources needed to be transported from the outside world, and the only places that could be purchased were the commercial streets that flanked Shanggu Academy. At this moment, in a restaurant on one of the commercial streets, a dozen or so young students were fiercely debating. The antique restaurant had a modern screen hanging on it, giving it a feeling of a combination of technology and antiquity. The mentors said that the winner of this Northgate platform competition will definitely be the Northgate family. The Northgate family's young master, Northgate Lai, is an explorer with a power level over 30,000. He's also ranked 93rd on the top 100 rankings, and no one in the younger generation of the North Line flow zone is his match. The competition between the younger generation is just one aspect, but it also depends on how much they contribute to the North Line flow zone. No family dares to compete with the Barth Jacques family in this aspect. They're a huge corporation, and their influence is not limited to just the North Line flow zone, but also the Innerverse and Outerverse. Even the Outerverse 4 great corporations can't say for sure that they can beat them. A large part of the North Line flow zone's economy is supported by the Barth Jacques family. The Barth Jacques family is just a commercial family, and they don't have much power. If they didn't hire the Scarlet Mercenaries, then they wouldn't even have an enlighter with a power level over 200,000. So what? The Scarlet Mercenaries leader, Tai Sa, has been serving the Barth Jacques family for so many years, and they're already family. I think that the Northgate family has the highest chance of winning. Countless years ago, the Northgate family was a colossus that even the Day-Night clan feared. Don't talk about the past. Just look at the present. The Lily family isn't bad either. The Lily family? It's a woman, so their chances of winning are very low. However, Granny Chan is very powerful, and she's one of the 3 protectors of the Northline flow zone. In a corner of a restaurant, a man was sullenly drinking wine. As the alcohol got to his head, he heard a nearby argument and slammed the table. Shut up. The Northgate platform competition isn't something that the younger generation can discuss. The youths looked at the man and were stunned for a moment. They then said in a strange tone, I was wondering who it was that was so arrogant. So it's Ah Fan. Why haven't you left Shanggu Academy yet? Are you waiting for the mentors to kick you out? Ah Fan? One of the strongest people in the academy? That Ah Fan? Strongest? He's just a piece of trash who lost our academy's only teleportation stone, someone said in an unfriendly tone. Oh, I remember now. I heard that he lost to Astral 10. That's right. It wasn't easy for the academy to obtain a teleportation stone, but that piece of trash lost it so easily. He still has the face to stay in the academy. How shameful. Bah, how shameful. Ah Fan gulped down a mouthful of wine and suddenly stood up. He casually threw the wine cup in his hand, shattering it into pieces as it flew towards the students. The students didn't expect Ah Fan to attack so suddenly. They were already much weaker than him, and now they couldn't even react before they were injured by the fragments of the cup and fell to the ground. The restaurant owner didn't even dare to make a sound and just watched from the side. Ah Fan have lost and there's nothing to complain about. However, against that person even Northgate Lai, who you all claim to be the strongest, would have a slim chance of surviving. You can only blame yourself for being unlucky, Ah Fan said coldly. The students on the ground grimaced in pain, but they didn't dare to talk back. Ah Fan had always been one of the strongest people in Shanggu Academy, and even though he had been neglected by the academy, his strength hadn't changed. They were no match for him. How arrogant. Below the restaurant, several young men and women walked up the stairs. The person in the lead held a folding fan and looked very confident. Everyone looked over and was surprised to find that they were from the Northgate family and the Lily family. 2 of the 3 strongest families had come. Brother Ah Fan, I'd like to know what kind of person you're talking about. Even my brother, Northgate Lai, had a slim chance of surviving, the man with the folding fan said slowly as he looked at Ah Fan arrogantly. Beside him, a very beautiful young girl also seemed to be interested in this matter. The young man was called Northgate Gang, and he was one of the successors of the Northgate family. He was also Northgate Lai's younger brother. He studied at Shanggu Academy and was one of the strongest leaders there, similar to Ah Fan. Ah Fan remained silent and didn't say anything. At this moment, the students who had been knocked down had already stood up and were glaring at Ah Fan angrily, as if they were about to attack. More and more students gathered upstairs to watch the commotion. Northgate Gang sneered and politely said to the people around him, "Everyone, let me introduce you." He then moved aside to reveal the beautiful girl. This is Lily Shuer from the Lily family. She's the cousin of the young mistress, Miss Lily Ann. She's just joined Shanggu Academy, so please take care of her. The crowd was in an uproar as they looked at Lily Shuer. Lily Shuer wasn't very old, but her eyes were mischievous and cute. She looked around and finally looked at Ah Fan. Senior Ah Fan, you still haven't told me who was able to kill Brother Northgate Lai. He's on the top 100 rankings. Everyone looked at Ah Fan once again. Northgate Gang raised his head. Brother Ah Fan, what's wrong? You can't tell me? The ported battles only use code names and don't have names, so you can't talk. If you lose, you lose. All you have to do is work hard and cultivate. But here you are, talking nonsense and using my brother as a stepping stone to wash away your humiliation. As a student of Shanggu Academy, even I feel embarrassed for you. Everyone looked at Ah Fan with disdain. A loss was a loss, but he had said that the person who had defeated him was able to kill Northgate Lai. This method of shirking responsibility was too low class, and it had even been heard by the Northgate family. It was utterly humiliating. Ah Fan clenched his fists and looked up at Northgate Gang. I'm not spouting nonsense. The person who defeated me is Astral 10's Luin. The restaurant fell silent as everyone stared at Ah Fan. They all knew who Luin was. Ah Fan had only told the mentors about this matter, which was why the mentors hadn't blamed him too much and why he had been able to stay at Shanggu Academy. Otherwise, Lu Yin would have brought in Xiaohua along. Seventh bro, aren't you embarrassed to not bring a beauty along? The monkey complained unhappily. Lu Yin frowned. Do you want to be blocked again? The monkey immediately shut up as he knew that Lu Yin was not joking. Lu Yin would block him whenever he wanted, and this was already considered good. He even knew to give a warning, but most of the time he did not even give a warning before blocking him. Ghost Monkey was already very helpless about this. Lu Yin had taken Sandios's personal spacecraft this time. It was still an Aurora, but it was not radiant grade. Instead, it was a black hole grade spacecraft. A black hole grade Aurora was the exclusive vehicle of a member of the Youth Council. It could defend against attacks from hunters and was 100 times faster than a normal spacecraft. A normal spacecraft would take at least 7 to 8 months to travel from Sandios to the Northline flow zone, and this did not include the time needed to change course midway. Now, with the black hole grade Aurora's speed, it would take less than 3 days. The entire route had been completed in less than 3 days, which was a speed that Lu Yin had not even dared to dream of. This was a black hole grade Aurora. Of course, this did not include the time spent in the Astral River. Lu Yin estimated that it would take less than 5 days to reach the Northline flow zone. Money limited one's imagination. With money, anything could be achieved. With this black hole grade Aurora, he would not have to waste so much time traveling through the universe. Lu Yin sighed as he felt the spacecraft's extreme speed. Sometimes, having money did not necessarily mean that everything could be achieved. At the very least, this spacecraft was not something that just anyone could enjoy, and this extreme speed was something that one's body could not handle. The average Lemmeter would definitely not be able to handle this speed, and only an explorer's body would be able to handle it. A day later, the spacecraft suddenly stopped in outer space. Lu Yin looked into the distance and recalled the past. That was the pirate port, which was also the place where he had undergone his transformation. It was also where he had experienced death. It was also there that his way of thinking had changed. A person could not be an ant forever and have their fate decided by others. If not for the events at the pirate port, he would at most be comparable to an area master of a trial zone in the Astral Combat Academy. He would not even be able to compare to a student leader, let alone a champion. A person's destiny was truly unpredictable. 3 years ago he had been an ordinary person, but 3 years later his name had shaken the universe. He wondered how his family's investigation of what had happened back then was going. After returning to Leon's armada, the people who had attacked him back then were probably trembling in fear. The pirate port was already very close to the Astral River. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived outside the Astral River once more. The last time he had been here, he had taken a spacecraft from the erudite flow zone's border and had taken the express route, which was equivalent to cutting the queue and entering the Astral River, Arkansas. This time, Lu Yin did not expose himself, as he wanted to enter the inner verse like a normal person. The Astral River arc was incredibly large, and one spacecraft after another passed through the inspection and entered the arc. They would then travel back and forth between the inner verse and the outer verse. The arc's current master was Old Gouda, and he would remain in this position for many years to come. No matter where one went, there would always be secret transactions. Aside from going through the normal procedures to enter the inner verse, ordinary people would also have to depend on the attitude of certain people on the arc. Back in the Astral Combat Academy's trial zones, Gu Er had said that space-exploring powerhouses would kneel to him in order to enter the inner verse. Now Lu Yin had witnessed it for himself. Under the gazes of countless people, an explorer took out his cosmic ring in humiliation and requested to enter the inner verse. The attraction of the inner verse to the outer verse was too great. Many people believed that only by entering the inner verse could one become a powerhouse and fight for a future. It was precisely because of this belief that even space-exploring powerhouses had to put down their pride. They believed that they could return to the inner verse to seek revenge after becoming a powerhouse, but in reality the people on the Astral River arc did not care at all. Even if these people entered the inner verse, their chances of becoming a true powerhouse were very small. Besides, the people on the Astral River arc were not weak either. There were still a few more spacecraft before it was Lu Yin's turn. He was bored when he accidentally saw a familiar figure. He was surprised to see that it was Gu Er. Although they had only met once, Lu Yin had a deep impression of Gu Er. When he had first met Gu Er, space-exploring powerhouses had still been out of reach for Lu Yin. However, he had heard of space-exploring powerhouses kneeling at Gu Er's feet, and that had left a deep impression on Lu Yin. Furthermore, Gu Er was Elder Gouda's son. Spacecraft after spacecraft were inspected in orbit. In order to enter the inner verse, One had to pay a considerable amount of resources and also have a legitimate reason. The Astral River Flow Zone Envoy's job was to supervise the Astral River Arc and find ways to prevent more people from entering the Innerverse. This was an unwritten rule of the Innerverse. Luin watched as the people on the first few spacecraft dejectedly left. He looked at Guer's smug expression and smiled. It was his turn. "Where are you from?" A voice came from the spacecraft's communicator. Luin replied, "Frostwave Weave. You're not allowed to enter." Luin was stunned. "What? Anyone from Frostwave Weave is not allowed to enter today. Come back tomorrow." The voice was clearly impatient. Luin was speechless. "What's the reason? If I say you're not allowed to enter, then you're not allowed to enter." At that moment, a voice came from the spacecraft behind the tracks. "Brother, this is the Astral River Arc's rule. Draw lots and whichever weave you're not allowed to enter will be barred for the day. Draw lots again tomorrow and you won't be able to enter. Go back and wait for another day." Luin was stunned. Was that even possible? "Alright, you know quite a bit. Since you know so much, you don't have to go in," the supervisor beside the track said in a strange tone. Sir, I just saw that you didn't want to talk so I tried to explain. Please don't take offense and let me in," the person on the spacecraft behind Luin wailed. The supervisor sneered. "I really don't want to talk today. Since you're so kind, fine. Stay here and help me explain things one by one. I'll go in a few days when it's my turn." The person was helpless. Luin looked on coldly. The attitude of the people on the Astral River Arc was quite bad, and they were doing everything they could to prevent people from the Outerverse from entering the Innerverse. "Why aren't you leaving, kid? It's fine if you don't want to leave. Just wait a few more days and I won't have to deal with so many idiots," the supervisor said proudly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he was about to speak when Guer walked over and appeared beside the supervisor. "What's the matter?" When the supervisor saw Guer, he immediately lowered his head. "So it's you, sir. Please take a seat." Guer sat down lazily and waited for the supervisor to serve tea and snacks, acting like he was the boss. "What you do has nothing to do with me. Since it depends on luck, then can you give me some face and allow anyone who is on the same track as me to enter the Innerverse?" Guer heaved a sigh of relief. "Of course that's not a problem. Whatever you say, senior." Luin smiled and nodded. "Thank you." He then followed the tracks and boarded the Astral River Arkansas. Luin had only suggested this because he wanted to experience the taste of authority. It was a wonderful feeling and he liked it a lot. It would be even better if he could control this enormous Astral River Arc one day. The Astral River Arc was extremely important to the Innerverse and Outerverse. Generally speaking, those who boarded it weren't allowed to walk around freely, and they weren't even allowed to disembark. However, Luin was an exception. With his status, there was nothing that could restrict him, especially since he had 2 honor points. One of the privileges he had was to visit the Astral River Arkansas. However, he didn't go out because he was afraid of running into old Gouda and letting him see the hatred in his eyes. It was still too early to meet old Gouda, and he had to at least wait until he had the strength to take revenge. However, there was one thing that he was curious about. Why hadn't Big Sis and the others attacked old Gouda? Were they worried about the Innerverse? On the other side, after Luin left, Guer immediately contacted old Gouda and reported Lu Yin's situation. "Well done. Try not to provoke Luin if you can. I just received news that he might be related to a large number of Outerverse pirates, and he has 2 honor points. Not even my authority can deal with him," old Gouda said. Guer was unhappy. "Father, doesn't that mean he can do whatever he wants in the universe? With honor points he can do whatever he wants. Besides, he has more than one identity. That's why I want you to train hard and graduate as soon as possible. After you graduate, go to the warfront and contribute to the human domain. Try to get as many honor points as possible." Guer rolled his eyes. Only an idiot would go to the warfront. Even Shui Luyun had died there. Not even 10 lives would be enough for Guer. "Father, the warfront has already stopped. It won't stop for long. For countless years, the human domain, astral beast domain, and technocracy have never stopped fighting. Even if the warfront really does stop, there are still missions to explore the astral wilderness. Train hard and you'll have plenty of opportunities to earn honor points." Old Gouda then cut off the call. Guer pursed his lips. He wasn't going to do any missions. There weren't many people in the Outerverse who had earned honor points. He felt that it would be more fun to act like a tyrant in the Astral Combat Academy. When he thought of the Astral Combat Academy, he thought of Lu Yin. Since he was going to stay there, he couldn't afford to offend Lu Yin. Damn it, he should have curried favor with him earlier. Wait, it's not too late now. Gu Er's eyes lit up and he waved at the supervisor. Go. Ask Senior Lu if he needs anything. Try to satisfy him as much as possible. Make sure to serve him well. Yes, young master, the supervisor hurriedly replied. He didn't even bother with his work since anyone on this track could enter anyway. The person who had previously explained things to Lu Yin quickly followed Lu Yin into the arc. He couldn't help but sigh that good people were indeed rewarded. The Astral River arc stayed at the edge of the Outerverse Astral River for roughly the same amount of time as the Astral River Arkansas. It depended on luck. It could stay for 1 day or it could stay for 10 days. This was also the reason why old Gouda had been able to deliberately delay his departure. Lu Yin didn't know how long the arc would stay this time, and he wondered if he should contact Gu Er again. It just so happened that the supervisor contacted him. Lord Lu, the voyage must have been tiring. If there's anything you need, please feel free to let me know. Lu Yin opened the cabin door and saw that he had been assigned to a separate track. This track was only connected to the spacecraft of important people, and there was a separate lounge and kitchen to the side. Everything was separate from the rest of the cabin, which clearly showed his status. When will the ark depart? Lu Yin asked. The supervisor respectfully replied, this lowly one would like to know. Is my lord in a hurry? Lu Yin nodded. The supervisor hurriedly activated his gadget and contacted someone. Not long after, he respectfully replied, if Lord Lu requires it, we can depart immediately. Lu Yin was flabbergasted. Old Gouda was treating him too well, which shouldn't be the case. Although Lu Yin had many statuses and honor points, he didn't have the ability to control old Gouda. Even if Lu Yin's status as a member of the 10 Arbiters Council made old Gouda apprehensive, it didn't affect old Gouda that much. After all, the Astral River arc represented the Innerverse, and it wasn't something that the 10 Arbiters Council could easily interfere with. But now, old Gouda was actually giving Lu Yin so much face, which was too strange. Lu Yin didn't know that his actions against the Day-Night clan in the Astral Combat Academy had caused such a huge shock to others. The Day-Night clan's reputation in the universe was too great, and Lu Yin had dared to face them head-on and come out unscathed. Lu Yin's identity had attracted a lot of speculation, and old Gouda was afraid of this. Coupled with the recent events at San Dios, old Gouda was certain that Lu Yin had a powerful organization supporting him. In any case, whether the arc moved or stopped depended entirely on old Gouda's words, so he might as well give Lu Yin some face. Things would look good in the future, and his son was still in the Astral Combat Academy. Does Lord Lu have any other instructions? Young Master said that the ark will still need some time to reach the edge of the Innerverse Astral River. During this time, we will carry out all of Lord Lu's orders, the supervisor said respectfully. Lu Yin waved a hand. I don't have any other instructions. You may leave. Yes, the supervisor acknowledged and left. However, before he could take a few steps, Lu Yin suddenly said, Right, I heard that someone is fishing on the ark. Bring me a fishing rod. The supervisor was stunned. Lord Lu, the Astral River contains too many dangers. The ones fishing on the ark are usually space-exploring powerhouses, and accidents often happen to them. Lord Lu, please don't take any risks. It's fine. Go get it, Lu Yin said. He walked over to the transparent metal not too far away and looked down at the flowing Astral River with a strange expression. He was reminded of the Cosmic Sea. If Yi Xingqian could survive there, then why couldn't he do the same in the Astral River? The Cosmic Sea was much more dangerous than the Astral River. The supervisor didn't dare to retort and hurriedly left. About an hour later, a set of special fishing gear was delivered to Lu Yin. Lord Lu, the ark will depart soon. Please make the necessary preparations, the supervisor said before respectfully leaving. Lu Yin picked up the fishing gear. The fishing gear here was different from what a normal person would think of. After all, they were facing the Astral River, and rather than calling them fishing gear, they were more like defensive gear. The only difference was that there was an additional fishing rod. Lu Yin picked up the fishing rod and exerted some force, but it didn't budge at all. He was astonished. It was very sturdy. He thought about it and increased his force even more, even using overlaying stacks. The fishing rod slowly bent, but only by a tiny bit. When Lu Yin increased his overlaying stacks to 20 stacks, the fishing rod finally bent in an arc. He exhaled, as this fishing rod was indeed worthy of being used in the Astral River. Even an ordinary explorer wouldn't be able to withstand the force that he had just exerted, but he still couldn't do anything to this fishing rod. This fishing rod's defense surpassed that of an ordinary explorer, and it seemed to be quite valuable. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 373. There was a place for fishing on the giant ship. Lu Yin was led by the supervisor to a place called the Leaping Dragon Platform. This was the place where fishing was done. The Astral River Arc had only been in the outerverse for a short period of time, so not many people had boarded it, and there was not a single person at the Leaping Dragon Terrace. It was not easy to fish on the Arc, and one had to have a high status. Of course, the most important thing was one's strength. Every year, there were many powerhouses who were dragged into the Astral River and died. Lu Yin put on his fishing gear and casually tossed his fishing line into the Astral River. There was no need for bait to fish in the Astral River, as a person's star energy was the best bait. The fish here ate people. The moment the fishing line entered the Astral River, Lu Yin felt his hand tremble, and he almost lost his grip on the fishing rod. The Astral River was turbulent and vast, and it was filled with an indescribably boundless liquid energy. There was not only star energy but also all sorts of energy. Some of these energies could seriously injure or even kill a fisherman if they passed through the fishing line. Lu Yin was very strong, even stronger than Lulu and Grandini. Even so, he almost lost his grip on the fishing rod, which was a testament to the mighty force of the Astral River. He was only fishing and he did not touch it directly. In a luxurious lounge on the Ark, old Gouda brought his son, Gu-Er, and many other experts on the Ark to watch the Leaping Dragon Terrace. He's actually holding it steady. No wonder he's the strongest student in the Astral Combat Academy and a true 10 Arbiters candidate, someone praised. Normal explorers can't even hold the fishing rod steady. Now let's see how long he can last. It shouldn't be long. As cruisers we can only last for 10 hours at most. This Lu Yin, I think he'll be lucky if he can last for an hour. That's about it, and that's under the premise that nothing unexpected happens. If he really catches something, he'll easily be dragged into the Astral River. Sir, should we send someone to protect him? Old Gouda looked at Lu Yin and then at Gu-Er. How's your relationship with him? Gu-Er wanted to say that it was alright and that there was no major conflict between them, but he suddenly remembered that Lu Yin had killed him in the trial zones. He recalled what Lu Yin had said at that time and his expression changed. He had almost forgotten that Lu Yin had said that he would kill his father on the Astral River, Arkansas. He immediately told old Gouda about this matter. Old Gouda frowned. Why didn't you say so earlier? Gu-Er replied bitterly, I forgot. Old Gouda snorted coldly and looked at the Leaping Dragon platform coldly. Did they have a grudge against each other? Perhaps, as he had offended too many people over the years as an Astral River Flow Zone envoy, and Lu Yin was one of his enemies. Don't worry about him. Keep an eye on him at all times. He can't blame anyone if he dies. The people around him immediately responded. Actually, Lu Yin had already forgotten what he had said when he had killed Gu-Er. Otherwise, he would not have gone fishing, as doing so would have been tantamount to sending himself to the brink of death. Of course, he did not plan to actually go fishing. He just wanted to experience it. 10 minutes later, Lu Yin suddenly put away his fishing gear and stopped fishing. Under the watchman's stunned gaze, Lu Yin tossed all his fishing gear to him. The supervisor was speechless. It had only been 10 minutes. What was going on? Lu Yin was not someone who did not know his own limits. From the moment that the fishing line had entered the Astral River, he knew that he could not fish with his current strength. It was very easy for him to encounter danger, so he just needed to get a feel for it. Gu-Er also learned that Lu Yin had stopped fishing, and he gritted his teeth in anger. When he remembered that Lu Yin had a grudge with them, his attitude changed. He wanted nothing more than for Lu Yin to die here, but Lu Yin's status was too special and he could not touch him. He had originally thought that he would be able to finish this guy off by fishing, but he had not expected that he would only fish for 10 minutes. It was too disgusting. 7th Bro Mingji, the Astral River is not something that you can come into contact with right now, the monkey said. Lu Yin returned to his personal spacecraft, as this was the only place where he felt safe. After all, old Gouda was right next to him and the old man was a hunter. Lu Yin was afraid that if he suppressed his killing intent, old Gouda would attack him. This spacecraft could withstand a hunter's attack and it gave him a sense of security. Monkey, When do you think I'll be able to come into contact with the Astral River? Luin asked out of boredom. The monkey thought about it. At least become an explorer. With your freakish strength, you'll be able to crush a normal cruiser when you become an explorer. At that time, you'll have some ability to protect yourself against the Astral River. But Yi Xingqian was able to roam the cosmic sea. Compared to him, he's still far from being able to do that, Luin said. The monkey disdainfully replied, "Nonsense, that's impossible. Even the 10 arbiters couldn't roam the cosmic sea as a limiter, let alone him. There must be a reason why he's able to roam the cosmic sea, and it's just that we don't know about it." Luin thought about it and agreed. He was on the same level as Yi Xingqian, but he still wouldn't be able to protect himself against the Astral River. How could that person be able to protect himself in the cosmic sea? It could only be because of some special reason. It was a pity that he couldn't contact his family on his own. Otherwise, he would have asked them and wondered how Big Sis and the others were doing in Leon's armada. In the depths of the distant heavens, the cosmic sea roared as usual as it devoured countless lives. The cosmic sea, which was originally filled with killing intent, should have been silent, just like a forbidden land. However, in a dark strait, laughter could be heard. "Big Sis, congratulations on annihilating the Celestial Wolf Battalion. You've done the family a great service." "Congratulations, Big Sis. Congratulations, Big Sis." With a bang, a shockwave swept out in all directions and smoothed out the whistling strait. This part of the cosmic sea didn't even dare to stir up. "Guys, bring some wine." "Captain, don't drink any more. If you drink too much, you'll beat someone up." "That's right, Captain. You can't drink." "Shut up and drink." A huge voice tore through the void, splitting the strait in half. At the corner of the deck, Ghost looked at the strait that was being suppressed by Heizage Leon with a complicated expression. "Thinking about little Seven?" A pleasant voice came from behind her. Ghost turned around and narrowed her eyes. "Big Sis, your appearance has changed again." An extremely beautiful woman appeared before Ghost's eyes. She was sexy and charming, and she should have been a stunner. However, she had a bucket-like waist, which was a stark contrast to her beautiful appearance. "So what if I change?" "It doesn't matter. Changing so many times in one day is so annoying." Ghost smiled bitterly. "There's nothing I can do about it." "Who told you to cultivate the wrong technique? Your appearance keeps changing. It'd be strange if you didn't change one day." "Are you thinking about little Seven?" Big Sis took a sip of wine and asked. Spectre nodded. Little Seven didn't receive any help from his family, and he was able to reach his current position all by himself. He has faced countless enemies. Spectre then looked at Big Sis. "Let's bring Little Seven back, or we can announce to the public that Little Seven is a member of Leon's armada." Big Sis took a sip of wine. "Oh, why?" Ghost was puzzled. "Back then we couldn't protect ourselves, so we sent Little Seven to Earth. Although it was to prepare for the Great U Empire, it was more to ensure Little Seven's safety. Now that we've returned to Leon's armada and the captain has acknowledged Little Seven, why can't we announce it to the public?" Big Sis grinned. "Little Seven's identity can't be linked to Heizage Leon. He's not reliable, but I'm different. I won't let Little Seven have the stain of being a pirate." Ghost was speechless. "Big Sis, don't say that. Back then you guys had a falling out because of the captain's identity. Don't mention the word pirate anymore." Big Sis spat out all the wine in her mouth. "Pirates only seek short-term benefits, but their long-term path is blocked. That old fellow is narrow-minded. I won't let Little Seven repeat this path." She then turned and left. The surface of the strait was in an uproar and Ghost was flustered. She knew that Heizage Leon had heard Big Sis's words. Fortunately, they hadn't quarreled, or else she might have been banished again. It seemed that Big Sis was still angry that Heizage Leon had sent pirates to help Little Seven. This matter could easily expose Little Seven's relationship with the pirates, and Ghost had been a part of it. The Astral River arc took a day and a half to travel through the Astral River. During this time, the supervisor didn't appear again, but Luin didn't mind. When the arc connected to the edge of the Interverse Astral River, Luin sat in his personal spacecraft and set a course to fly into outer space towards Northline Flow Zone. It wasn't that old Gouda hadn't thought of getting rid of Luin, but the danger was too great and Lu Yin's identity was too sensitive. He could only watch as Luin left. After entering the Interverse, Luin immediately arrived at the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, which wasn't too far from Northline Flow Zone. He hadn't been able to sense it the last time he had been on a border spacecraft, but now he noticed that the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's temperature was much higher than the Outerverse. He didn't know if this was because of the difference between the innerverse and the outerverse or because of the Blaze realm. There were still many spacecraft around when Lu Yin left the Astral River, but he overtook them one by one. His spacecraft was too fast and many were stunned by the sight. Not long after, Lu Yin's spacecraft disappeared into the depths of space. According to his current position, he wasn't too far away from the tributary where the Blazing Mist Flow Zone and Northline Flow Zone intersected. If he wanted to pass through the tributary, he would have to take a giant arc. Although it was much smaller than the Astral River arc, it was still much larger than a super-large spacecraft. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 374. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. This feeling was coming from a cruiser. No, a hunter. A hunter was attacking him. There was a loud bang as the spacecraft shook violently. Lu Yin felt his mind go blank, and when he looked up, he saw an old man standing in space. The old man's eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Lu Yin. "Junior, undying Yushan crippled my limbs. Today you'll have to pay for it in his stead." Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and the spacecraft was attacked again with a screeching sound. Fortunately, as long as the Aurora was a black hole-grade spacecraft, it could defend against a hunter's attacks. Lu Yin was not worried about the spacecraft being destroyed. The old man sneered. "A mere black hole-grade spacecraft. Do you really think that it can defend against a powerhouse's attacks? Junior, there are battle techniques in the universe." The old man then used his star energy to form not just one palm, but multiple space-exploring palms that attacked the spacecraft. The black hole-grade spacecraft could only defend against a hunter's attacks, but that was only the standard value. It would not be able to withstand a true hunter's attacks. Just as the old man had said, he had battle techniques. The palms slammed into the spacecraft, but it still managed to hold on. However, Lu Yin could not take it anymore, and he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the screen. He shouted, "Old thing, I'm a member of the Lockbreaker Society and the 10 Arbiters Council. You dare kill me?" The old man laughed maniacally. "My limbs have been crippled and I'll never be able to recover. I'm no different from the living dead. If not for the fact that Wendy Yushan is too strong, I would have taken her down with me a long time ago. It's not bad to have a junior like you accompany me in death." Lu Yin's face went pale. He had no way of retaliating against a hunter. Even if this old man was at the bottom of the hunter hierarchy, killing him would still be as easy as flipping over a hand. "How did you know I was here?" Lu Yin shouted. The old man sneered. "You're about to die and you're still trying to trick me. I'll make sure that you die with a grudge." Berserk star energy swept through the void and viciously attacked the spacecraft. After enduring so many attacks, the spacecraft finally cracked. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Was he really going to die today? He could not accept this. This old bastard wanted to drag him down with him. He could not accept this. "Seventh bro, think of something." "I don't want to die." The monkey shrieked. Lu Yin spat out another mouthful of blood as his body could not take it anymore. He could already feel the pull from outer space. "Quick, use progenitor Wushang's hide. Not even a hunter can withstand its pressure." The monkey shouted. Unfortunately, Lu Yin could no longer hear him. He had lost all of his 5 senses and was bleeding from his 7 orifices. His entire body was like a toy as he waited for the old man to launch the final attack. The old man arrogantly replied, "Junior, your death is enough to benefit my descendants for tens of thousands of years." Star energy tore through the void like a thunderclap, intending to destroy Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the torn space outside the spacecraft, and then at the streak of lightning. He suddenly thought of something and he raised his hand to summon his die. He directly borrowed the lightning that he had absorbed from the rabbit and swept it out of the spacecraft. It streaked across space and shot into the dark depths of outer space. Everything fell silent, and the elder's pupils shrank as he stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. How was this possible? He could not believe that he was killed by a lightning bolt. This was a lightning bolt with a combat power of over 200,000. How could this kid possess it? The old man had no way of knowing as he died the moment the lightning bolt swept past him. His body fell down and he did not know where it would land. The lightning that Lu Yin had absorbed had come from that terrifying rabbit, which had crushed the 9-headed ape with a single stomp. The 9-headed ape was a terrifying creature with a power level of over 200,000. That rabbit's power level was unimaginable, and even if it had only absorbed a tiny bit of the lightning, it was still enough to instantly kill a hunter. Lu Yin sighed in relief as his mind began to feel dizzy. With a bang, the spacecraft suddenly disintegrated and Lu Yin was exposed to outer space. This was the second time that Lu Yin had been exposed to outer space due to a life-threatening crisis. Last time he had been lucky enough to be saved by Madame Naylan, but this time, not a single spacecraft had approached him. He closed his eyes in despair as he was truly finished. He had thought that he had many identities to protect himself, but against someone who did not even fear death, his identity was useless. Power was the foundation of everything. He now regretted not earning more money to increase his power. But now it was too late. He looked around and realized that this was what it felt like to be in outer space. He gradually found it difficult to breathe, and the pressure within his body was about to explode. This would probably be the last thing he saw. A Lemaitre exposed to outer space would definitely die. After waiting for a while, Lu Yin felt that something was strange as he seemed to be fine. He raised his hand and looked at the lines on his palm, which were very clear. Although the pressure within his body was extremely great, it had not broken through his body. Although his breathing had been cut off, his vitality was still circulating. Could he survive in outer space? He was shocked. Why? Could it be that his physical body had reached a certain level of toughness? He could only guess. The monkey did not respond and Lu Yin looked around. He couldn't see the end of this dark space and only the stars emitted light. Although he was not dead, his movements were rather slow, and his use of star energy was also hindered. If he could display 100% of his strength on land, then in outer space he could not even use 10% of his strength. Lu Yin did not know how long his vitality would last and he felt bitter. His spacecraft's performance was too good, but it also had its disadvantages. His own spacecraft was too fast, and he had left the other spacecraft in the dust. He had not even had a chance to call for help. If he had known this would happen, he would have prepared a set of universal armor in his cosmic ring. It would have been better than completely exposing his body. There were countless strange substances in the universe, and only the heavens knew if his physical body could withstand them. Perhaps his luck was good, but it didn't take long for a spacecraft to quickly approach him. Lu Yin was delighted, and he hurriedly used his star energy to simulate a universal distress signal. However, the spacecraft completely ignored him and directly flew past him. Lu Yin was helpless. The spacecraft was too fast and he was too slow in outer space. He could not catch up at all. After that, a few more spacecraft flew past him, but no one came to his rescue. Many people knew that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble while traveling through outer space. Very few people would take the initiative to save others, as the concept of repaying a debt of gratitude was too vague in the vast universe. Many pirates used this method to fish and most people were already on guard against it. Lu Yin had no other choice and after thinking about it for a long time, he could only do this. He wrapped star energy around his fingertips, and it transformed into an extremely thin rope-like structure that extended outwards. He did not know how far it extended, but it eventually stopped at a limit that he could not control. He then simulated a star energy rope and turned himself into a spider. As long as a spacecraft passed by, he would be taken away by the star energy he touched. It all depended on his luck to see if he would starve to death or run into a spacecraft first. Compared to the vastness of outer space, Lu Yin's star energy rope could only cover a relatively small area. It all depended on luck, but this was the only thing he could do. Another 2 spacecraft passed by, but they were too far away for star energy to reach. Lu Yin waited nervously, hoping that his luck would be good enough. In outer space, a spacecraft was traveling at extreme speed. It seemed normal, but suddenly, a smear of blood spilled onto the transparent metal. Within the spacecraft, an expressionless man with cold eyes slowly walked forward. He held an ordinary sword in his hand and blood dripped down the blade. Bang! Bang! Star energy guns fired, and regardless of whether it was metal bullets or light beams, they all hit the man without reservation. However, aside from tearing his clothes apart, they did nothing else. The man's sword flew and a few more heads fell to the ground. Headless corpses crashed to the ground and blood flowed like a river. The man stepped on the blood and continued walking forward, leaving a trail of bloody footprints on the ground. The stench of blood gradually spread throughout the spacecraft. Within the captain's cabin, a dozen people were gathered together and staring at the screen in horror. Who is this person? Why is he chasing us? Is it the Blaze Realm? That's impossible. The Blaze Realm doesn't know of our existence. No matter what, the others can die but Paige cannot, a calm middle-aged woman shouted. She then looked at the trembling youth in the corner. Everyone else looked at the youth with complicated expressions. Everyone, Page is the flag of our alliance. As long as he's alive, we will have the confidence to resist the Blaze realm. If he dies, then our alliance will be torn apart, the middle-aged woman said. There's no need to say anything else. We'll protect Page with our lives, someone else said. Soon, a set of universal armor was put on the youth's body. The middle-aged woman squatted in front of him and said bitterly, Page, you must live. You are the foundation of the alliance. Only with you alive can we resist the Blaze realm. The young man called Page was horrified. Can I live an ordinary life? Everyone fell silent. The middle-aged woman's eyes were filled with sorrow. I'm sorry, but you carry the hopes of the older generation. You are the true successor of the Blaze realm, and your existence gives the alliance the motivation to continue resisting. Remember, no matter what happens, everyone will protect you. You are the most important. There was a bang as the sturdy metal door to the captain's cabin was kicked open. The Azura-like youth walked in and looked up. His inhuman gaze swept across the crowd before finally stopping on Page. The middle-aged woman's heart skipped a beat. This youth had indeed come for Page, but who was he? If it was the Blaze realm, then this person would not be here but an almighty powerhouse. Who are you? Why are you chasing after us? Someone shouted. The youth raised his blade and slashed out. The middle-aged woman gritted her teeth and waved her hand. Flames swept out and tore through the void. She was an explorer, but even so it was useless. The flames were split apart by the youth's blade, and the blade did not stop there for even a moment before slashing down on the person in front, splitting him in two. A terrifying atmosphere spread out. Page's face went pale and he hid in fear. The middle-aged woman was bitter. She was also an explorer, but she had been unable to retaliate against this youth. Where had this freak come from? Blade light flashed, and even though the middle-aged woman was holding back the rest, they were still killed by the youth one by one. Blood, headless corpses, and severed limbs filled the captain's cabin. It was like a scene straight out of hell. The stench of blood was nauseating. The youth slowly approached the middle-aged woman and Page. Soon, only the two of them were left in the captain's cabin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 375. Who are you? The middle-aged woman roared. Her abdomen was bleeding profusely. She had also been stabbed. The youth hadn't said a single word from start to finish. He just walked forward step by step, stepping into a pool of blood. Page almost fainted. The youth stopped 3 meters away from Page and the middle-aged woman. He raised his sword, and the sharp light from the blade tore through the void. The middle-aged woman's eyes were filled with madness. She grabbed Page and threw him towards the transparent metal. Run. As an explorer, the middle-aged woman could easily tear apart the spacecraft and toss Page out. Even if the youth was an explorer and could chase after her into outer space, the middle-aged woman would not let go of such an opportunity. Page could not die. He absolutely could not die. Page felt a sharp pain in his back as the transparent metal cracked. His entire body was thrown into outer space, into an unknown distance. What did it feel like to be in outer space? He had no idea what it was, as he hadn't even reached the Limiter realm and was only a melder. Facing the unknown of space made him even more fearful. However, before he could think about it any further, the scene in front of him retreated. He was pushed back into the spacecraft by a force and slammed into the wall. The middle-aged woman was stunned. What's going on? The youth with the sword hadn't even slashed down when he turned to look in the other direction. Lu Yin was very excited as the spacecraft had finally arrived, and it crashed straight into the star energy ropes that he had set up. The ropes that he had simulated with star energy were very sturdy, as he had comprehended a domain. Even with the speed of the spacecraft, it was impossible for it to break free from the ropes. When the spacecraft collided with the star energy ropes, a huge force lifted Lu Yin's entire body up, causing him to sway in a huge circle before crashing into the spacecraft. It was like playing on a swing. Lu Yin excitedly tried to enter the spacecraft, but a humanoid object suddenly appeared in front of him and smashed towards him. He immediately became unhappy. What was the meaning of this? Was he trying to throw him out? That wouldn't do. Lu Yin kicked out without hesitation and sent the humanoid flying back. He paused for a moment and didn't immediately smash into the spacecraft. Thankfully, he was right in front of the spacecraft, so he was only delayed for a moment before the spacecraft swallowed him up. Lu Yin fell miserably into the captain's cabin with a cracked transparent metal behind him. Cough cough. He felt like he hadn't breathed in a long time and he gasped for air. Finally he had survived. It hadn't been easy. The atmosphere in the captain's room was a little strange. Paige was stuck in the wall, and both the middle-aged woman and the young man were staring at Luin, not moving at all. Luin took a few deep breaths and frowned at the thick stench of blood. He looked up and suddenly felt his scalp go numb. He dodged at top speed, but a flash of light brushed past his ear, leaving behind a trail of blood. He was furious. That attack just now was meant to kill him. He raised his head and saw the young man with the saber. The blade-wielding youth hadn't expected Luin to be able to dodge his attack, but he didn't hesitate and slashed out a second time. This attack was incomparably sharp and it tore through the void. This attack was very simple and didn't have many variations, but it was this simple attack that made Luin feel a sense of danger. This attack gave him the same feeling as when he had faced Lu Xiaoqiu's first sword. It was fast and accurate, and all of the youth's strength had been concentrated into this attack. This person was an expert. 9 stars revolved around Lu Yin's body as he stared closely at the trajectory of the blade. He dodged to the side and at the same time he lashed out with a kick. There was a thump as the kick landed squarely on the youth's body, sending him flying out of the captain's cabin. The middle-aged woman's pupils shrank as she stared at Lu Yin in shock. This person was actually so strong. Wait, why did this person look so familiar? Lu Yin pulled back his right leg and frowned. Something was wrong. This person's physical body was very strong. His full-powered kick had felt like it had landed on a steel plate, and it hadn't broken through. He turned to look at the middle-aged woman and then scanned his surroundings. It seemed like he had gotten himself into trouble. Before he could ask any questions, a cold light swept past him and a sharp blade slashed out. He hurriedly dodged, but the transparent metal of the captain's cabin was torn apart, and an even stronger suction force appeared in outer space. The youth leapt through the void and slashed out again, this time even more ruthless and ferocious than the previous attack. Lu Yin didn't have time to think, and he used the serious art to block the blade's trajectory in advance. He grabbed the youth's arm with his left hand and punched out with his right palm, directly hitting the youth's chest. 20 stacks 30-fold shockwave palm. There was a loud boom as the shockwave shattered the captain's cabin, and the entire spacecraft instantly turned dark. The youth was sent flying by Lu Yin's palm, smashing through the walls of the spacecraft and blasting into outer space. Lu Yin grimaced. He had used too much strength and the spacecraft was about to be destroyed. That wouldn't do as he had just escaped danger. He turned to look at the middle-aged woman. There's a personal spacecraft on this spacecraft, right? The middle-aged woman finally remembered who Lu Yin was, and she nodded blankly. Yes. Lu Yin sighed in relief. It was good that there was one. He didn't care how many spacecraft there were, as he had just saved this woman's life. You're Lu Yin? She asked. Lu Yin grunted. The spacecraft is about to be destroyed. Hurry up and run. The middle-aged woman opened her mouth to say something, but her expression suddenly changed and she looked up in horror. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat and he looked up. His pupils shrank as he saw the youth. He had thought that this youth should have been injured or even killed by his palm strike, but he was standing at the top of the spacecraft, completely unharmed. He was staring at Lu Yin with a cold gaze. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He had only ever felt such a gaze from a member of the Neo-Human Alliance. It was an inhumane, almost zombie-like gaze. Could this person be from the Neo-Human Alliance? Lu Yin wasn't sure, as there were all sorts of battle techniques in the universe, and there were also many techniques that could be cultivated to the point of inhumanity. He couldn't say that only someone from the Neo-Human Alliance could possess such a gaze. But the next moment, Lu Yin was certain that this person was definitely from the Neo-Human Alliance, as the color of the youth's eyes had changed to scarlet vertical slits. The scarlet vertical slits were too easy to recognize. This was the Neo-Human Alliance. It wasn't just Lu Yin. The middle-aged woman recognized the youth as well, and her face went pale. The Neo-Human Alliance? All of you will die. The youth's scarlet eyes stared at Lu Yin, and the long blade in his hand disappeared. He charged towards Lu Yin, causing the spacecraft to shake. The youth punched out, and a terrifying might caused the entire spacecraft to rapidly collapse. This punch was enough to instantly kill an ordinary explorer. Lu Yin didn't dare to be careless against a corpse king from the Neo-Human Alliance. This was one of the 3 Dark Hands, a great enemy of the entire human race. Bang! The 2 fists collided. A ferocious shockwave swept out in all directions, and the entire spacecraft cracked apart. The bottom of Lu Yin's feet had already been torn apart, and this punch had almost sent him flying back into outer space. He didn't want to fall out again. A dark golden glow appeared on the surface of his body as his battle force seeped out. He grabbed the youth's wrist and exerted some strength. The youth was a corpse king and logically speaking, his physical body shouldn't be weaker than Lu Yin's. Crack. The youth's wrist broke and he growled. His scarlet vertical eyes stared at Lu Yin, causing Lu Yin's hair to stand on end. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and exerted some more strength, snapping the youth's wrist. The youth growled and his scarlet vertical eyes disappeared. Or rather, they transformed into 8 gray pupils. They were completely gray and they seemed to devour everything around them. Even his hair had turned gray. In an instant, the broken wrist was restored to its original state, and an indescribably powerful aura swept through the heavens. Lu Yin's heart raced. Seventh bro, hurry up and attack. This is a corpse king transformation. This guy isn't simple. Break him. Lu Yin didn't hesitate and slapped the youth's chest in the same spot as his previous attack. 30 stacks, 40-fold shockwave palm. The heavens seemed to fall silent for a moment, and then the youth was sent flying by Lu Yin's palm. 30 stack strength was terrifying, and it was a true unequaled limiter. It was also Lu Yin's strongest attack, and a single palm was enough to send the youth flying. Seventh bro, run. Your limiter strength isn't enough to kill a corpse king that can transform. The monkey shouted in panic. Lu Yin didn't have time to ask any more questions. He glanced at the middle-aged woman and then quickly rushed towards the spacecraft's cabin. The middle-aged woman knew that the situation was dire, and she gritted her teeth as she pulled Paige out of the wall and carried it towards the cabin. Soon after, 2 spacecraft rushed out, one in front and one behind, heading in different directions. After the 2 spacecraft left, the youth returned. At this moment, his entire body was gray, and his powerful strength caused the void to distort. With a casual wave of his hand, he reduced the spacecraft to dust. His gray eyes scanned the heavens as he chased in a certain direction. Seventh bro, how did you provoke the Neo-Human Alliance again? The monkey shrieked. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Lu Yin was speechless. I didn't provoke them. I just happened to pass by. That's even worse. You have your own troublesome physique, and even hunters are chasing after you. Seventh bro, wake up. Can't we just stay in the same place from now on? Don't come out and wander around. The monkey wailed. Lu Yin frowned. Let me ask you something. What do you mean by Corpse King transformation? Corpse King transformation is the Neo-Human Alliance's top battle technique, and it's specially made for Corpse Kings. Every time it transforms, its power level will increase. The monkey was listless as he had a feeling that his future was bleak. The scene of him being attacked by a hunter had left a shadow in his heart. By how much? Lu Yin was curious as the monkey understood his strength. Even so, the monkey had told him to immediately run away. It was clear that the increase in power was not just a 1 stars. Seventh bro, do you know why the entire universe is afraid of the Neo-Human Alliance? The monkey asked. Lu Yin did not answer. I'll tell you. First, it's because of their philosophy, which is to turn all humans into zombies so that they can gain eternal life. Second, it's because of their strength. You've already experienced that Corpse King's power. Before the Corpse King transformation, its physical body was already extremely powerful, but after the Corpse King transformation, its physical body can be strengthened by 10 times. Lu Yin's expression changed. 10 times? That's right. 10 times, the monkey said solemnly. Lu Yin was stunned. Was there such a terrifying technique? It could strengthen a person's physical body by 10 times? A Corpse King's physical body has already been strengthened by various methods. With your physical strength, you're definitely invincible among the limiters. Even the other 10 arbiters limiters won't be able to surpass you. You're at the top, but that Corpse King wasn't much weaker than you. Even though it was an explorer, even a limiter Corpse King wouldn't be much weaker than you. This is the average standard of the Corpse Kings in the Neo-Human Alliance, the monkey explained. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.